Dreamscape presents Steel and Sin by Ria Wilde. Narrated by Savannah Thomas and Gabriel Spires. Chapter 1. Elena. My father is dead. The empire is mine. My heels clip against the stone marble floor of the family manor. In the background, beyond the large windows, the jagged peaks of the Bighorn mountain range sat ablaze with the colors of the setting sun, casting long shadows and painting the sky with streaks of fiery orange and deep purple. There is power in every stride, with my men at my back and the rest of them waiting in the grand room for my arrival. Once loyal to my father, they now belong to me, whether they like it or not. Having a pussy instead of a cock between my legs ever proves to highlight a man's fragile ego, especially when said woman is the one in charge. But they'll bow before me, or they'll lose their lives. I am my father's daughter, after all. I push the doors open hard enough to bang into the console tables set against the back walls, rattling the crystal glasses sitting there and vibrating the framed art on the walls. The men employed as my guards split from behind me to take their stations against the wall. But the ones around the table do not rise. Motherfuckers. I stop dead, sliding my hands into the pockets of my pants. What is my surname?
DeLuca,
Rio says from behind me. And who was my father?
Marco DeLuca.
And what is he? I punch out each word.
Dead.
Clicking my fingers, I turn over my shoulder and give Rio, my most trusted advisor, a dazzling smile. Right. Which means
that these fuckers,
Rio flicks his eyes to the men at the table,
should be standing.
And if they do not? I give my eyes back to the men.
Then I'll kill them.
Rio steps closer to my side, reaching behind him to the waistband of his trousers and his gun. He pulls it out and cocks it, ready for my word. In the DeLuca manor, the only people allowed weapons are the ones I choose. And since none of these so-called men are to be trusted, they were stripped before they even entered the house. They'll face a firing squad if I say the word. Reluctantly, the men at the table stand. I count 7, but there should be 8. Where is my uncle? I lift my chin. His tardiness is a show of disrespect, but I should have seen it coming. These men were the most loyal to my family, the ones helping with the decisions, dispatching orders. The most trusted, but that trust ended with my father's death. If they want to remain with the power they have, they'll need to swear their loyalty to me.
Right here, Elena.
My uncle's slimy voice sends a shiver down my spine. Anton. I level my eyes on him. You're late. He checks the Rolex on his wrist.
So I am.
I watch him stride with purpose to the table, every man there dipping their head to him in a show of respect.
Not even an hour in the ground, and you're already showing force.
Anton grins.
I like it, Elena. A little heartless, perhaps. Will you not allow us to mourn your father?
And did you shed a tear, Uncle? I question. Or did you rejoice that you're now one step closer to leading the DeLuca line? The men around the table shift. My father's death was unexpected. A murder, actually. But that is neither here nor there, and I know my uncle expected me to hand over the throne. Not fucking likely. This is my birthright, my throne, my fucking city. And my father handed it to me.
Ah, but I am not.
His dark eyes intend to be intimidating, but I've grown up around this man. I know his tricks. Sure, to everyone else, he's scary, but I haven't feared him since I was 11, and I watched him cower to my father.
You're here, sweet Elena, and you're going to live a long, healthy life.
I stifle my chuckle. I hear the threat right there. If I'm gone, it's all his. But I am ready for everything he has to throw at me. Well, I force my shoulders to loosen and give the men my back, something I really don't want to do, but need to. They need to know I am not afraid of them, and I will not back down. I head to the console table and pluck a crystal glass from the tray, filling it with whiskey from the decanter before I turn back to them. I didn't call you here for nothing, gentlemen. Yes, my father was buried today, but that doesn't mean everything stops. You should know that. The only sound that follows my words is the clip of my heels on the floor. I round the table slowly, swirling the amber liquid in my glass as I go until I reach the largest chair at the head of the table. It's entirely obnoxious, 3 times the size of the rest of the chairs, made from African blackwood and a rich leather that's expertly cared for 3 times a week. It screams arrogance and wealth. I'm half tempted to get rid of it myself and replace it with the pink velvet chair I have in my dressing room. It's far more comfortable and doesn't squeak when I sit. I'm sure every person at this table would throw a fit, and that just makes me want to do it more. It seems, gentlemen, that my father's death has meant that our associates believe they do not need to pay their due. We prop them up, but we can just as quickly make them fall.
Rossi Enterprises made their deal with your father.
Anton shrugs, like the millions of dollars we're missing is no big deal.
It should come as no surprise that they'll test their luck now.
Rossi Enterprises are the ones we helped win over the market, buying most of the ranches out in the sticks to produce meat and dairy. Their products have completely taken over, lining their pockets, but without my father, they never would have made it. I don't particularly care to maintain relationships made before my time, but to blatantly miss on payments owed because they believe the deal is over with that death certificate is just plain stupidness. I will and can tear them down.
Perhaps a visit is due,
my uncle suggests, pulling a cigarette from his packet and lighting it.
Remind him of his commitments. It would be wise to reintroduce yourself now.
For once, I don't disagree with him. Arrange it, I command, sooner rather than later, and make sure to let him know there is interest added for every hour he's late on payment.
Your wish is my command, Miss DeLuca.
Anton adds a flair to his words to match that greasy smile of his. Rio. I call for my right hand to follow as he falls into step beside me. Once the doors are closed behind me, I turn my face to him, continuing down the hall toward the small den. I don't like this.
Me either.
He agrees.
They are not loyal, Elena.
They will be, I assure him. They don't believe I can be like my father, so I will prove to them I can be more.
I believe you.
He sighs.
But keep yourself armed. Your uncle has them wrapped around his finger. One word from him, and they'll make an attempt. He is next in line, and he wants the city.
Well, he can't have it. I push the door to the den open and stop. It's mine. He looks at where I block the door, not allowing him inside. Sure, we've fucked, but I don't particularly want company from the opposite sex tonight. Not when they've already pissed me off so much. Rio is fine. A little needy, but fine. A means to an end when I've got an itch to scratch, even though I know he wants more.
No, nightcap.
He runs a finger down my arm. Not tonight. I step away from his touch, watching his hand drop and then close the door on his sad little face. I cross to the oak desk and lower myself into the chair, reaching for the wine glass before I bend and pluck a bottle of white from the fridge beneath. I love a whiskey, but you can pry wine from my cold, dead hands. Pouring half a glass, I lean back and stare toward the portrait of my father, hanging above the unlit fireplace. It will remain unused for several more months, since summer has just started. His gray eyes bore down onto me, so stern, even in death, but I know he'd be in my corner. He was strict with me. As his only child, he knew what I was coming into and treated me as such. There was little love and a lot of learning. I am what I am because of him. To you. I tip the rim of my glass to his portrait and then take a healthy sip, downing almost half the glass before I bring it away from my lips. There are things I need to undo, to adjust, to change, and it will come with time. My main priority is getting a group behind me, where they're loyal to me and not who my father was. I will never lead successfully with a ghost at my back. I don't stop at the one glass, or even two, deciding to finish the entire bottle instead. I buried my father today, dealt with absolute disrespect from the men who swore to my father they'd bend the knee, and now must handle a bratty corporation who owes me money. One thing you don't want to do is owe the Mafia money. The sooner I can get this whole shit dealt with, the better. But I am sick of being looked down on because I'm a woman, which is going to keep happening unless I make a statement, prove a point, and come out triumphant. But Rio is right. There's something going on that I cannot see. The quicker I figure that out, the better it will be. I'll deal with the traitors, set a foundation, and sit on the throne where I belong. I've no problem spilling some blood along the way. It's up to them if that blood once belonged to the DeLuca family. Chapter 2. Elena. I slide into the Mercedes and adjust my sunglasses, the tight burgundy red dress clinging to my skin. It's only 10 a.m., and it's near 80. I already know we're preparing for a brutal summer of heat, and this is just the start. My uncle is waiting inside, his eyes shielded by sunglasses, and he's dressed in a pair of black suit pants and a white button-down, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Somewhat too casual for a business meeting.
Elena,
he greets. You are not dressed, I sneer.
The Rossis do not care.
Well, I do. I turn to him. You work for me. Let's not forget that.
My apologies.
Any form of amicable expression drops from his face.
I'll be sure to remember that next time.
The driver pulls onto the road and starts toward the Bighorn Mountains, where Sierra Valley sits. A beautiful small town I've only visited a few times in my life. Nestled within the shadows of the mountains, it's surrounded by forests and rivers and lakes. The echoes of history lingering in the trees that stand like guards around the town. Once a place that dominated the market with their farm produce, but my father sought to end that, providing the power to a single corporation that would happen to buy up the small town's family-run ranches and turn them into money-making machines. The last I checked, there were a few ranches left fighting, refusing to sell their souls to the devil himself. I busy myself on my cell during the drive until the car comes to a stop. Only when I look out the window, there are no buildings, no other cars, no civilization at all. Is there a problem? I ask.
Engine cut off, Miss DeLuca.
The driver calls back.
Give me just a minute to check.
Unease works through me, and I suddenly glance at my uncle, but he doesn't appear to be concerned. He continues typing away, not sparing me a glance until 5 minutes pass on the dot.
I'll go check what's going on,
he says, pocketing his cell. I don't like this at all. I run my hand down my leg, feeling the gun beneath my dress tucked into the holster at my thigh, but it brings me little comfort. Beyond the windscreen, I see my uncle chatting casually with the driver, neither of them even looking at the engine. My gut churns with anxiety and dread. Shoving the door open, I round the car to where they stand.
Get back in the car, Elena.
My uncle chides sternly. You don't seem to be all that concerned about the car, I point out, considering you haven't even popped the hood.
We're no mechanics, Miss DeLuca.
the driver assures me, flicking his eyes over my shoulder before returning them.
We have breakdown on its way.
Fuck this, I grumble, stepping away to lean on the car and pull out my cell, dialing Rio. There's nothing around for miles except far-off buildings I assume are the ranches in this area, and woods. The mountains stretch toward the sky in front of me, with its steep, craggy sides and jagged ridges, the highest point shrouded in a cover of white cloud. But they offer no shade to the high noon sun. Despite it being only early summer, the heat is brutal here. Rio answers his cell after a couple of rings.
Elena.
His deep voice lacks its usual warmth. I need you to come pick me up. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I'll ping you my location. There's a pause from the other side. Hello? I ask, pulling the cell away to check it's still connected.
It didn't need to be this way,
Rio says. What? I roll my eyes. Not sure I could have predicted this, Rio.
That's not what I meant, Elena.
What are you talking about? I glance at my uncle, but he's already looking at me. Intuition prickles at the back of my neck.
You just wouldn't give me what I wanted.
Rio continues on the phone. Can we talk about this when you get here? I swallow thickly. I think I need backup.
I'm already here, Elena,
Rio says.
Look up.
My head snaps up in time to see him level his gun in my direction. He doesn't hesitate to pull the trigger. No! I scream, managing to jump to the ground before the bullet hits. It shatters the glass above my head, but he doesn't stop. The shots keep coming. Pain slices through my thigh as a bullet lands, ripping through my skin and muscle. I cry out as I try to drag myself toward the front of the car. The bullets stop just as feet step in front of me. I tilt my face toward the sky, to where my uncle glares down at me.
A woman cannot lead the DeLuca Mafia, Elena.
He sighs sadly.
Ah, such a shame it had to come to this.
You filth! I spit onto his shoe. You fucking traitor! Despite the pain, I get onto my hands and knees, blood running in rivers down my leg, dripping and congealing on the sandy dirt road. A foot makes contact with my abdomen and kicks me over onto my back, stealing the air from my lungs. The sun blinds me for a second until my uncle shields it from my eyes.
It doesn't have to end like this. Stop fighting.
You can have the throne over my dead fucking body. I hiss, but I stay down. I know he'll only kick me again, beat me bloody until he's done having his fun. The sick bastard.
That's the idea, Elena.
He cocks his head.
I didn't want to have to do it, but your boyfriend is apparently a shit shot.
He holds his hand out, and the driver places a weapon in his palm. This is how you fight your wars, Uncle. I slowly reach for my gun, keeping my moves light so they don't stop me. The coward's way? His face twists.
I am not a fucking coward, you little bitch.
His spit lands on my cheek just as his foot lands another blow to my ribs. I hiss through the pain, but it allows me enough movement to slide my hand up my dress. There's 3 of them and 1 of me. All I need to do is get away, buy enough time to deal with this. If I can take 1 or all of them out, then I will. But that isn't my goal. Survive. That is the only goal. Rio betrayed me. My right-hand fucking man. My uncle is a rat, a coward, a fucking traitor. I get a bloody grip on my gun and click off the safety just as he rises to his full height again. He moves to level the gun with my head, so I move quicker and fire blindly. It hits him in the arm. He cries out in pain, falling away, and I scramble up, almost going down again when the pain in my leg flares to life. I cannot keep in the cry of agony as I use the car to keep my balance and start to run. Rio remains still, eyes on me, not firing or even moving to lift his weapon, just watching. There's no emotion on his face, but then He lifts his hand and gives me a little finger wave. I'm going to kill him first. I duck around the car just as another shot is fired, missing me by only a couple of inches. Run, Elena. Run. So I do. The pain in my body second to the need to survive. Adrenaline gives me enough boost to cover the pain for now as I take off in a sprint, kicking off my heels in the process. Immediately, the dirt and the grit bite into my soles, cutting up my feet. Shots ring out behind me, but I zigzag, praying they miss every time I hear the pop echo off the mountains. One catches me on the arm, grazing my left shoulder, but for now, the pain is a dull afterthought. Just keep running. I head for the line of trees for cover, my uncle's voice carrying behind me. "Stop her," he bellows. I keep going. My toe catches on an upturned root, and I go down, my knee slamming against a jagged rock, but I get up, and I keep going. Survive, Elena. Survive. I have nothing but a gun in my hand and the clothes on my back. I drop my cell back there. I don't have my purse. That's in the car. Sweat rolls down my face, dampening my hair, and my clothes stick. The blood continues to run down my leg, warm and wet, and I know I'm leaving a trail. Fuck. I glance behind me, but no one's there. So for a minute, I pause, resting against a tree. I am covered in dirt and blood, clumps of mud sticking to the blood on my skin. But if I stop too long, if I think about it too hard, the pain will only cripple me. There's no room for fear. My labored breaths are the only noise I hear, so I quickly rip off the end of my dress and start winding it around the wound. It won't stop the bleeding, but it'll be enough to stop leaving a trail behind me. Pain throbs, a fiery burn that has my entire leg flaring, but I tie the knot and start again. But the push has left me. I've nothing left. Using the trees for balance, I move through the woods, thankful for the shade they provide. The pain beneath my bare feet is nothing compared to the rest of my body. My heart is pounding, my head throbbing, and I've started to drag the injured leg, which only adds to the injuries on my feet. But still, I walk until the sun begins to dip and then completely go down behind the mountains, plunging the landscape around me into darkness. Still, I walk. My vision swims, the blood loss, dehydration, and fatigue all working in tandem. They didn't kill me, but this surely will. And then what? I'll be food for whatever wildlife stalks these parts. I'm sure any predators in the area have already picked up on the scent of my blood. I may as well have a flashing red light on my head, leading them right to me. I need to find shelter, somewhere with water. Branches snap under my weight as I navigate through the trees for what feels like hours, and then see a small light, like the light on a porch. It's dim, but it's there, shining through the trees. I can't go to someone's house. I can't trust anyone. But they may have a hose I can get water from, maybe some laundry left out to dry and forgotten hanging on a line. People still do that, right? My thoughts are a whirling mess. But I move toward that light, crossing fields until I can make out the shapes of several buildings. In the field to the side of me, cattle graze, and on the right, a few horses. A ranch with barns and outbuildings. The light is coming from the barn right ahead of me, not a house, I realize. But I can't see past all the farming structures. I can work with this. Weakly, I move to the nearest barn, keeping as quiet as I can, and find the hose. Is it drinkable? Who fucking knows? The faucet squeaks as I turn it and then grab the end, bringing it to my mouth. Ice-cold water hits my tongue, and I practically groan as I swallow it down. I drink until I physically can't anymore, and then move the water to my head, letting it cascade over me, drenching my hair, my skin, until a bloody, dirty puddle forms under my feet. It's so quiet. Crickets chirp in the long grass, and cattle huff heavy breaths into the night. I can stay here for a few hours, until morning light, at least, and then I can figure out what the fuck I do next. Who can I trust anymore? Who has my uncle turned? I never suspected Rio. Hooking my fingers into the lip of the barn door, I pull it open, the weight almost making it impossible, but I get it open just enough to slip inside. I can barely see, but when I reach out with my hand, it touches what feels like straw, so I keep going, feeling until I find a gap that's big enough for me to fit through. I find the spot, and finally, I rest, lowering onto the straw with a groan, and I pray I make it through the night.
Chapter 3. Knox. Judge jerks to his feet on the rug, nose pointing to the window, as a low grumble rolls from his throat. The Irish wolfhound isn't a working dog, but he's just as loyal, protective, and vigilant as the healers I use to protect the herd. What is it, boy? I run my fingers over the soft fur on his head, but he remains growling at the window. The motion sensor floodlight illuminates a second later as Coda and Letty, my two female healers, begin to prowl toward the field some of the herd are grazing in. For fuck's sake, I growl, snatching up my shotgun before I shove my feet into the leather work boots that have seen better days. Fuck, I've seen better days. But that's his damn life. We've had trouble with coyotes in these parts for a while. Had a couple last week kill a youngling from the herd and take out the chicken coop. I'm not about to lose more. Judge starts to follow, and while I trust the dog with my life, he is not a working dog, and he'll likely get injured if it came to a head with the coyotes. Stay, I command sternly, forcing him to still. Good boy. It's cooled a little from the brutal heat of earlier, but it's humid enough that the air presses to my skin, dampening the back of my neck with sweat. I whistle for the healers, the noise carrying through the dark, and they pause, their noses pointed to where they heard the noise. What is it? I say aloud. I find myself talking to nothing a lot. Guess that's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere and spend most of your time alone. Just how I fucking like it. Carter Cattle Ranch has been in my family for generations, though it's nowhere near where it used to be. The big corpse made sure of that. I only have a few hands working for me now, and I know 2 were meant to be on shift tonight. But where the fuck they are, I don't know. With the loaded shotgun, I stop between the 2 dogs, watching the dark for movement. I see nothing. I whistle again to let the dogs go and follow behind them, watching what they do and how they react. They head right for the barn, currently storing the straw for the season, pausing by the outside faucet to sniff at the ground. Pulling the torch from my belt, I click it on and shine it into the puddle where the tap has recently been on, the head of the hose still dripping water and adding to the dirty puddle. Shining the light left to right, I look for the ranch hands, but the area is empty, save for the cattle in the field at my side. Letty trots to the barn door, her paw scratching at it. What the fuck is up with them? There's nothing out here. But I know better than to ignore their alerts. So I'll fucking bite. Heaving the door open, I let it swing until it bangs against the wall. The sound like a shotgun in the quiet of the night. Like sleeping giants, the Bighorn Mountains stand watch over the ranch. Their dark, imposing peaks scraping the cloudless, starry sky above. With the torch in one hand and the gun in the other, I walk down the center aisle, bales of straw stacked to the ceiling on either side, as Letty prowls ahead of me. She comes to a dead stop, a low growl working out of her as she stares into a gap between the bales. Well, I'll be fucking damned. I growl under my breath as my torch touches on a woman currently laying and bleeding all over my fucking straw. She is covered in dirt and blood. It's caked to her skin, grit and mud in clumps. But the fresh, bright red streaks that run rivers over the clean parts of her tell me she is still actively bleeding. But I cannot see where from. Her chest is moving, so she's alive at least. She's in what was a tight dress. I couldn't guess the color, but it's ripped and torn in places, and she's barefooted, her dark hair wet. The hose. What the fuck is she doing on my property? Ma'am? I touch her foot with the tip of my boot, but she doesn't stir. At my side, Letty creeps close, sniffing the air. And then she lets out a keening whine, the noise bouncing back to me. Yeah, I grumble. Placing the shotgun down, I step closer, lowering to a crouch, and run my torch over her, trying to locate the bleeding. Her feet are a mess, that much is clear. And it looks like there's a graze of some kind on her upper arm, but it's barely dribbling blood. She remains still, her eyes closed and lips parted. She's pale, though, her skin that sickly shade. There's a darker patch of fabric at her thigh, and when I touch it, my fingertips come away red. There it is. I lift the hem to find a makeshift bandage made from the material of her dress, but it's doing nothing to stop the bleeding. The wisest idea here would be to call the cops, but the last thing I fucking need is the police sniffing around this place. I ain't risking no fucking cops on my property for a woman I don't know. People go missing all the time. These mountains are dangerous. Unwrapping the bandage, I get a look at what's causing the heavy bleeding and can spot a bullet hole a mile away. Fuck's sake, I grumble to myself. Letty's sitting behind me, watching intently. Trouble. This only brings fucking trouble. I'd leave her to bleed out if I couldn't hear my own father turning in his grave at the mere idea. A Carter never turns a person in need away, especially a woman. If the bullet is still in there, she's going to bleed out anyway. But I can't do shit out here in the dark. Flicking the torch off, I let my eyes adjust enough I can make out her shape against the straw and move to pick her up, sliding my arms beneath her body.
Get your fucking hands off me.
The cool touch of metal presses against my temple. Her voice is breathless, a little shaky, but determined. You come onto my property, I growl. Bleed out on my straw, and you were the one pressing a gun to my head? I'd laugh if I wasn't so pissed off. The metal presses harder. If you're going to shoot me, darling, get it over with. I challenge her.
What are you trying to do?
She asks instead. Move you so I can see your leg.
I was shot.
Can see that. I grunt. Is the bullet still in there? We're at an impasse. She still has the gun to my head, but the pressure has eased. Her body is trembling, despite the heat making sweat roll down my back. She's a few hours from death, if that.
I don't know.
She answers eventually. If you don't want to die, I need to move you.
Fine. But the gun stays.
I chuckle humorlessly and continue sliding my arms beneath her. She lets out a strangled noise when I lift, a gasp of pain, but her gun stays true, and it's where it remains as I walk out of the barn with her in my arms, my dogs following close to my heels.
Where am I?
She asks weakly. Carter Cattle Ranch. I answer on instinct, remembering the days when I was younger and did tours for the folks traveling through. We had a whole tourist setup, horses to learn to ride on, cabins in the woods for those wanting to experience ranch life. That all went away, along with the money.
I recognize that name.
She breathes. I don't answer her, and we remain silent as I walk the rest of the way to the house, the light shining out the window. I see Judge up at the window, watching us. Go on home. I call Dakota and Letty, releasing them from the work. They ignore me, choosing to follow me onto the porch, where they promptly lay down, knowing they're not to come into the house. I use the toe of my boot to pull open the screen, and then bend slightly to turn the handle on the door. But the move jostles her.
Fuck!
She snaps.
Would you watch it?
Listen, if you want hospital treatment, I'll drop you in town. But I'm guessing you hiding in my barn means you don't want to be in public right now. So I'm your best bet. But you keep pushing me with that smart fucking mouth. I'll leave you out here for the coyotes. You hearing me?
And here I thought you cowboys were friendly.
She sneers right back. A common misconception. I step into the house, and Judge beelines for us, smelling the dirt and the blood on her. I take her through to the kitchen and lay her down onto the old wooden table, the top of it scarred and worn from the years of use. What's a little blood to add to the character? The gun stays on me, though no longer pointed at my head. I'm gonna take a look, I tell her, filling a jug with water. She stays quiet, but watches me with eyes the color of storm clouds. In the light, I can see her beauty, her raven black hair and plump red lips. She's young, far younger than me at least. Her skin is damp with sweat, yet she still shivers. This'll hurt, I warn her, as I pour the water on to clear the area of blood and dirt, and then use my fingers to push open the wound, looking for a glint of metal. She screams, the sound rushing through my veins like ice. It's the kind of scream that resonates in your bones, churns your gut. But I see what I need to see. It's in there. I let her go, and she drops onto the table, her chest moving rapidly, the gun in her hand dangling off the edge of the table. I need to get it out. After that, she presses. We'll cauterize it.
Wonderful.
She sighs, lifting the gun to rest on her stomach. I reach under the sink for the medical supplies before I head through to the lounge for the bottle of whiskey I was about to pour from before all this shit went down. Can't catch a damn break. I hand it to her. Drink. She rises onto her elbows and shifts her weight to balance on one of them, snatching the bottle from my hand, her icy eyes glaring. She swigs. And then she swigs some more, taking several large gulps before she comes up for air, and then slumps back onto her spine. I'll give it to her. She looks like a city girl. A little sweet, but from what I've seen, she'll give even the toughest of cowboys a run for their money.
Let's go.
She swirls her finger in the air, her words slurring with the whiskey working quick. Now or never, I suppose. I pour some of the whiskey onto her thigh, making her hiss. But don't give her a reprieve as I push the forceps into the wound to open it, and then use the larger clamps to get a grip on the bullet. Things I didn't expect to be doing on a Monday evening. Surgery on my kitchen table. I pull the bullet out of her, to the sound of her flesh moving, and her gasps of pain, letting it drop onto the kitchen floor. I'm quick to get pressure on it, but we need to get it closed quickly. Her head rolls to the side as the pain and the alcohol do a number on her. Don't die on me, darling. You'll only get an unmarked grave out here, and that just doesn't seem fitting for you. I start from the room to get the steel branding iron used for branding cattle, though it's not been used since we switched to the freeze method of marking livestock. She'll have to live with a large C mark on her thigh, but that's better than being dead. With it in hand, I get the propane torch and head back to the house, finding her exactly where I left her. Except Judge is licking her hand. She's awake, but barely. There's not much I can do for the pain, and I keep my eye on her as I heat the branding iron until it glows. I test it against the table to ensure it's hot enough, and when that leaves a smoking scorch mark, I know it is. I only hesitate for a second before I place the steel to her thigh, and the smell of her burning flesh fills the kitchen. She doesn't even get out a scream before she passes out. Chapter 4. Knox. What the fuck do I do with her now? Judge watches her like a hawk, his dark eyes not faltering for a minute as I dress her thigh and clean up the rest of her wounds. There's some deep cuts in her feet, but they'll heal just fine on their own. Same with her arm. But I clean them up regardless, making sure to remove the caked-on dirt and grime. Now what is a woman like her doing out here? And who the fuck shot her? She is covered in filth. But like fuck am I taking her out of her clothes. She'll likely wake up and try to castrate me. So I lift her from the table and start toward the spare room at the back of the house on the ground floor. There's a bathroom she can use whenever she wakes up. I lay her onto the mattress, the dried blood on her skin and the midnight black hair, a startling contrast to the white sheets. Maybe I should clean her up. I scrub a hand across the coarse hair on my chin, staring toward the strange woman. I hadn't even noticed that even in sleep, she's clinging to that gun like it's her lifeline. It very well might just be. Life is rough. I have no fucking idea what her story is, and in these parts, it could be anything. This town isn't shy to corruption or death, has known and witnessed the reach of men powered by greed. Just look at the farms all around us, the ones left vacant and decimated after hundreds of years of running. The working ranches left, much like mine, struggle to make ends meet. But we do, because to let go would be to erase history. so who knows which part of the line she's sitting on. But we're all on it, walking the tightrope, hoping to find solid ground at the end. I let out a heavy sigh. I can't leave her in this filth. The risk of infection is too high, despite her wounds being cleaned. Now let's hope she doesn't murder me in the morning. I speak to the dog, who simply cocks his head in response and lets out a little whine. Leaving her to his watchful eye, I head through to the bathroom and get the water running to fill the tub. The old pipes creak and groan as it comes, sputtering from the faucet initially until it begins to run smoothly and steam rises from the tub. I get everything I need ready and head back to her. She lays in the same position, hair spread across the sheets, while Judge rests his head on the edge of the bed. Like her, huh? I scratch behind his ears. I always knew you were a poor judge of character. Reaching for the knife in my belt buckle, I lift the hem of her dress away from her skin and press the blade to the material, slicing through it like it's nothing more than butter. I don't even make it to the top of her thigh when the butt of her gun slams against the side of my head. Fuck! I holler, stumbling until I catch myself on the mattress.
If you want to see me naked, Cowboy, you're going to need to ask first.
She growls at me, pushing herself away so her back presses to the headboard. And the gun is pointing at me once more. I wipe away the trickle of blood that rolls down my temple, lifting my eyes to hers. She's pissing me the fuck off. Bath's done, I snap out. Get clean, rest. I want you out by morning. I start for the door, boots thumping.
And where am I supposed to go?
She calls to my back. I turn to see her getting to her feet, holding her weight off her injured leg. Why the fuck do I care? The door slams behind me, my anger boiling inside my veins. People. This is why I don't fucking deal with people. Grabbing the bottle of whiskey, I drink straight from it, letting it burn all the way down. It's not the good stuff. Can't afford that anymore. And I haven't taken from the stash my father left behind in the office. I swipe my hand across my mouth and then lean on the counter, staring out the kitchen window to the darkness beyond. The shadow of the mountains boring down on my ranch. Judge trots out her room, leaving her door open, and I catch just a glimpse as she pulls the dress over her head, leaving her in a lacy black bra and panties to match. Fuck me. Soft olive-toned skin, toned abdominals, legs that go on for days. She turns, and I spot the boot-sized print on her ribs, her skin mottled. The bruise a mix of purples and blues, the size, color, and swelling suggesting a possible break. My teeth bite into my lower lip as I suppress the need to curse out loud. She disappears into the bathroom a moment later, her hiss of pain sounding down the hall as she gets into the tub. This is not my problem. I have enough shit to deal with without her issues too. Sighing, I head up to my bedroom and grab her a t-shirt from the drawer, knowing she won't be able to put that dress on again. It's an extra large ranch shirt, so it'll do just fine to cover her. When I return downstairs, Judge is sitting in front of the bathroom door, and by the sound of the water splashing, the door is open.
You aware that you have some kind of wolf-dog mix, Cowboy?
She calls to me. His name is Judge. I enter, keeping my eyes ahead so I don't accidentally get a look at her naked in the bath. As much as I wouldn't mind a look. He's an Irish wolfhound, not a wolf dog. I throw the shirt onto the bed and pick up her dress. She makes a humming kind of sound, and I start to make my way from the room.
Where are you taking that?
I pause, glancing toward her. All I can see is her head, her dark hair wet as she leans back in the bath. Her gray eyes hold me before she cuts them to the ruined dress in my hand. Why? You want to keep it as a trophy? There's a shirt on the bed for you. She turns her nose up and then dismisses me. It's then I see the gun resting within arm's reach next to the tub. Can't blame a girl for protecting herself, but at this point, pretty sure it's me who should be arming himself. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I count to 5, and then leave, dumping the soiled dress in the trash on my way through, and grab the whiskey before I head to the living room. I am bone tired. The type of exhaustion you can never quite remedy. And I groan as I lower onto the couch, bringing the bottle to my lips. I close my eyes, though I'm not going to be able to relax a bit with her in my house. I hear the tap of Judge's claws on the hardwood, and his cold nose bumps the hand resting off the arm of the couch, fingers holding the neck of the bottle. I don't have to open my eyes to know she's just entered the room. I smell her, the scent of my soap on her skin. Opening my eyes to half, I see her standing in front of me, gun in hand, but not pointed at my head, so that's a win. The tea falls off her dainty frame, hanging off one shoulder and falling to mid-thigh. The bruises, I grumble. Where'd you get them? There's something so familiar about her, but I can't place where. She's not from town, that's for sure. A woman like that would stir up quite the gossip, and I haven't heard a single peep out of old Mrs. Green from the butcher's. She'd have a lot to say. She's a gorgeous woman, with those steel gray eyes, framed by impossibly thick lashes. Her lips the color of blood.
None of your business.
Of course. I close my eyes again.
You got anything to eat around here?
Her feet pad toward the kitchen, gate off with her limp. Help yourself, I grunt. I need to go to bed. I have a 4 a.m. start and a long day ahead. The doors to the cupboards open and close behind me, though I know there isn't much to choose from. The only thing that's a constant in this house is the dog food and whiskey. I tend to eat with the hands at the end of the day down at the mess cabin, since I make sure that's fully stocked way before I ever stock my own fridge or pantry. Boys have got to eat if I want good work out of them.
Well, this is just sad,
She comments. I huff out a humorless laugh. Yeah, that's life, darling. She comes back, taking a bite out of an apple.
What's your name?
We're not going to be around each other long enough to warrant introductions.
Well, since I have your brand on my leg, figured it was the least you could do.
You have got to be shitting me. Next time I'll let you bleed out.
The C is for Carter, right? Are you a Carter or someone else?
She continues, making herself comfortable on the other end of the couch. Judge trots over to her. The fucking traitor.
Let me think if I can remember all the family names for the ranches out here. I mean, there's a lot, so it may take a while.
She takes a bite of the apple and spits the piece straight back out before she hands it to the dog, who happily takes it from her. Good fucking Lord. Go to fucking bed. I get up. I want you out the moment the sun is up. I don't give her a chance to respond as I storm from the room and up the stairs. I could worry she'll rob me in my sleep, but what the fuck is she going to take? I have nothing of worth in this old farmhouse anymore. And the only thing worth a damn is the farming equipment outside. Can't see her getting away with them. She could murder me in my sleep too, but that honestly sounds peaceful now. So I leave her there, Judge not budging an inch from her side, and I slam the door. Next time I'll ignore my father's voice inside my head and let him turn in his grave.
Chapter 5. Elena. Carter. Knox Carter, to be exact. Well, at least that's going by the letters in the desk drawer in his office. The big red stamp reading overdue had caught my attention. The man is in a shitload of debt. Not sure how he's even got this place still open. The pain in my body didn't allow me to rest, though I tried. The house groans and creaks with age. The walls themselves seem to tick. And a persistent drip from a leaky faucet somewhere inside adds to the pulse the house seems to have. I keep going through the paperwork until a familiar logo appears. Rossi Enterprises. The letter is dated 6 months ago. An updated offer of $6.3 million for the land and titles of Carter Cattle Ranch. So, he's one of the ranches that refused to sell when Rossi bought up all the farmland in the area some years ago. Guy's got balls not to budge, I'll give him that, especially with the state of this place. He's going down, and he's bringing this place with him. I mean, Rossi wouldn't be where he is without the money my father gave him. They took over the market for the state quickly once they had the financial backing. It just took them selling their soul to the Mafia to get there. I fold the letter and put it back in the drawer, heading for the cabinet where several full and half bottles of whiskey are lined up behind the glass case. They're covered in dust, having not been touched for months, if not years. Opening the doors, I pluck one from the shelf and blow off the dust. I don't recognize the name, but it looks old and good quality, so I pop the cap and take a swig. It burns all the way down, but maybe it'll help me get some sleep. Knox wants me out by morning, but he's going to be in for a surprise. Sure, he could kick me out, or try to, but I'm not leaving here just yet. I need the shelter, and I'm sure I can work out some kind of deal with him. Taking the bottle back to the bedroom, I get back onto the bed and look at the melted flesh on my thigh, the burned-in sea, red and angry. I should dress it, but that only makes it hurt worse. I need to recover before I go back and challenge my uncle. He's probably already claimed the throne, thrown out some bullshit story about my death, and carried on like I didn't exist. He won't tell them about the ambush or his treason. He'll have his men, and I'm left with trying to figure out who's on my side and who's on his. Who has he turned against me and my father? Because ultimately, that's what it is. My father appointed me his heir. And every single one of them is going to regret ever making an enemy out of me. I settle against the headboard and drink from the bottle, letting the alcohol work through me. I have the gun at my side, loaded and ready should I need it. Knox's dog is curled up on the floor beside the bed, seemingly attached to my hip. I always wanted a dog, and this one is cute. Maybe I can take him with me when I eventually leave this place. The whiskey works through my veins, numbing the pain just enough that I can relax onto the pillows. It's fucking hot in here, though. There's no cool air, and the heat presses to my skin, making it damp. I don't know how anyone can live like this. But sleep comes, and it comes heavy, taking me under so strongly, not even a tornado could wake me.
Are you fucking shitting me?
His deep, gravelly voice jolts me from my sleep, and I pry my eyes open to see him looming over the side of the bed. And he looks pissed. I scramble and reach for my gun, but it isn't there.
Where the fuck did you get this?
He growls, waving the bottle of whiskey. I spot my gun in his hand in the next minute. Fuck. His hands are covered in soil. There are smudges of it on his face, but his eyes are shadowed by the rim of his dark brown cowboy hat. He's a hardened man, but handsome, with a thick beard and piercing blue eyes, framed by low-set brows and a mess of dark hair. Broad-shouldered, with wide thighs, his skin tan from the hours he spends out in the brutal sun. Your office. I force myself to play it cool, like an angry man pissed over the fact I stole his whiskey doesn't scare me. It doesn't. But the gun in his hand does make me a little nervous. Wouldn't take much for him to finish the job my uncle started the day before. I've no idea how much time has passed or how long I was sleeping, but by the look of him, he's worked a whole day. And the sky is lit up in fiery oranges and reds, suggesting the sun is setting.
The fuck you sneaking around my house for, woman?
Shuffling to a sitting position, I wince when my whole body alights with pain, my leg being the worst, the ribs second. Call it curiosity. Tell me, Knox Carter, how long before your entire world falls apart? His blue eyes narrow.
Where'd you see the name?
So many questions, and yet you're not asking the right ones. I tut. $350,000 in debt against the ranch, another $100,000 on medical. I give it 6 months. The gun in his hand twitches, the temptation to use it working through him. I do love getting under a man's skin.
Get the fuck out of my house.
He snaps at me, tucking my gun into the back pocket of his pants before he storms away, his steps heavy, furious. I'm slower to go after him, the pain making it nearly impossible to move as quickly as I'd like. I can't leave, so it's time to bring out those negotiation skills my father taught me young. Fighting against my uncle this way is a sure way to lose. I need this place. Why would I leave when I can work something out that benefits the both of us? He chuckles darkly.
You think a city girl like you has anything I want?
His eyes lick down me in a way that has goosebumps rising, a heat uncurling in my stomach. There's so much venom there, but there's desire too. I see it, feel it even. I wouldn't mind working off some tension with the cowboy either. Fucking and fighting go hand in hand, and everything tells me this man can fuck. Not even a little curious, cowboy. I saunter toward him, stopping until I'm an inch from his huge body. He's at least 6'4", could even be 5, and I'm not short by any means, but I still have to tip my head back to look him in the eye. I lift a hand and run the tip of my red-painted nail down his flannel shirt, the top few buttons left undone to show hard muscle and tan skin, a smattering of hair peeking out the top. Don't you want to know my name? He captures my wrist, halting my hand just above his navel. I feel the hard planes of his abs, smell the sweat on his skin, the soil on his hands. His eyes flick around my face, first my eyes, and then my mouth.
All I know, darling, is that you're trouble, and I ain't got time for your kind.
Elena, I whisper my name. DeLuca. He goes entirely rigid, my name settling into him like a weight. He knows the name, knows who I am and what I can do. He drops my wrist like it burned him and steps away from me, reaching for the gun. He has it pointed at me with my next breath. You can shoot me. I turn around and head to his fridge, though I know it's empty save for a carton of milk, a couple eggs, and some leftovers that I wouldn't even feed the dog. Or you can hear me out.
You're the reason this town is dying.
He growls behind me, his thick accent weighing down every word.
There's nothing you could offer that I would want.
I pull the eggs from the fridge and place them down, feeling the weight of the gun pointing at my back. I put on a good show, but my heart is pounding inside my chest. Reaching into the cupboard, I pull out the bread I saw in there yesterday, and then set a frying pan on the stove and turn on the gas. Then shoot me, Cowboy. I glance over my shoulder. But if that were true, you would have done that already. He remains a quiet, threatening presence behind me. You could, too, I go on. It would solve a lot of other people's problems if you did. Will you place flowers on the grave you dig for me?
Your kind isn't welcome here, Elena.
That's a little hurtful. I turn and rest on the counter, giving him a pout. You don't even know me.
Don't need to.
Ah, I see how it is. I nod, pushing off the counter to walk toward him again, leaving the stove on behind me. I can smell it getting hotter, the oil in the pan heating. You're painting me to be the same as my father. Behind me, the pan snaps and crackles, oil spitting out and hitting the steel top. The burning smell increases. But I am not him. I keep strolling toward him, trying to keep my gait normal, but my leg smarts with every step. A hissing sound begins, followed by the familiar whoosh as flames lick up the sides of the pan, catching the oil on fire.
Fuck,
Knox booms, dropping the gun to tend to the fire on the stove. I'm right behind him, taking my gun back so I can wedge it to the underside of his ribs. He gets the flames out and braces his hands on the side.
Just get out of my house, Elena.
Let's just talk, I suggest. For a man of his size, he sure moves quick. My back hits the table with a thud, pain flaring through me as my ribs jolt and my thigh throbs. He forces my legs apart as he wedges himself between them, hand around my throat, the gun somewhere on the floor. His hips press me down, the bite of his belt buckle pressing against the most sensitive part of me.
For a little thing, you sure as fuck have balls.
I just want to talk. I swallow against his hand, the size of it engulfing my entire throat. He could crush my windpipe in a second. It should not turn me on the way it is. I can help you.
A DeLuca.
He laughs.
You're the reason I'm in this fucking mess.
No, my father is, and he's dead.
So what?
His fingers flex on my neck.
You're in charge. How's that working out for you, darling?
I glare up at him. I just need time. He huffs a humorless laugh and pushes off me, putting distance between us, but I will not pretend I don't see the obvious bulge in his pants, though he hides it well.
We all need that, but it waits for no one.
My uncle? I sit up, pressing a palm to my ribs to apply pressure in hopes it'll stop the ache. He turned on me, took me out into a field, and shot me. I ran.
I never doubted your will to live.
He grunts.
Doesn't mean I want something to do with it.
But you had something to do with it, I point out. And now we're here.
Reluctantly.
I just need time, I repeat. To get my strength back, heal, and gather my resources. I can then take it back from him. He probably thinks I'm dead out in those woods somewhere, and when I take it back, I can restore all of this. I can end Rossi, give back the farms.
You want to stay here?
His dark brows lift beneath the rim of his hat. Yes.
I don't do company.
You'll just let it go under? I shake my head, disappointed. Stubborn fool. He points his finger at me.
Your family put me here.
And I can make it right, I snap back.
For a price.
I never implied to be good, Knox, or a hero. He sighs and hangs his head, his mouth moving, but I don't hear a word.
I'll give you 2 months.
He offers.
You can take the guest room, but you live here. You pull your weight.
You want me to work? I gasp incredulously. He smirks.
Welcome to the ranch, darling.
Chapter 6. Knox. There comes a time in your life where you question every choice you've made. Allowing the DeLuca princess to stay in my house is one of those choices. I doubt her word. Not necessarily about whether she'll keep it, but more if she has the power to. She's been overthrown, ran out of the city, and almost murdered by the very people she wants to win back. But just like those choices, there's something in the back of your mind that says, what if? So you make the choice, and hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass. Hindsight is a real bitch, and when it hits you, I don't particularly like the feeling. I've made a lot of bad decisions in my life. A lot of good ones, too. Rejecting the offers from Rossi Enterprises has never been a bad decision. Even if I am swimming in debt I'll never pay off in this lifetime unless some kind of miracle occurs. I'm not a religious man, but I'm not opposed to some kind of divine intervention, if such a thing exists. Now I have another mouth to feed, and something tells me she's going to be more work than the 4 ranch hands I already employ who live here, and more than the cattle and other livestock I take care of. I have no idea what the hell she is doing now. It's noon. The sun is brutally baking the ground, and I'm wet with sweat, but I haven't seen a peep out of her. With her curiosity, I almost expected her to come out and be nosy, but she's been holed up in the house with Judge since we made our agreement. What the fuck is up with you? Chase, my ranch manager, clocks me on the shoulder with his fist. He's been working here for most of his life. When I had to make the cuts last year, he was the only one I didn't let go. We've built a small team since then, but nothing in comparison to the 50 strong I had before. What? I grunt, pushing back on him. Nothing. Don't seem like nothing. He narrows his eyes, picking up on shit I don't want him to, like he always does. I suppose he could be called a friend, if I had such a thing. Just shit hitting the fan, like always. I go back to shoveling the shit. Literally, the stench like acid in my nose. What now? He asks, genuinely curious. He cares about this place as much as I do. But I suppose that'll happen when you give something to someone who had nothing. We pulled him off the streets, gave him a warm bed and a hot meal with a purpose. And now he gives a shit about what happens. He was seething when Rossi came and fucked it all up, was fully prepared to hit up their headquarters, like one man would make a single bit of difference. Nothing to worry about, I tell him, because Elena DeLuca is no one's problem but mine. But there's a possibility she may be their salvation. I'm a couple months away from letting the entire team go. Granted, it ain't much, but it gives them a job. money in their pockets, and a hot meal at the end of the day, with a warm bed to stay in. If I have to take that away, I have no idea what'll happen to my guys. There's no work for them. They'd have to start over in new states, on new farms, and I'm not exactly sure they'd survive it. Wyoming and the shadow of the Bighorn Mountains have been all they know. The ranch life, where your day starts at 4 a.m. and ends at 10 p.m., is damn hard work. But when it's all you've been taught, it becomes a lifeline. Bonds are made with the horses and the dogs, the people. Your job has a purpose. Sierra Valley survives, but it no longer booms. If we can get it back, return it like Rossi Enterprises never existed, it would do more than my ranch a favor. Money is a problem for everyone, but it didn't used to be that way. Under the shadow of my hat, I look toward the house. She's in there, in that t-shirt, with her long raven hair and stormy eyes. A girl like that doesn't belong here. She doesn't show herself at all while I work. And when 9 p.m. rolls around, I head in, a tray of food in one hand, my hat in the other. The air is cooler, but the humidity is a killer. Sweat rolls down the back of my neck, my shirt sticking to my spine. But I tow my boots off on the porch and head inside. I find her immediately, legs hanging over the arm of the couch, her flat on her back on the cushions, with another bottle of whiskey stolen from the office. For fuck's sake! I snatch it from her fingers.
Hey!
She slurs, already half cut, the whites of her eyes a little bloodshot, cheeks flushed. Stay the fuck out of my office. I slam the bottle on the table. Her eyes cut to the tray of food.
Is that for me?
How much have you drank? I demand, watching her pull herself into a sitting position, swaying on the spot. She shrugs.
Enough.
Stop drinking my shit. I warn her and pass over the food. She immediately digs in, tearing into the bread that she then dips into the chicken soup one of the guys made.
This is delicious.
She groans, ignoring my previous words. She'll keep ignoring them. I can already tell. I'm going for a shower. I grunt, leaving her to her food. Before I go upstairs to my bathroom, I divert to the office and poke my head inside, finding it still in the same way I left it last. Minus the 2 bottles of whiskey I've hidden in a cabinet in the kitchen after taking them from her. I close and pull my keys from my pocket, turning one in the lock to keep her out. Once it's secure and safe from her thieving hands, I head up, pulling my shirt over my head and throwing it in the hamper outside the bedroom. When I get to the bathroom, I pause at the mirror. Dirt is streaked across my face, under my nails, and all over my hands. There's dust and sand caught in the dark mess of hair on my head, and my beard, which could use a trim. But I'm too fucking tired to give a shit. Hitting the button to turn on the shower, I wait for it to heat. The pipes in this house are old. The boiler on its last legs, so it takes a minute. But then steam begins to fill the small space, fogging up the mirror. So I strip the rest of the way down and get beneath the spray, turning my face up. The heat loosens the muscles in my neck and shoulders, the day's work washing down the drain. It takes a minute, but I finally start to relax.
Right up until... You look tense, Cowboy. Her voice shatters what little peace I had just found. Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck did I do to deserve this kind of torture? I cut my eyes to her, finding her leaning on the doorframe. But she isn't looking at my face. She's looking at my cock. And it doesn't get the memo that she is the literal devil, hardening under her watchful gaze. Get the hell out, Elena, I growl at her, turning somewhat so she'll stop staring at it. It's been a while. I don't have time for women, or even my own damn hand. I can help with that. She shrugs, as if offering sex to a man you've known a day is just an ordinary thing to do. You're the last person I'd stick my dick in. I snap. A smirk pulls on her plump mouth. No need to be so salty, Carter. I was offering sex, not a marriage proposal. Get out. She gives a simple shrug and then turns, wandering out of the bathroom. I loosen a breath and give my dick a tug. There ain't no fucking way. 10 years ago, I'd have chased a woman like her, used the charm my mama gave me and talked her into bed. I'd have kissed and licked and fucked until the sun came up and then did it some more. But then life screwed me up, and everything changed. Leaving my dick neglected, I scrub my skin clean and wash the dirt from my hair before switching off the water and get out, reaching for the towel on the rack. I just need some sleep. Hopefully, it'll give me more damn patience. Knotting the towel around my waist, I use another to dry my face and hair and head out into the bedroom. You have got to be fucking kidding me. I growl under my breath when I see Elena curled up in the middle of my bed, fast asleep. A vein in my forehead throbs. It isn't going to be the ranch life that takes me out. It's going to be her. I can tell already. She's bad for my blood pressure. Hell, my health in general. And I've only known her for 24 hours. I've got 2 months of this. Yeah, hindsight is a real bitch. Chapter 7. Knox. We've got to move him. I grumble to Chase as I turn to the bull, Ralph, in the pasture. He's a damn mean one. A fantastic breeding bull, but fuck, he has a temper. An injured worker and yearling this morning has left me no choice but to separate him from the herd ahead of the drive in 2 weeks. I'm moving 50 of my 100 herd onto the pasture slightly up the mountainside. With the height of summer coming, maintaining every pasture on this ranch becomes too expensive. And when the grass dries up, supplementing their feed to ensure they don't lose weight ahead of sale at the start of fall sucks my money dry. The pasture, about 15 miles from the ranch, will take a day to get to and an overnight camp. With my staff numbers slashed in way more than half, I can only take 1 from the team and Chase, leaving 2 to man the ranch while I'm gone. It's only a day, but a lot can happen in 24 hours. It's required several times a year, but it doesn't lessen the anxiety when it needs to be done. At the end of the summer, they'll be driven back onto the ranch and sold, but without moving them, their weight will drop and their worth plummets. I can't afford the risk. He's a mean one. Chase winces toward the bull blowing dirt, its wide eyes set on a young bull getting too close to one of his females. He's our prime breeder, but if he keeps injuring the other cows, I'll have to rethink the position. Grab Sal from the stables, I order. He can help with this one. You sure you want to do that? Chase quirks a brow. That boy shits his pants whenever he goes near the fence. If he wants to keep his position here, he will. Chase opens his mouth to say something, when something behind me catches his attention, and his mouth drops open. I know without turning around, but I do anyway. Elena stands on the porch. Judge sat like an obedient puppy by her side as she cradles a mug and looks toward us. Her raven hair, caught in a beam of sunlight so it looks somewhat blue over the midnight black it usually is tossed to the side, and her frame is drowning in another one of my Carter Cattle Ranch tees. It falls to the mid-thigh, hiding the injury, but even from here I can see the edge of the bruise peeking out from the bottom. I know from checking on her this morning that her entire thigh is mottled black and blue, the flesh from the branding raw and angry. She was dead to the world when I went in at 4 a.m., not even stirring at my presence. And here I thought being a Mafia princess, with very real threats on her life, would have her sleeping with one eye open. Though I'm sure her catatonic state had more to do with the amount of whiskey she consumed the night before. "Who is that?" Chase asks. "A pain in my ass," I reply with a bite, something stirring low in my gut, knowing he's seeing her how every man in the 50-mile radius would see her. Fucking gorgeous. Chase whistles low. "They don't look like that round here." "She's off limits," I snap, and turn my eyes to him, pinning him to the spot. He holds his hands up. "Hey now," he chuckles. "Don't need to piss on her, just saying." My fingers find the bridge of my nose. "I'm not. It's not like that. She's just off limits, okay?" "So, you're not fucking her?" "Got it." He grins. "Chase," I warn. "I hear you, boss." He begins to walk backwards, keeping his eyes on Elena. Loud and clear. When he's far enough away, he turns and starts heading to the stables to find Sal, so we can get ready to move this bull. I turn back to Elena, finding her leaning forward on the railing, her head cocked as she watches me. No, watching isn't the right word. She analyzes, scrutinizes. I feel it in every step I take toward her, her gray eyes rolling over me, as if she's trying to read words on my skin I cannot see. "Do you ever smile, Cowboy?" she asks me when I'm close enough. Judge's tail hits the deck at a rhythmic pace as he wags it. I reach between his ears and scratch in greeting. Not in a long time. When there's something to smile about. "I need clothes." I agree, my eyes lingering on her legs. "If I'm supposed to work, I need clothes," she repeats. "Heard you the first time." I move into the house, forcing my head to remain forward so I don't look back. I just know the t-shirt would have ridden up enough to show her ass. "How's the leg?" "Like I got shot and burned in the same day." She follows behind me. "And the ribs?" "Broken." I huff a humorless laugh and grab the keys to my truck. "Go into town. There's a small boutique and a thrift store. You'll find something in there. Her lip curls, and she ignores the offered keys. Did you forget I'm in hiding? I don't have time to run around after you, DeLuca. Who's your friend? She asks. He looked willing to help. My fingers curl around the keys, tightening, until the edge of them bite into my palms. He doesn't have time either. I think he'll make time. She flutters those long, dark lashes and sips on her coffee. In my head, I count to 3, hoping it'll provide me the patience I need to handle this fucking woman. But when I reach for the drawer handle, I yank it open so hard everything within rattles. I snatch out the notebook with a pen and toss it onto the table. Write down your sizes. I'll go when I'm next in town. And when will that be? She starts to write, her handwriting surprisingly delicate and elegant. When I have time. She lifts her eyes to me and pins me with a glare. You expect me to wander around in your shirt forever? I shrug. First you brand my leg, then you force me to wear a shirt with your name on it. She sucks her tongue against her top teeth. Careful, Cowboy. People might start to talk. 1, 2, 3. Her chuckle follows me as I retreat. I keep a tight hold on the reins as I watch Ralph, his eyes round as he observes, huffing and blowing into the ground. Sal is off to the side, his horse nervously sidestepping as he picks up on his rider's energy, while Chase is on the other. We've got to get it right. Put the pressure on where needed. But reading Ralph right now tells me he's ready to charge. We've done this song and dance, and while the stubborn bull doesn't like me much, I'd like to believe there's some sort of respect there. It's 100 yards to the solitary paddock. I've driven cattle nearly 200 miles before, back in the high days of the ranch. Moving one bull shouldn't be an issue. Or so I say. Come on, Ralph, I call to him. Back! The dry dirt puffs up on a cloud as he lets out an irritated huff of air from his large nostrils. I step forward on Honey, my American paint horse, who I've had since I was 21. She's as feisty as Ralph, and responds to his aggression with her own huff, her hoof pawing at the dry earth. We gain about 20 yards, the open gate beckoning. Chase applies pressure to the left, but that right remains open. Sal, too fucking scared to do what is needed. He only has a job because I respect the fuck out of his father, but this kid isn't willing to put in the work. The ranch is no place for fear. Adjusting my position, I fill the gap. Got an audience, boys? Chase calls over. Elena ambles over in that thigh-length shirt, a pair of my boots on her feet several sizes too big, and another bottle of my fucking whiskey. How the fuck did she get into my office? I think I'm in love. Chase is practically drooling when I look over to him, his eyes devouring her where she stands at the fence line. To make it worse, she waves her hand and gives him a little finger wave, fluttering those long lashes at him. For fuck's sake, I grumble. Back to fucking work. He flinches at my tone and has the audacity to look sheepish, returning his attention to the matter at hand. It wouldn't be so bad if there currently wasn't a 2,700-pound bull wanting to kill us. Sal, I snap at the young apprentice. Either push back or get the fuck out of the paddock. Off to the side, I feel Elena's eyes watching, her casual curiosity nudging me to get this done and done right. My father would tell me that showing off is what gets cowboys killed, but that's not what killed him. It was the lack of accessible health care, thanks to fucked up systems and not enough money to cover insurance and quality medical care. The anger is a living thing under my skin, because it all circles back to her family and her name, back to the choices made that left so many people fighting for their lives. Perhaps I should have let her die as a fuck you to the powers before her. After all, we are the sins of our fathers. Back! My voice booms across the paddock, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her flinch. Ralph steps back, huffs, and turns, so I'm quick to apply the pressure, driving him from behind as Sal and Chase come in at the sides. When he's safely through the threshold, I jump from Honey and secure the gate, locking him in his solitary paddock. There's plenty of space for him to roam, a building he can use for shelter, and enough grass to keep him healthy and fed. I turn back to the guys, my finger pointing in Sal's direction. You got some learning to do, boy, if you want to keep your position on my ranch. He dips his head, and I cut my eyes to Chase. I don't have to say a word, but his hands go up. An apology and surrender. Or as good as. Elena wanders toward the fence of the paddock, where Ralph is, sparing me only a glance. Stay the fuck away from that bull, I warn her, grabbing Honey's reins, and turn her out for the rest of the day.
Chapter 8. Elena. Perhaps pissing off the broody cowboy isn't in my best interest. I just can't help it. He's a real mean one. The deep drawl catches my attention, and I flick my eyes as Knox's friend ambles over on the back of a chestnut mare, his hat pulled low to shield his eyes from the afternoon sun. Red hair curls out from beneath his hat, and freckles cover his face, his eyes the color of the leaves when they first bud in spring. He's an attractive man, broad shoulders, thick arms, and a great smile. But there's something lacking. How I like them, I reply, giving my attention to the bull making an awful lot of noise in the paddock's corner, facing the herd a few fences over. Figures, the man replies with a smirk. Is that so? The noise from the bull stops, and subtly I see his head cock a little toward me. Hanging around with a man like my boss shows the commitment. I scoff out loud. Knox is child's play. At this, I get a loud, boyish laugh, and when I look at him, his head is tipped back, the laugh sounding right from his gut. I'm sure he'd love to know that. I lift the bottle of whiskey to my lips and take a sip. The weak-as-fuck painkillers I found in the house have done nothing for the pain in my body, but alcohol certainly helps. Numbs the rage inside me, too, enough to keep me planted here and not hitchhiking my way back to the city to kill them all. I'm not stupid enough to believe I'll win without a plan. A plan I still haven't figured out. I'm Chase. He leans against the horse and reaches down to give me his hand in greeting. I entertain him and shake it. Elena. So, what brings you to Sierra Valley, Elena? Seems like a great place to hide. Pushing away from the fence, I start back toward the house. Chase falls into step with his horse at my side. That all? He presses. Anyone ever tell you curiosity killed the cat? But satisfaction brought it back. He throws me a charming grin that I have no doubt has worked many, many times before. He brings his horse to a stop as I get closer to the house, but his eyes remain on me as I step up to the porch and pull the door open, Judge getting up from his spot to follow me inside. I hear knocks slamming around in the kitchen, and I know my presence will only serve to piss him off even more than he already is. It shouldn't thrill me the way it does, especially since the deal we made is tenuous at best. He could very well kick me out any minute, or kill me and bury me in an unmarked grave somewhere on the property. But after dealing with treacherous men my whole life, almost dying because of them has left me with little fucks to give. He's fixing himself a coffee when I head through, Judge on my heels, and I place the bottle of whiskey down on the table. Getting into the office after he locked it was easy. These locks are old, and all it took was a paperclip I found in the drawer in the kitchen. He shouldn't be so mad. I locked it up after I was done.
I'm setting rules,
he grumbles, keeping his back to me, the grip he has on his mug tight enough the skin across his knuckles is white. I grin at his spine. And what will they be?
This isn't a fucking joke, Elena.
He turns to me, a muscle ticking in his jaw.
This is my fucking ranch, my fucking house, and right now I'm doing you a favor.
I gave you my word. My eyes narrow.
Your word means shit to me, DeLuca.
He snaps out. I suck my tongue against my teeth. I know when to shut up and listen when needed. Now it is needed.
Number 1, stop going into my fucking office.
He opens a cupboard.
You want a drink? Take it from here. 2, you will start helping on the ranch, but only when you have clothes to wear. I don't need my workers distracted by you.
Hey, it's not my fault men don't know how to control themselves. I lean my hip against the edge of the table to take the weight off my leg, the limb throbbing.
3,
he grits out.
Sleep in your own bed.
I open my mouth to argue, but the look he throws my way has my teeth snapping together.
4, do not fucking walk in on me in the shower.
Okay, that's fair. Is that all?
Don't push me, Elena.
I hold my hands up in surrender. I hear you, Cowboy.
Fine.
He grunts and picks up the piece of paper I wrote all my sizes down on earlier.
I'm going into town. Don't touch my shit. And stay inside the house, for fuck's sake.
Yes, sir. I nod sharply. His nostrils flare, but then his eyes do a run down me, and I swear I feel them, like a physical touch. I don't care what he says or how he denies it, he finds me attractive. And he hates it. I don't blame it. If he were the reason my whole life was up in smoke, I'd hate it too. Watching him leave through the kitchen window, he walks like the very ground has wronged him. Stern and heavy, his shoulders tight, his hands curled into fists at his sides. He unlocks his black '87 Chevy, the truck old but clearly looked after. Gravel and dust kick up from the back tires as he puts his foot on the pedal and peels down the long drive, disappearing over a crest of a hill, but plumes of dust remain hanging in the air in his wake. I'll start on a plan soon. I have an inclination of what to do, but there's moving parts I need to oil and old contacts I need to figure out a way of getting hold of. A full war is on the horizon, and losing is not an option.
Chapter 9. Knox. I pull the truck into a vacant spot outside the only clothing store in Sierra Valley. It's family-owned and has been for generations. And while the stock is minimal, it has what people need to get by. If the folk need more, they order it, or head into the city a couple of hours away. A little bell over the door jingles as I push it open. The smell of something floral and airy meeting me inside. It's quiet, but that's expected on a Tuesday afternoon. The woman's section isn't hard to find, but when I get there, I'm lost to it all. I've never shopped for a woman. Ever. I look down at the sizing on the piece of paper. Size 6 in pants, and 4 in tops, but a size 8 in skirts and size 6 if it's a button-up. What the fuck? What's the difference? Size 7 shoes, bra size 36D. I'm staring at these numbers and letters with no clue where to even fucking start. Is it code? The fuck am I looking for? The sea of clothing before me all looks the damn same. Knox? I turned to see Tess with a stack of folded clothing in her arms, her swollen stomach acting like a kind of shelf for her to rest them on. Oh, thank fuck. I sigh. Help. Her brown eyes widen a touch, but then she places the stack of clothing down and tucks a blonde strand of hair behind her ear. What's wrong? We went to school together. She's a few years younger than me and inherited this place when her mother retired a few years back. Her husband owns the only automotive garage in a 50-mile radius around here, so the whole town knows who they are. I pause as I try to come up with some kind of excuse for why a woman is staying with me. If I don't give one, half the town will think I'm getting married by tomorrow morning. That's the thing about small towns. Everyone knows your business. You could tell your secrets to a wall and someone will still find out. My cousin is staying. She had to, leave where she was really quick, so need some clothes. Tess scrunches up her face. I didn't know your parents had siblings. Shit. Oh, yeah. Mom's side. I lie. Her eyes narrow in disbelief, and she tentatively takes the slip of paper from me, looking down at the sizes written there. And she needs everything? Tess asks, looking around her store. What's her style? Expensive. Anything, I tell her. But yes, she needs everything. All right. Tess begins to wander off. You can just wait at the front. Thanks, I called to her, but she's already disappeared in the racks of clothing. I head to the front and sit on the pink couch in front of the windows, resting my elbows on my knees. It's the first time I've actually sat down and done nothing all day. Tess repeatedly comes back and forth, placing items on the counter before she disappears to get more. And 20 minutes later, she places the last of it down and slips behind the register. There are 4 piles of clothes, plus a pile of underwear, a pair of cowboy boots, a hat, and some sneakers. Is this enough? She asks, eyes on the piles. I should imagine it's plenty. I got a bit of everything, some sweaters, shorts, a couple of dresses, you know? It's fine. I grunt, trying not to think about how much it's going to cost me. I'll ring it up. A sweat breaks out on the back of my neck as the figure on the little outdated screen keeps going up and up and up. Total is $1,253. My shoulders sag in defeat. Do you do payment plans? I see pity flicker across her face. I can for you, Knox. I can pay $500 now. I pull out my credit card. I was planning an early summer sale on some of my livestock anyway after the drive in a couple weeks. I can pay the rest then? Whenever you're ready. She smiles. She begins to bag the items for me, and I place them down on the floor to free up space for her to pull out the card machine. I'm pretty certain there's enough on this card to cover $500 today, But that'll be this card done now until I can somehow pay it back. The transaction goes through, and she hands the card back. "Listen, you need anything, give me a call, okay?" she says, as I bend to pluck up the bags. "I'll be fine." I head out into the afternoon sun, the beams beating down on the glossy black paint of the Chevy my father used to drive back in the day. It's been looked after well, which is why I've never needed to replace it. I shove all the bags into the passenger seat and back out onto the quiet street. It's 20 minutes to the ranch, 30 if I take the scenic route around the back and across beneath the shadows of the mountains. It's an unmaintained dirt road, but fuck, it's one of my favorite places to be. Always has been. In the height of summer, when the sun beams down, it turns the leaves a vibrant, almost unreal green. And a crystal clear spring, fed by melting snow and overflow from up the mountainside, gurgles through the forest. It brings me the type of peace the ranch used to. In the middle of the night, when the skies are clear, and you can hear the owls and the crickets. But the ranch hasn't brought me anything other than debt and stress since we started losing money. Every day, it gets harder and harder to resist the pull of selling it. The millions I've been offered will pay off the debts on the land and get me a new ranch somewhere far from here. But the history, the memories, the generations of Carters before me who worked this land will be mowed over, torn down, and forgotten. The graves of my ancestors will become unmarked. It'll be erased from the books and become some big factory that doesn't care about the animals, the land, or the humans that work for it. It will lose respect. I decide to take the back road, slowing my truck to a crawl as I turn onto the unbeaten path, gravel and dust kicking up behind me, dirtying the paint and leaving dust up the sides. By the time I pull to a stop ahead of the main house, the ranch is gearing up for the night. The horses are being placed in the stables, the goats too, while the chickens remain free to roam. I have no idea what to expect from Elena when I enter the house. Another bottle of whiskey taken from the office, her asleep in my bed. I've no doubt the rules I put in place only a couple of hours ago will be ignored. She's a woman who has always gotten what she wants, with no limits, no rules, and no restrictions. Except when I enter, it's empty. Judge lies on the couch, the bottle of whiskey she robbed earlier still on the table. But I hear the subtle sound of water hitting the sides of a tub down the hall. The door is open to the bathroom, and her long raven black hair is down, hanging over the rim of the tub. She stares blankly at the white ceiling. "Elena?" She turns her chin to me, looks me over, and then dismisses me again. "Okay, then." I turn back around and head back to the truck, grabbing the bags to bring them inside. Behind me, I can hear Chase laughing with the guys, talking about heading to town to go to the dive. Ignoring them, since I know he's about to come over here to invite me out too, I go back inside, shutting the door loud enough he'll hear it and hopefully not bother. The bags catch Judge's attention, and he hops down to sniff around them as Elena wanders in with a towel knotted around her chest. Water clings to her skin, making it glisten. The wound on her arm has scabbed over, but that leg catches me off guard every time I see it. It must be fucking painful, but I barely see her wince. I don't know how the fuck she was raised, but it must have been tough being who she is, but not showing even an ounce of pain. What kind of training makes that even possible? "What's all that?" she asks. tickling Judge between his ears when he comes over to lick the water off her legs. Yours. I can't take my eyes off her. She seems more reserved than she was a few hours ago. Quieter. It should all fit.
Thank you.
She reaches into the first bag and pulls out a lacy brawn panty set, which has my cock jerking in my pants. She pulls it apart, removing the little tags that keep them attached, and pulls the underwear up her legs before she immediately drops the towel. There it is. Jesus fuck! I grunt, spinning my head so fast I get whiplash instead of a look at her naked. Her tinkle of laughter raises the hair on my arms.
Don't be so prudish, Cowboy. I'm sure you've seen a pair of tits before.
I let out a frustrated sigh, hanging my head. She's trying to fucking kill me off. Elena, you have a bedroom, use it.
And Miss giving you a fashion show?
She scoffs.
I think not.
I look over my shoulder at her. She's in her underwear now, the bra pushing up her perfect tits. But then my eyes drop to her ribs, the boot print of a bruise, and my blood boils. I'm not supposed to like this woman. This woman is part of a deal to get this ranch back. So why the fuck do I care about the obvious kick she sustained?
Come on.
She lifts her gray eyes to me.
Sit down.
Against my better judgment, my boots smack against the hardwood as I carry myself to the chair and lower, my knees cracking and back twinging. She pulls out what appears to be a little white sundress with blue flowers printed on it and holds it up, her head cocked to the side. But as she's examining that, I'm examining her. The flare of her hips, the dip in at the waist. Her muscles are toned, yet she's soft. I adjust in the chair and avert my eyes, willing my cock down. Playing any of these games with her is going to lead to trouble. And I've had enough of that in my lifetime.
Chapter 10. Elena. No stores I've ever bought from has anything like this. Not the lightweight fabric with the little blue flowers, not this design or style. It's pretty and feminine, everything I'd shy away from, usually, choosing black and pantsuits. Clothes are armor, and everything I picked to wear has always been political. I lower it and step into it, shimmying it up my body until I can pull the straps onto my shoulders and smooth out the wrinkles. I ignore how the movements send pain through me. It's a corset style on top, the cups molding to the shape of my breasts before it pushes them up, tight at the waist, and flares with the skirt. Knox sits in the chair, one ankle resting on his knee, his hand over his mouth as he watches. His eyes move down me in a way that feels heated. I've had men stare, had them very obviously appreciate the way I look. They don't hide it, and it isn't subtle, but the way he does it is quiet. I know he likes what he sees, but he doesn't make it obvious. He hates it. So, I prompt him. He grunts in response. That's likely the only thing I'll get from him, so I tug another item of clothing from the bag. He really got me everything. Jeans and shorts, some leggings and sweaters, sneakers and boots I've always wanted to wear but never could. They're brown with light stitching, a short heel and pointed toe. There's even a hat to match. I get about halfway through the lot when he stands up and starts making his way out of the room, shoulders stiff, his steps heavy. "I'm going to get us dinner," is all he says before the door slams shut behind him. Being unlikable has never been an issue for me before. It's why I am the way I am. I behave the way I do because I don't care what anyone thinks. Or at least, I thought I didn't. What does it fucking matter anyway? I'm going to be off this ranch in 2 months, back in my house with the marble floors and modern decor, back with the money in my bank account and the world at my feet. Who gives a shit if a cowboy from the ass end of nowhere likes me? It's not like I've tried. Who the fuck needs friends when I can have whatever I want? I can end any threat, kill my enemies, and go to bed on a mattress that can sleep 10 and wake up to do it all again. In fact, I don't want company. I tried that with Rio, and he betrayed me. Knox would likely do the same given half the chance, I'm sure. Grabbing the bags of clothes, I take them all into the bedroom, emptying them out onto the bed. I've lost the spark to try on anything else, but they all fit, so I'm sure the rest will too. Taking the denim shorts off, I grab a pair of leggings from the pile and a cami, pulling them on, careful as I position them over the wound on my thigh and ribs. There was a brush in the bag, so I run that through my hair, catching on the knots and tangles since I've only been using my fingers to brush it out in the morning. Luckily, there was a toothbrush still in the original packaging in the drawer in the bathroom. But I have nothing. None of my home comforts, not even a damn razor. I've no idea how people live like this.
Elena.
Knox returns, slamming his way in, which seems his default setting. My feet slap on the floor as I make my way through. Despite the lack of most things, it feels good to wear underwear, I won't lie. He places 2 plates down onto the worn table in the kitchen, some kind of meat and vegetables with creamed potatoes on the side.
Sit.
He grunts, turning to the cabinet to pull 2 short glasses out. He takes his own seat and reaches for the bottle I left there earlier. I slide into the chair opposite him, the smell of the food hitting me and making my stomach rumble. He quirks a brow, the sound reaching his ears. "Do you ever cook in the house?" I ask, lifting my fork.
Rarely.
He's hunched over his plate, taking large forkfuls into his mouth. It's like the man never eats, but that's not possible. He's stacked with muscle, and so fucking tall. Why?
What's with the questions?
He cuts his eyes to me.
Eat your food.
I put the fork into my mouth. I realize it's beef stewed in some kind of tomato sauce with onions. It's good. What I assume hearty tastes like.
When I buy groceries,
he sighs.
I buy for the workers, not the house. It's rare there's enough cash to buy 2 lots of groceries, so I eat with them.
Something in my stomach twists. My father did this when he fed Rossi all that money. He did this. I didn't care then, but I didn't understand. I still don't, not truly. Right. I nod and spoon another lot into my mouth. You cook it?
No, that's Chase.
Ah, I recall the cute redhead. Him.
I see he introduced himself.
Something like that. I chuckle.
Don't fuck with my guys, Elena.
He grumbles. You really think the worst of me, don't you? I reach for the glass he filled for me and take a sip of the harsh alcohol.
Have you given me any other reason not to?
He counters.
History doesn't lie, and the DeLuca family, as well as Rossi, fucked us all over.
I get it, I snap at him. But he just shrugs.
If you don't like the truth, then it's best we don't talk at all. You do your thing, and I'll wait for the results, if there are any.
I laugh humorlessly. You think that hurts me, Knox? He stays silent. It doesn't. I grab my glass and down the contents before I get up from the table. I've been underestimated my whole life, tossed aside because I'm a woman who couldn't possibly have anything to contribute in this life. Yes, we are bad people, but I have never pretended to be otherwise. And for the record, half of the deals that were made were negotiated by me. He went rogue with Rossi. I never would have agreed.
Because you're so good.
He leans back in his chair and pins me with his stare.
Let's not forget, Where you come from and who you are.
Oh, I'm not forgetting, I jab, because at least I am someone. I turn and start making my way to my room, grabbing the sneakers to shove onto my feet before I head for the front door. The lack of movement makes my departure far less dramatic than I'd like it to be, but fuck being in here.
Elena,
his stern voice calls after me.
Eat your food.
Fuck you. I yank the door open and slam it for good measure. Dusk has settled around us, turning the sky a deep, dusty purple, not quite dark yet, but dark enough that the floodlight triggers when it senses me. I don't pick a direction to go, but I find myself walking toward the paddock with the bull, the animal standing in the middle of the pen, looking toward the herd of cattle several fences over. It doesn't seem feasible that an animal of that size and nature can look like a statue, but he does. The night air is still warm, and the hum of flies buzzes at my ears, the noises of the ranch quieter now that it's settling into night. You're just lonely, I mumble, leaning on the fence. A huffing sounds, somewhat muted with the distance, and the bull shakes his head, tail swishing. What did you do to land in there, He moves slightly, turning to me at an angle that allows him to watch both me and his herd. Beyond the paddock, I can see Knox's men working, shoveling something into a wheelbarrow at the stables. In the city at this time, the roads would still be packed with cars, horns honking, shouting, and hollering joining the chaos. There'd be the odd misfire of a car that would leave people questioning whether it was a gunshot or not, and crowds of people walking down the street toward the strip with the bars and restaurants. It would be alive, chaotic and messy, not this tranquil quiet where the sounds of owls and crickets are the only things to accompany the thoughts inside your head. I have yet to decide whether I like it. Being born and raised in loud, messy violence makes the silence almost deafening. I think I was 5 when I saw a man killed. His brains splattered up the wall after my father pulled the trigger. I don't remember why he did it, just that I was standing at the door to the kitchen, eating a cookie. I still remember the way the gunshot had rang inside my ears, how the blood had sounded when it hit the wall. It wasn't until I was 14 that I killed someone for the first time. I had been sitting in on a meeting my father was having with some of his dealers. Why? I don't know. Just that he had wanted me there. To learn his ways, perhaps. To meet the men and women that feed the business. They hadn't been what I was expecting. Hollywood's portrayal didn't look like men with Rolex watches or designer suits, but that's what these men were. Young, rich, corrupt, with narrow minds and a thirst for power. Power that only money and violence can get you.
Such a shame you didn't get your male heir, one of them had said at the table. While a beauty she is, it'll only get her so far. Do you plan to swear someone else in? Perhaps an arranged marriage will work in your favor. My daughter and this family are none of your concern.
My father had responded. My dad was a cruel man with very little mercy and even less patience. But he did love me. I was his entire world, and to talk ill of me is a slight he wouldn't let go of lightly.
I'm just saying, Mr. DeLuca.
They'd gotten up from the table, a lit cigar between their fingers.
Women don't do well under pressure. It's the hormones.
The whole table except me and my father laughed. At my expense.
Tell me, do you bleed?
They'd asked me directly. My father had erupted then, throwing a glass so quickly no one had a chance to dodge it. It shattered against the man's head, slicing a clean cut into his face immediately. Blood dripped onto the carpet, the cigar forgotten and burning a hole in the $70,000 rug under his feet.
I have made myself clear.
He boomed to the room, shocked into silence.
My daughter is none of your concern, And you speak of her like that again, and I will castrate you myself and feed you your own cock. Do you hear me?
While there was no unanimous yes, there were nods and hands thrown up in surrender. But the one with the cut looked furious. His eyes had turned dark with hatred, his lips curled in disgust. I think it was the humiliation that tripped him, sending him into a spiral that he would never find himself out of. I was too close to him, within grabbing distance, and he moved before any guns could be drawn to stop him. He shoved my back to his chest, and his hand went around my throat, pinning me in place as he cut off my air supply.
You dare humiliate me? He roared at my father. Stand against me?
Something came over the room. Not calm, per se, but a quiet that settled into your bones and washed ice over your skin. My father stared at the man, his face void of emotion.
Unhand my daughter, he warned. Perhaps I'll take her myself, he challenged. Fuck her, marry her, breed her, and take over the empire. 1.
My father counted. I remember the fear and how it made me tremble.
2.
The man behind me laughed.
You realize I have a Glock pointed at her right now.
He didn't, and my father knew that too. His face twisted into a cruel grin.
3.
The room erupted, and I'd gone down, hitting my head against the table. It didn't knock me out, but it made my head fuzzy enough that the next few seconds are lost to the fog. But when I was pulled up by my father's right-hand man, both he and his men had been restrained. My father had taken me into his arms, cradled my head with his hand, and hugged me.
Take the gun from my holster, he'd whispered. Put it to his head and pull the trigger. Do not hesitate, Elena. No mercy.
The weapon had rattled in my hand where I was shaking so much, but I took it out and I pressed it to his head, right between his eyes. 2 of my father's men held him on his knees with blood all over his face.
No, he begged. Wait, I'm sorry. You are replaceable.
My father had told him simply.
Kill him.
My finger found the trigger, palms sweating. I knew why he was making me do it, why I had to be the one. But it didn't make it easier. Seeing it happen and being the one to deal the blow are 2 very different things. My father had started to walk away, back toward his seat at the head of the table, but as he went, he started to hum, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. He sang it to me any time I had nightmares growing up, any time I was upset or anxious, any time I needed comfort. And in this moment of violence and bloodshed, he was offering a branch of comfort. So I pulled the trigger, and I watched a man's life drain. He let the others go after that, with a message and an order to replace him with someone better. I don't know if they ever did, because I was never invited back into one of those meetings, and I never got a chance to head one after he died. I'm startled from the memory at the heavy huff of air that hits my hands, dangling over the other side of the fence. The bull had moved closer at some point during the memory. Close enough, I feel his breath, the condensation of it dampening my skin. I jump back, but pain shoots up my thigh, taking out my knees. I land in the dirt, adding more pain to my already broken body, and I can't stop the cry that leaves my lips. Tears prick my eyes, the memory and the pain working together to weaken me. The bull lets out another grunt before he makes a deep kind of bellowing noise, his tail swishing back and forth as he watches me through a gap in the fencing. A laugh escapes me, breathy and pained. Surely this 2,000-pound-plus animal could knock this down if he wanted, right? It's just some timber and nails. I go to move to my feet, using the fencing to pull me up and stand face to face with the bull. I think you just need a friend, I tell him. But as I reach my hand over to scratch the bump between his horns, he swings his head, removing it from my reach. Okay, then. Not today. He ambles his way back toward the fence line on the other side and returns to watching his unreachable herd. I stay a little bit longer to watch him, but when the lights switch off in the house behind me, I know it's safe to return. I bid my goodnight to the bull and make my way to the house, slipping in through the open front door. The living room light is off, same as the kitchen, but he left the hallway that leads to my bedroom on, and there is a hum coming from the oven. When I open it, I see my plate of food sitting on the middle rack. The oven is set to keep it warm, and on the table are an empty glass and a bottle of whiskey. Letting go of a heavy sigh, I pull it out and place it on the table, filling the glass with only a small amount before I take a seat and finish the meal he got for me. Knox is good, when he has every reason not to be. I'm his enemy, and yet he feeds me, clothes me, and houses me. I didn't believe such a thing existed when I've met some of the most despicable humans on Earth. But I guess I was looking in all the wrong places. But that made sense. A man like him would be killed in a world like mine.
Chapter 11. Knox. I read off the numbers I want to separate from the herd for the sale ahead of the drive. That way they're ready to be auctioned. I have a paddock set up for them beside the rest of the cattle that'll be moved up the mountain. It isn't really ready for grazing, but they'll only be here a couple of days, so it doesn't matter all that much.
We're selling a little early, boss.
Chase comments, falling into step beside me on his horse. I need to get rid of some so we have money over the summer, I explain. It won't make much of a difference come fall. Chase doesn't look convinced, but he does as I ask, and we get the cattle moved. It's still early, the sun barely above the horizon, but I'm bone tired. My muscles ache, thighs throbbing where they're stretched over the back of Honey. The calluses on my hands raw from a full morning of labor. Ralph makes a ruckus in the paddock behind me, now closer to the females. He wants out of there, and into here. The little fucker won't get what he wants, though. Not until I move the other bulls so he doesn't pummel them into the ground. Gravel crunches behind me, and a glance over my shoulder shows Elena heading toward us. My tongue goes dry. She's in a little pair of cutoffs, the shorts sitting high on her thighs, and a pair of cowboy boots, with a white shirt and the new hat. Her long black hair spills over her shoulders, and she's wrapped her thigh with a clean dressing, covering the burned-in C on her skin, though the bruising has spread, turning even more of her skin black and blue. She walks with a limp, but her face doesn't reveal her pain. Chase whistles beside me.
She'd eat you for breakfast.
I snap at him, his very obvious attraction to her brightening his eyes.
I sure fucking hope so.
He grins.
Who is she to you again?
Keep it in your fucking pants.
I warn him, my blood turning hot as my stomach twists. He chuckles.
Good morning, sweetness,
he says to her as she comes to a stop by the side of my horse. I have to stifle my laugh when she gives him the once-over, and then dismisses him, choosing to run her hand down the side of Honey's neck. The horse's muscles quiver at her touch, vibrating down her body. Her gray eyes lift to me, her hand absently scratching down my horse's neck.
What you want me to do?
My gaze drops to her thigh and the healing cut on her arm, and I know her abdomen is still as bruised as her thigh. How's your pain? I ask her.
I'm fine.
She answers through gritted teeth. That so, darling? I quirk a brow. Just fine?
Don't hurt at all.
She lies. Fucking bullshit. Not sure why she hides it, or why she thinks I'd believe the lie. Pain makes her human. All right, I bite. You can clean the stables. It's mundane, but hard work.
The stables.
Her dark brows pull low above her eyes, the rim of the hat shading her face from the early morning sun.
Shovel shit, sweetness.
Chase clarifies for her, but he's also looking at her thigh and the kaleidoscope of color it is.
Right.
She steps back.
Fine. Everything in there that I need?
You know what you're doing? I question.
I'm not an idiot.
She rolls her eyes and makes her way to the stables next to the paddock holding Ralph. She says something to the bull on her way past, and the animal watches her, keen eyes following her path to the stables.
That's a nasty bruise.
Chase comments.
How'd she get that?
None of your business.
You really think she's not hurting?
No, I admit. I think she's more stubborn than Ralph and doesn't want to admit it.
Then why'd you send her to the stables?
So she stops lying.
A little harsh.
Chase grumbles. No one said the ranch life was easy, Chase. I defend.
If you say so, boss.
Chase steers his horse in the opposite direction and gets moving, so I do the same. I'll leave her to it and check on her in a couple of hours. If she needs help, she can come find me. The heat is brutal today. A haze covers the ranch, and my skin feels dry, burning in the sun. Water is key on days like this, for every single living thing on this land. I head toward the stables, a fresh, cold bottle in hand, the condensation soaking into the dust on my palm.
Would you stop that?
I hear a hiss.
Hey!
My brows pull low as I turn the corner, wondering who the fuck is in here with her, when all the guys are busy with other tasks, and Chase left 2 hours ago with the trailer to pick up some fencing to fix a paddock on the east side of the ranch.
Stop!
Elena snaps out, and then I see it. Apollo, my late father's blue roan Mustang, is nipping at her shoulder over the stable door. Every time he grabs it, she pulls away from him, earning a nicker. His ears pricked and his attention solely on her. Well, I'll be fucking damned. This is the most alive I've seen my father's horse since he passed away. After his death, Apollo sank into himself. He grieved hard for my father, as hard as the ranch did, and we've been watching him closely since, wondering when he was just going to give up. The bond he shared with my father was intense and lifelong, and when one half of a whole is removed, it's crushing. But he's playing. Elena moves the broom across the ground, sweeping up the muck and hay strewn across the center alley. But Apollo stretches his long, muscled neck and grabs the material on her shoulder. Before she can react and swat him away, he yanks, pulling her off her feet. She lands with a cry. More than just frustration or annoyance, this one has pain written all over it. Apollo's head goes up, his nostrils flaring out as his dark eyes bore down on her, leaning on the stable door. Shit, I hiss, rushing toward her as she grasps her thigh beneath the bandage, teeth gritted.
Not nice,
she grumbles to the horse, before she finally hears me coming. Elena? I reach for her, but she's quick to swat my hands away, glaring at me with eyes that match the color of the horse behind the door. It's then that I notice the blood. I don't let her snatch away from me a second time, as my fingers circle her wrists, and I force her hands out in front of her, palms up. She's rubbed her hands completely raw, the skin blistered and peeling with both fresh and dry blood coating her hands. A quick glance at the broom handle shows the red smudges coating the wood. Fuck. I reach for the water and twist the cap, pouring some onto one palm and then the other, washing away the dust and diluting the fresh blood. She remains stoic, Apollo watching on from above. How long has it been like this? I demand. She shrugs.
Couple of hours?
A couple. Apollo snorts hard enough. He disturbs some stray tendrils of her hair. She lifts her chin to glare at him. If looks could kill, she'd end a man where he's standing. Luckily, Apollo is a horse and doesn't give a shit as he releases another huff of air. He likes her, which is more than I can say for the rest of the crew. Only I can turn him out and feed him, but I wouldn't dare saddle him and ride him. We all avoid him. A few near misses with his back legs have warned us all away. First the dogs, then the bull, now the fucking horse. What the actual fuck is happening? Not something I need to think about right now. Not when she's rubbed her hands raw and got hurt when she was pulled down. Come on. I go to place an arm around her, but she shoves at me, and in my crouched state, I go down onto my ass, landing in the dirt.
I am perfectly capable.
She snaps at me. I stare in bewilderment at her. Shocked silence. How the fuck am I meant to survive 2 months of this?
Chapter 12. Elena. I do not have the patience for this. Not this house, not this ranch, and certainly not this fucking cowboy.
Hold the fuck still.
He bites, forcing my hands under the lukewarm water at the basin. My hands sting like a motherfucker. My leg is throbbing, my ribs smarting. But do I tell him that? No, the fuck I do not. I do as I'm told and remain still, but I curl my fingers into my palms, stopping the direct hit of the water to the wounds. I don't want to tell him. It hurts so bad it has a lump lodged in my throat. I haven't cried yet, and I'm not about to start now, especially not over a couple of popped blisters. I took a bullet in the thigh and a boot to the ribs and didn't shed a tear, and this is what takes me out. Huh, not a fucking chance.
Elena, he growls, if these get infected.
Who knew sweeping and cleaning out stables could do so much damage? My poor hands have never seen so much labor. I've touched all sorts of shit today, literally, so reluctantly I unfurl my fingers, gritting my teeth but not making a sound when the water hits the raw, open blisters. The water turns pink before it swirls around the drain, and Knox is gentle as he uses a cloth to wipe away the caked-on blood and dirt.
Are you incapable of taking care of yourself?
He grumbles, almost as if he's talking to himself. I'm 26. He winces when I say it, but I ignore that. Not 5. I know my limits.
Do you?
He hits back.
Any sane person would have stopped at the first blister and dealt with it. Yet here you are, 7 blisters, all split and worn down to the point they bleed.
I just figured it was normal. I offer a crumb of truth. He grunts something inaudible and continues to wash my hands, ensuring they're clean and free of dirt before he picks up a clean towel to pat them dry, only to inspect them again. After a few long seconds, he mumbles and then reaches for a tube of cream on the counter. What's that? I pull my hands back.
Scared of a little antiseptic.
Thick brows lift. It feels like a challenge, but the word antiseptic has the hair on my arms lifting. This is going to sting like a bitch. He squeezes some of the ointment onto the end of his finger and then dabs a small amount onto each open blister. The burn starts immediately. Why the fuck is this worse than a bullet wound? At this point, I'd rather take the steel branding iron. Rough fingertips massage the ointment into each and every one of the wounds, coating them, and when he's done, he lets me go, and I immediately draw my hands into my body, the stinging continuing like lemon juice in a paper cut.
They need to air out and dry up,
he mumbles, tidying up.
Don't go touching anything.
Not even myself? I flutter my eyelashes when he whips his head to me. He scrubs a hand down his dirty face and straightens himself to standing.
I'm going to get us dinner.
His boots thump on the floor, adding to the dirty footprints already marking up the hardwood flooring. There's so much life in this flooring, dents and scratches, texture from years of foot traffic. I picture my floor at home, the pristine marble, shined and buffed, not a scratch or scuff to be seen. It really shows the work our hired cleaners do because those floors have been stained red a time or two. When the stinging finally ceases, I get up from the chair Knox dragged in here from the kitchen and wander toward the fridge. My hair feels dry, my skin tight from the sweat, and my clothes are filthy. But I need a drink before I even think about going for a shower. I reach for the bottled water, using the very tips of my fingers to unscrew the cap, since it hurts too much to do it any other way. I chug down the entire bottle and reach for another. Not once did I think about what's happening at home today, the mindless labor offering a reprieve I desperately needed. The pain was a constant companion, but being able to focus on a separate task helped quiet my mind. Every stable was empty except for the Blue Roan, which I didn't even attempt to enter, though the fucker found me. He'd been taunting me all day, attempting to grab me with those big old teeth every time I walked by. I'd avoided cleaning up outside his stall until it was the last patch that remained. The horse immediately started messing with me, tugging my shirt, blowing hot breath on the back of my neck, and fidgeting inside the stall. I've been around horses my entire life. We have stables back at the house that have been empty for quite some time, but as a kid, I used to ride. In fact, I spent every waking minute down there. I loved the stables, the horses, and the personalities they held. I rode when I could, but then all of them were sold and the stables went empty. It had been something I planned to change. I drink half of the second bottle of water and recap it, setting it down on the table as I make my way back to the bathroom attached to my bedroom. I strip off the shirt and shorts, kick off the boots that were surprisingly comfortable, and fiddle with the dials until I manage to get the shower set above the bath running. It's only when I have my hands in my hair and the water running over me that I realize I'll have to have the ointment reapplied to my hands. The smell of food draws me from the bedroom, something creamy and rich tying a knot around my waist to beckon me forward. I am starved. I'm still towel drying my hair when I step into the kitchen, in a pair of cotton shorts and a cami, Knox laying the table with silverware and glasses. He flicks his blue eyes to me, running them down me once before he focuses back on his task. He hovers behind his chair, waiting for me to take my place in front of the steaming bowl of pasta and vegetables, and only when I've lowered myself at the table does he sit, reaching for the bottle. He pours us both a glass and then sets about eating in silence. I take a small sip of the whiskey before I pick up my own fork. I shovel a mouthful of the pasta, vegetables, and, I guess, sausage into my mouth, groaning at the explosion of flavor on my taste buds. Knox clears his throat on the other side of the table and shifts, keeping his head down while he eats. You'd think someone was trying to steal his food with the way he bends over it. So, what tomorrow? I ask, trying to fill the space with some sound.
For you,
He looks up.
nothing.
What? I pause with the fork halfway to my mouth. Why? One smudge of a brow quirks before his eyes go to the damage on my hands.
You really asking that, darling?
Yeah, why? I frown at him.
A ranch is no place to push yourself beyond your limits,
He says.
When you can stop being so stubborn, we can talk.
I'm not stubborn. His mouth notches up at the side in a smirk.
Yeah. How's the pain?
What pain? I scoff. His deep, raspy chuckle shoots warmth down my spine.
That's exactly why.
Knocks, I grumble. I can work. I enjoyed today. The mindlessness of it, the busyness keeping the thoughts away. And now he wants to take it away? Already? I'd like to remind you that my working here was part of the deal. His wide shoulders lift. Seriously, I huff. I'm fine.
You keep saying it.
He scoops the last of his food and holds it in front of his mouth.
But doesn't mean I believe it.
It's not your job to take care of me. I hit back.
On this ranch, it is.
In one swig, he downs the contents of his glass and stands from the table, clearing his plate.
And if not me, then who?
Chapter 13. Elena. When I woke up, the house was empty with no sign of knocks, and when I looked out the window, all I saw was Chase working outside the lonely bull's pen, wrapping a long, thick rope around his arm. He really isn't going to let me do anything. Once dressed in shorts and another airy shirt, my hat and boots, I head out to Chase.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
He flirts shamelessly. Where is he? I return in greeting.
Would it hurt for a good morning?
His dark red brows lift. Well, is it? I retort, which only appears to confuse him.
Is it what?
A good morning. My head cocks to the side as I watch him. He's young, probably around my age, built almost as big as Knox is, but where Knox is hardened, a man made from stone, this one appears softer.
Well,
he stutters.
I guess.
If you guess, then it isn't a good morning. He opens and closes his mouth a few times before a ruddy color overcomes his cheeks, and he looks down to the scuffed and worn toes of his boots. Where is he? I repeat my initial question.
Fixing the fence on the east side of the property with Sal.
He answers.
Told me to tell you there's nothing for you to do today.
I call bullshit. I grind out. The stables.
Already done.
He cringes. What about feeding? Grooming? But I just get a shrug from him.
Maybe you should rest up a little,
he suggests.
With that leg and those hands.
If I wanted your advice, I'd have asked for it. I snap at him.
You're mean.
He pouts, offended. Don't get anywhere in life by being nice, Chase. I pinch the bridge of my nose, the sun beating down on my shoulders. A sweat has already broken out down my spine and the nape of my neck, dampening the hair I've braided and tied using some twine I found in the kitchen drawer.
Served me just fine.
He shrugs. A low, echoing bellow sounds from the paddock, the sound vibrating in my chest. It twists something in my gut, his loneliness given voice. Leaving Chase to do whatever the fuck he was doing before, I head toward the fence, leaning my arms on it to watch him. He looks longingly toward his herd, a group of around 50 grazing too far away from him to reach. I'm not sure how long I stand there for, watching him lament, but it's long enough that my legs begin to ache from being stood still for too long. So I start to climb the fence, not to enter the paddock. I'm not stupid, after all, but I can sit. I keep my teeth gritted to stop the whimper that wants to escape with the smarting in my body, and once I'm sat, using my hands to keep my balance on either side of me, I release my breath, allowing the pain to work its way through me until it dulls to a bearable throb. It isn't the first time I've had my ass handed to me. I've had broken ribs and fingers and arms, been nicked with a knife, but never shot. The sparring and fight training my dad forced on me after the attack in the dining room left me bruised and weak. But it gave me strength. He always told me to hide my pain. Pain is a vulnerability your enemies will use against you. If he saw me whimper or cry, even flinch, he'd order me back on the mats to train some more. My blood stained the floor, but eventually I stopped crying. Hearing the creaking of the fence, the bull turns his attention to me, slowly spinning away from the herd to face me head-on. He's way on the other side, far enough away that if he did decide to charge me, I could get off and back behind the fence if needed. But he doesn't. He just stands and stares right at me. "Just joining you in your loneliness, buddy," I mumble, more to myself than anything else. He snorts as if he heard me. We really don't give animals enough credit when it comes to their intelligence. A loud whistle cuts through the peace, and I lift my head to see Knox trotting through an empty field ahead of me, a kid, no older than 18, trailing behind on his own horse. I see him waving his hand, but I can't figure out what he's trying to say until I hear someone come up behind me. I glance over my shoulder to see Chase reaching for me. "Touch a single part of me, Freckles, and I'll break every bone in your hand." I warn him. He draws his hands into himself. "Boss wants you down." "Boss can fuck off." I give him a saccharine smile.
"Elena!"
Knox yells from the other side of the paddock.
"Get the fuck off the fence."
I keep my ass planted.
"Are you trying to get yourself killed?"
He bellows. Ahead of me, the bull ambles forward, gaining distance. It's a leisurely pace, his gait swinging side to side, the horns atop his head moving from left to right with every step. He won't hurt me. I shrug nonchalantly, like I have any fucking clue what I'm talking about.
"Sweetness, I hate to break it to you, but that bull is meaner than you."
Chase rubs the back of his neck. "Come on down before he gets any closer."
"Get the fuck away from that bull, Elena."
Knox rounds the corner closest to me. "He's lonely," I argue.
"He's not fucking lonely. He's horny and angry."
Knox retorts, coming to a stop behind me on his painted mare. "Doesn't seem angry to me." I turn back to the bull in question, swallowing thickly when I see he's already halfway toward me.
"He took out 2 men and gouged another male bull just 3 days ago. You want to play with him?"
Knox challenges. "You gonna let me do something?" I reply.
"Elena."
He bites.
"Get down."
"Make me." When he does no such thing, I turn back to the animal, only for thick arms to band around my middle, and I'm yanked with such strength. It knocks all the air from my lungs and has my ribs flaring in response. Knox plants me firmly in front of him on his horse, caging me with his arms. The saddle bites into my ass, his thick, denim-clad thighs tightening to keep me in place. "Knox!" I huff through gritted teeth.
"Can't be trusted, then I'll fucking babysit you,"
he says close to my ear, setting the horse in motion again. I hear Chase's laughter as we walk down a dirt path around the side of the stables, away from the bull, who has gone back to making that sad, deep noise. I feel so sorry for him. "That bull is sad," I grumble, my legs over one of his thighs, my back pressed into his arm and chest.
"His name is Ralph, and he isn't sad."
"And how would you know?"
"I've been around cattle my whole life, darling. He ain't sad. He can go back to the herd once I move the other bulls up to the pasture in the mountains."
I cross my arms, trying to adjust so the pommel of the saddle stops biting into my ass cheek. The heat of him wraps around me, and with it already being so fucking hot out, it makes me sweat even more. Knox removes one of his arms, reaching behind him for something, knowing I'm not about to jump off this moving horse. He passes it to me, the steel of the bottle pressing into my leg.
Drink.
He orders. I don't reach for it.
Drink the fucking water.
I snatch it from him and unscrew the cap, bringing the rim to my lips. The water inside is still icy cold, and while I don't give him the satisfaction of admitting I was dehydrated, inside, I release a sigh and swallow down the water. "Where are we going?" I ask as I hand him back the water.
Checking the borders. He grumbles. Making sure we don't have any breaks in the fence.
"Are you even comfortable?" I press, knowing he can't be when I'm right up against him, and it's hotter than Satan's asshole out here.
I'm fine.
He grunts. I roll my eyes. "Whatever you say, cowboy." The horse beneath us never falters as she walks the edge of the property, and Knox scans the fencing. I look with him since there's nothing else to do, and I spot an obvious downed fence over in the far corner. Beyond that, a thick wood that lets no sunlight in. "Over there," I say to Knox, pointing it out for him. He presses his heels into the side of the horse, spurring her on, and pulls her to a stop a few yards from the break. He shifts behind me, hopping down from the horse before he reaches up for me. I place my hands on his shoulders and allow him to set me down, his hands lingering for a moment at my waist, fingers flexing against me before he lets go and turns to inspect the damage. I wander toward the trees, stepping over the downed boundary, and immediately the cool, almost moist air of the woods sends a chill over my skin.
"Elena, this side, please."
Knox doesn't look up as he works to pull the fencing up off the hard ground. Of course, I don't listen to him, enjoying the reprieve from the sunlight too much in this shade. Birds sing high in the canopies above, the sun unable to penetrate the thick foliage. "What could have knocked it down?" I ask, leaning up against a tree.
"Anything."
Knox grunts as he lifts it and rests it on the other post.
"I'll fix it now."
Okay. I start to slide down a tree to take a perch on the floor.
"Can you come?"
"No." I cut him off. He shakes his head as he heads back to the horse and starts pulling things from the saddlebag. Closing my eyes, I rest my head back, right up until voices carry through the trees to my ears. I turn my head, squinting into the shadows for a sign of them. "Hey, Knox," I call to him.
"Yeah?"
"You got anyone out here?"
"No,"
he replies, resuming his hammering against the post. Maybe there's a hiking trail that passes by here. I'm sure there are loads of them, but I keep watching the woods, looking for the owners of the voices. They're getting closer.
"We should have found a body by now,"
one of them says, a man with a rasp to his voice.
"We've been out here for days."
"She couldn't have survived," another replies.
"Anton won't be satisfied until we find her."
My stomach bottoms out as my heart begins to accelerate. I scramble up from the ground, rushing toward Knox. "They're here." I hiss at him, keeping my voice low so they don't hear me.
"Who?"
He pauses with his hammer, looking to where my chipped nails sink into his arm. "My uncle's men." I swallow. "They're looking for me."
Chapter 14. Knox. Her nails bite into my skin, her face a deathly shade of pale. The fear running through her twists her pretty face. For a woman who hasn't shown an ounce of vulnerability since she got here, this feels akin to a blade twisting inside of me. There is nowhere for her to hide. She can't ride, not with her leg in the wide open space. They'll spot her a mile off if they come out of those trees. And it's those trees, right where they are, that can offer the only safe space for her.
"We need to kill them."
She rushes out. Where's your gun? Elena. I grasp her arms. I don't have it. What do you mean you don't have it? She hisses. It isn't often I don't carry, and I don't know why I chose today of all days not to bring the handgun with me. I prefer my shotgun personally, but that's a bitch to carry around while I'm working. You need to hide in there. I gesture to the trees. Her eyes go wide. I can't. You have to. Knox. Her voice trembles. Grasping the back of her head, I bring her toward me. I won't let them find you. A tremor works through her as her hands grip the rough material of my worn work shirt. Hide, I order. Now. She stumbles away from me, her eyes wide before she spins and runs the best she can into the cover of the trees, right toward the very people looking for her. It's the only option. Her body slips into the shade, crunching sounding beneath her feet until everything falls silent enough I hear the echo of the men she's running from. They're not even attempting to be quiet. Their steps loud, voices even more, and through the gaps I see the first sign of the suit. I pick up my hammer and get back to work, or at least make it look that way. My attention is on them, and their steps gain closer. I can't see or hear Elena. Honey anxiously fidgets behind me. She isn't secured, so has every opportunity to run. I know she won't, no matter how scared she gets. She's a good girl, loyal to a fault. The first one comes into view a few feet inside the woodland, the second right behind him, and I pause with my hammer, lifting my head as if I didn't know they were there. Keeping my voice strong, I force myself to relax. Can I help you? Honey bucks behind me, startling the two guys enough that they reach behind them for what I guess are their weapons. Easy. I hold my hands up. She's just nervous, not a fan of strangers. They eye her warily, so I put myself directly in front of her, offering her my comfort, which she takes. Even so, she paws at the ground, her head bobbing. You lost? I press. No, the one closest to me says, his hands still behind his back. We're looking for someone. Oh, yeah? I dangle the hammer at my side, a picture of ease as I rub at the back of my neck. You got a name? Maybe I can help. Now, we're the only ranch within 15 miles from here. She's not from around here. He relaxes a touch. Went hiking and never came home. You contacted S&R? I ask. They frown, confused. Search and rescue, I clarify. Got a whole team down in town that specializes in that kind of thing. We get quite a few folks that go missing in these mountains. Dangerous place to be if you don't know it. We'll get right on that, he says. You sure you haven't seen anything? She's quite hard to miss. Damn right she's hard to miss. Black hair, blue eyes? Wrong. Her eyes aren't blue, though I can understand why someone could mistake them as such. In passing, that's how they look. But they're a violent storm, tumbling clouds lit up from within by lightning. Pretty, he finishes. Not the word I'd describe her as either. Not seen her, I tell them. Are you sure she came this way? Not sure, they answer. We've been searching for days. Days? I let out a long breath. These parts aren't kind. If she's been out here days,
I let the last of my sentence hang in the air. From inside his jacket pocket, the first man pulls out a card, handing it over to me. I reach for it, seeing a telephone number, and that's all. But there's an emblem in the corner. ADL. You hear or see anything, give us a call, he says. You'll be rewarded, of course. Is she a criminal? I keep up my clueless mask. Something like that, he replies. Just call us if you see or hear anything, yeah? Sure, I agree. You'll find your way okay? No issues. He steps back. Well, you all have a good day. You too, he replies as he turns and begins walking back into the trees. With their retreat, I get back to work, keeping at it long after the sounds of them disappear. I keep going for at least 20 minutes, ensuring they're long gone when I finally relax and look toward the place where I last saw Elena. I suck my lips between my teeth and whistle. The sound screech in the silence around us. A few seconds pass before I hear branches snapping, but she stumbles out of the trees a moment later, her hair disheveled, branches and leaves stuck in the tresses, as if she had literally climbed into a bush to hide. Her eyes flick left and right, scanning her surroundings. They're gone, I assure her, offering my hand to her.
You're sure?
Yeah, darling. Her soft palm slides across my rough one, and I see her body physically relax on her. Too much. Her knees give out beneath her and she sags, but I'm there to catch her, keeping her from falling. I got you, I promise. She clings to me in this moment of vulnerability. She clings, her hands curled into fists in my shirt, her head buried in that soft spot at my shoulder. It softens something in my chest, makes my hands move to cradle her, and has my heart thumping a little harder in my chest.
I need more time.
She sniffles against me. I know. Her hair is like silk under my hands, running through my fingers like the softest sand. She shudders and pulls away, my hand remaining at the base of her skull.
Thank you.
I won't let them anywhere near you, I vow. A soft smile touches her pouty lips.
I appreciate that.
I make quick work of finishing the fence. It's a temporary fix, and then move back toward Honey, packing my tools into the saddlebag. I'll have to come out to replace this section, put in new pillars and nails to hold it, but for now this is fine. Elena lingers, looking toward the trees, her arms wrapped around herself. Come on, I beckon her. She comes without argument, stopping at my side with that same defeated look on her face. I don't fucking like it. Reaching for her, I slot my hand under her arms, trying really fucking hard not to hurt her already hurting ribs. She allows it, and I hoist her up onto Honey, positioning her exactly how I did on the ride over here. The stretch it would put on her thighs to split them over the back of a horse would be too much on the delicate and still healing skin. I climb on up behind her, taking the reins into my hands as I steer the mare around, pointing her in the direction of home. Elena settles into me, using my body as a cocoon. She curls right in, resting her head in the soft spot between my shoulder and neck, her legs thrown over one of my thighs. She remains silent the entire ride back, but she purposely keeps her body pressed to mine. The sun has dipped behind the mountains, allowing us some reprieve from the brutal heat, though it's still warm, the humidity making the clothes on my back stick to my skin. The ride consists of nothing but the sound of Honey's hooves,
And when we return to the ranch, I hop off to help Elena down, and she immediately goes for the house, those arms banded around herself. It's an attempt to keep all her pieces together, I realize. She's a woman who has it all mapped out, organized, and today wasn't on the itinerary. Just like her attempted murder. Just like her stumbling onto my ranch, searching for a safe place to land. I leave her. It's what she needs. That time to think, to build those walls back up, and go about returning Honey to the stables. She follows with ease and returns to her stall in the stables without argument. I reach for a peppermint I keep in my pocket and offer it to her, her mouth immediately reaching down to take it. The rounds will be short, and her feed will be replenished, so after a quick stroke, I leave her and head toward the house. Chase shouts something to the hands. The chickens cluck and shout while Ralph continues to make that horrendous bellowing noise in the paddock. But it feels like home tonight. Busy, loud, chaotic. Stepping through the door, my ears home in on the sound of water running from the bathroom at the back of the house. Elena's boots are placed neatly beside my second pair of boots, her hat hanging on the hook next to where I would usually leave mine. Once I've dropped everything off, I head back out toward the mess hall where I can already smell the food cooking, even though I'm barely halfway there. A ruckus begins the moment I step through the doors. A cheer I don't get when I have no idea what we've just won. They think you finally found a woman to settle down with, Chase explains. Not what I need at all. It's not like that. Chase shrugs. Don't tell them that. They're thinking you're finally going to turn soft. I huff my laugh. Not likely. Nothing wrong with a bit of wishful thinking. He heads off to serve himself a plate so he can sit and eat with the rest of the crew. But I pluck up 2 plates, making them identical. It's a chicken roast tonight, with meat, vegetables, and roast potatoes. A thick gravy to tie it all together poured over the top. When it's all served, I head for the exit so I can sit and eat with Elena. Just like every night so far, she's nowhere to be seen until she smells the food wafting in from the kitchen. It's a lure she cannot resist. And quite honestly, I like feeding her. As I pull the glasses from the cupboard, she emerges, chasing the smell of good food and a stiff drink. Her hair is wet and pulled across one shoulder, leaving a wet patch on her white t-shirt, and she's in a little pair of shorts, her thigh now free of bandages. The bruising is darkening by the day, but the wound itself is healing, as slow as it might be. Her gray eyes meet mine, and I jerk my chin to her plate, the drink by the side. Her steps are silent as she goes, lowering herself into the chair without a word, and she begins to eat. It's the quietest I've seen her thus far, and I'm not sure I like it. How's the pain? I eventually ask. She flicks her eyes up, looking at me from beneath her thick lashes. Fine. Stubborn woman. She finishes up her food and gets up, placing it in the sink before she wanders toward the knife block that barely ever gets used. I can't stop watching, wondering what the fuck she could be doing. She pulls each knife out, presses her finger to the blade to check the sharpness before she decides on the biggest one, grasps it, and begins walking back to her room. My fingers pinch the bridge of my nose. Fucking train wreck.
Chapter 15. Elena. The knife is a good weight, and judging by the condition of the blade itself, it's never been used for cooking. It'll do just fine. Brandishing it, I begin to walk back to my bedroom. I will not sit around and wait for my uncle's men to find me. Today was a close call, and I know I'm not safe here. Not really. Knox may have sent them away, convinced them he hadn't seen me, but it's only a matter of time before they come looking again. They won't be satisfied until they find my body, and since I'm not dead, they will keep searching. Eventually, I'll be found. So I'm sleeping with the knife.
Elena.
Knox's deep voice calls from behind me, and I can hear the exasperation layering the tone. I look over my shoulder, finding him with the bridge of his nose between his fingers. He then runs that meaty hand down his face, smoothing it over the thick hair of his beard.
What the fuck are you doing?
He looks at the knife pointedly. I blink slowly. How has he not caught on after what happened today? He really thinks I'm not going to defend myself. I don't have a weapon. I point out since he took it from me. He just stares at me. Listen, not sure about you, but I don't particularly want to be murdered in my sleep.
No one is going to hurt you here.
You don't know that, I tell him. They'll keep coming back. They'll keep looking. You're upstairs in that big room of yours, and I can bet my ass you have a gun within reach just in case, while I'm down here in easy reach of the front door.
A knife isn't going to stop a bullet.
No, but it's better than nothing. His blue eyes look behind me, to the slightly ajar door of my bedroom, and then he glances at the front door. He releases a heavy sigh.
Would you be more comfortable upstairs?
Yes, I don't lie.
The other rooms upstairs aren't set to take guests right now.
He gets up from the table and places his empty plate in the sink.
You can take my bed tonight, and I'll get the guys to help me move the bed from down here into one of the rooms tomorrow.
Snatching the bottle from the table and his glass, he trudges toward the living room. Where are you going to sleep? I follow behind him.
In your bed.
He lowers into the chair and pours himself another glass of whiskey. Conversation seemingly over, I turn toward the stairs, the knife still in my hand. I'm not giving it up. The moment I step into his bedroom, the smell of him wraps around me. Something spicy and rich, like leather and black pepper. The room is dark, moody with aged wooden accents and dark bedding. A large painted picture of the Bighorn Mountains dominates the wall behind the headboard, and a large hide rug sits in the center, beneath the king-sized bed and the brown leather ottoman at the foot. It's warm and masculine. His bedroom window provides a view of the ranch, the dramatic, craggy faces of the mountain filling the horizon, bleeding into rich forests and open fields, the cattle grazing in the pastures. The sun has yet to fully set, setting the peaks of the mountains on fire and sending rays of orange and pink streaks through the fading blue sky. An eagle soars over the ranch, and just when I'm about to turn away from the window, Ralph lets out another mournful bellow from his paddock directly in front of this bedroom window. Never thought I'd feel sympathy toward a bull, but here we are. Grabbing the high-backed chair that's set in front of a fireplace that doesn't look like it's been used in a while, I drag it toward the window, as if my presence there can somehow help the lonely bull. I rest the knife on the windowsill and gently bring my legs up, careful not to disturb my thigh too much. While it's still fucking painful, it has eased some, but the ride today, as well as climbing through the bushes to hide, didn't help. I don't know how long I sit there for, trying to formulate a plan, long enough for my legs to go numb beneath me and the sun to set, plunging the surrounding landscape into a darkness so deep it's unlikely you'd be able to see your hand in front of your face. Stars twinkle in the endless abyss, something I haven't seen for a while since the light pollution in the city blocks them out. It's peaceful. I could imagine just staying here, forgetting the life I had, letting go of the violence and the power, and spending the rest of my days in the shadow of these mountains. But I was not raised to be invisible. I was raised to be a fucking queen with a throne and a city. As tempting as it is to pretend I'm someone else, I can never let it go. It is my blood, my bones, my name. I'm Elena fucking DeLuca, and my father didn't raise me to lose. I stretch out my legs, willing the feeling to return before I unfold myself from the chair, heading for the door. Ralph is quiet, but I see his silhouette wandering the perimeter of his solitary paddock, as restless as I am. I expected to find the living room empty, but Knox is still lounging in the chair, a grandfather clock ticking away at the edge of the room as he sleeps. He's slouched down, the glass he was drinking from still in his hand, albeit empty now. He's softer in sleep. The creases between his brow and at the edges of his eyes somewhat smoothed out since he isn't frowning at the world. There's a raw, almost untamed quality to his masculinity, a compelling blend of roughness and hidden gentleness that pulls me near. I like his quiet strength, a potent, simmering energy held in check. There's immense power in that restraint. Unassuming. I let my bare feet carry me toward him, silent on the aged, warm wood beneath them. They certainly don't make 'em like him where I'm from. Not with his broad shoulders and suntanned skin, his scruffy beard and untamed hair. One of his arms is almost as big as my thigh. And those hands? I'm a hand and arm girl. They have nice hands with those veins that wrap around the forearms, and you've got me roped. I know there's a body of steel beneath those clothes, abs that have been worked from the hours of labor he does on the ranch, a V that carves into his hips, with a trail of hair that runs from his navel to the base of his cock. And that was something, too. Even in my drunken state at the time, I can recall it, not as vividly as I'd like to. There's nothing pristine about him, not with the calluses on his hands or the scars on his knuckles or the worn leather boots with the scuffs on the toes. He made me feel safe today, protected me when he could have as easily gotten rid of me. And then he held me, and he didn't judge me for the moment of vulnerability that I showed him. I will give back what my family stole from him. He doesn't stir as I reach forward and brush a single finger down the strong length of his nose, a bump in the bridge like maybe it's been broken and healed bad. I let my fingers trace his features lightly, the high points of his cheeks, the coarse hair of his beard. I'm so lost in the moment of committing the feel of him to memory, I don't realize he's woken. His hand snatches up to wrap around my wrist, and he tugs me until I land against his chest, capturing my other wrist at the same time to trap them between our bodies. My thighs are parted over one of his, a quick flare of pain loosening a gasp from me. His other hand rests on my spine, fingers splayed and pressing in tightly. Blue eyes bounce between mine, those fingers on my back flexing while his thigh presses up between my legs. Heat wraps me up, an inferno that warms my skin and travels low in my abdomen. Both nerves and anticipation have my skin pebbling and my throat working on a swallow, something Knox doesn't miss as his eyes dip to see it for himself. My breath gets stuck in my throat when he leans forward, running the tip of his nose up the column of my throat. Everything tightens, and heat blooms in my core, arousal making my nipples tighten. He stops just below my jaw, forcing my chin to tilt, and I roll my hips slightly, using his thigh to ease the ache that's formed between them. The scratch of his facial hair and the feel of his breath whispering against my neck has a small whimper escaping me, my hands trapped. Beneath me, he goes still, and then he snaps himself away.
Elena.
The rasp of sleep clings to his voice, and his eyes widen at the same time his hands release me. It's like a bucket of ice water has been thrown over me. I don't jump back or scramble away. I have far more dignity than that, but I do get up, righting my clothes. His eyes dip to where my nipples are pressing against the fabric of my shirt, outlining them and the bars that go through them. Fuck. He growls beneath his breath before he gets up and storms out of the room, the door to the downstairs bedroom slamming behind him. Fucking men.
Chapter 16. Knox. I rip my shirt over my head and shove out of my jeans. The scent of her wraps around me. A mix of me, thanks to the products she's been using, and something inherently her. Something sweet. It's a drug that works into my system. The bed is still rumpled from when she was last on it. The pillows askew. The sheets pushed down. That's where I go. My cock hard as fucking rock, balls tight. I wasn't fucking thinking. I woke up and she was there, touching me, tracing my face with her soft, delicate fingers. I wanted her closer, and my brain wasn't processing what a colossal mistake it would be. Her pussy pressed into my thigh, and her hips rolled as she sought her pleasure. My face buried into the side of her neck. So fucking pretty. But it's utterly fucking wrong. Shoving my boxers down, I don't even bother to get rid of them completely, as I wrap my hand around the base of my cock and give it a long, hard stroke. My teeth snap together as the pleasure zaps down my spine. I jerk my cock, lying there in the mess of the bed she's laid in, inhaling the scent of her. Swiping my thumb over the tip, I gather up the bead of pre-cum, smearing it over the head before I move my hand faster, harder, my other hand curling into the sheets. I can only imagine what it would feel like to sink into her, how fucking warm and wet she might be. She'd take it all and make such pretty sounds. Fuck. I growl, jaw slackening. I take those nipples into my mouth, play with the piercings I caught a glimpse of through the fabric of her shirt. My hands would explore, squeeze and claim as my cock pounded into her. My balls drop tight, the fantasy of her bringing my climax to the surface. I pump my dick, a groan leaving me as my cock jerks and hot ropes of cum hit my stomach. I worked myself through it, drawing out every second of it until I'm spent and my cock begins to soften. My heart pounds behind my ribcage, blood thumping in my ears, and only once I've caught my breath do I reach for the box of tissues on the bedside counter to clean myself up. I won't dare leave this fucking room tonight. Not when my restraint is at a tipping point. Returning my boxers into place, I grab the sheets and pull them up to my hips, laying back onto the pillows as I stare up at the white ceiling. The floorboards above me squeak under her weight, and I can't help but wonder if she's going to slip her own hand between her legs. Or is she not as pathetic as me? It's only been one damn week, and I'm already losing my mind. She's with that fucking bull again. It's been 3 days since I walked away from her, and I've been avoiding her. Not like she sought me out either. We've eaten separately. Me at the mess hall, while she ate out on the porch every time I brought her back a plate. It's not awkward. It's not anything. Which is what I wanted. And yet, it's fucking me up. Especially when I watch Chase flirt with her. His grin a mile wide. Elena. My voice is stern, but she barely reacts to it. Lazily, her head rolls to the side, where she's leaning on the fence. The bull, right in front of her. Granted, he appears chill right now, but I know this bull. He'll flip at a moment's notice.
Get the fuck away from the bull.
I have 2 words for you.
Her smile is sugary sweet as she holds up one finger.
Fuck.
A second finger goes up.
You.
Listen here, you little fucking hellion. I snap at her. He will break you. Her lashes flutter, and a grin goes up.
Do I need to repeat myself?
I've had enough of this. Don't fucking cry to me when you get hurt, darling.
Don't worry.
She calls to my back.
I'll cry to Chase.
A buzzing forms inside my ears, and I curl my fingers into the palms of my hands so I don't wrap them around her throat, tug her to me, and claim her right here, in front of these damn cowboys. They'll know better than to go near her if I did, but I fucking cannot. She is no good for me. No good for this ranch. She is too right the wrong her blood created. That is it. I head into the stables to retrieve Honey from her stall beside Apollo's. She's the only horse that can be next to him. He bullies all the others. He makes a huffing noise when he sees me approaching, his ears pinned back. Behave, I grumble to him. Not today, Apollo. I hear the scuff of his hoof on the ground, his lips pulling back to show his teeth. As I reach for the lock on Honey's door, he reaches over his head and nips at my shirt sleeve. He could have easily got my skin, if he had wanted to. I think he does it when he knows I'm in a mood and wants to push me over the edge. I said not today. I snap. He makes a chuffing sound, but I get Honey out without another incident, walking her out to her paddock for the afternoon. I need to go back and get the little devil too, and I just know he's going to be a pain in the ass today. He has mood swings like this even with me. When Honey is secure in her field, I head back to Apollo, coming to a stop a safe distance from his door. His dark eyes hold me where I stand, those ears still pinned. You have to go out, I grumble at him. You can't stay in there and rot. As if he understands exactly what I'm saying, he turns in his stall, showing me his hind. You're as bad as she is. I shake my head, reaching for the gate. Where he would attempt to kick the others, I do trust him not to kick me. But there's a moment, every time I do this, that this could be the day. I'd like to think I'm a hard man, brave even, but a little fear injects itself into me when that gate first opens. When I don't get a hoof to the chest or head, I head into the stall, running my hand down the blue roan's flank, his muscles quivering with the touch, and hook him up to the halter and lead rope so I can guide him out into the field with Honey. He dawdles behind me, the walk taking twice as long as it should do. But then he sees something he wants and speeds up enough it catches me off guard, and I almost fall on my fucking face. What got up your ass? I snap at him, tugging on the lead rope to try and redirect him. But it's Apollo. He's stubborn as fuck. A moment later, and I know exactly what he spotted.
Hey!
Elena cries as he grabs hold of her shirt and gives it a tug.
What was that for?
I glance around Apollo to see her hands on her hips, her eyes glaring at the horse that towers above her. Her head doesn't even come over his back. Apollo? I tug on the rein, but he's solid, attention locked on the little hellion. He dips his head, turning it toward her, and everything in him seems to settle. He softens, and I watch in somewhat fascination as he leans his forehead to her shoulder and lets out a long sigh.
Oh.
Elena blinks a few times, lifting her hands to frame the horse's face, thumbs circling on his jaw. I'm stunned silent. I knew he liked her, but I didn't realize he liked her this much. I haven't seen him this soft with anyone but my late father. Curiosity has me handing her the rope, which she takes with a frown, dropping one hand off his face to wrap her fingers around the rope.
What's this for?
Take him over there. I point to where Honey is secured in the pasture.
Okay, but why?
Color me curious. I shrug. She pouts, but then sighs and does as I ask, turning to head toward the gate where she can let Apollo through. At her side, the bull walks with her, and behind her, Apollo follows. Judge comes galloping toward her too. And honestly, I could fucking laugh. This woman, this dangerous mafia heiress, has all my damn animals fawning.
I'm not Snow fucking White.
I hear her mumble the words, not directed at any one of them in particular.
I'm more Evil Queen. I think you've got the wrong girl.
It's obvious she's talking to the three animals, following her every move.
I'll be fucking damned.
Chase lifts his hat and wipes at the sweat on his brow as he comes to a stop beside me, the keys to the ATV in his hand. Tell me about it. She unlocks the gate and guides Apollo through, Judge sitting down to wait for her. When she's on the other side, he allows her to unhook the rope, and after lingering for a moment, he turns and casually walks toward where Honey is grazing on the brow of a small hill.
She might just save his life if that continues,
Chase comments, still watching her as she lets herself out of the pasture, and then turns back to watch the blue roan, her hand idly scratching between Judge's ears when he shows his head beneath her fingers. Yeah, I agree. May just save mine, too. The thought takes me by surprise, and it has unease working through me. I lift a hand to rub at the back of my neck, just as Ralph lets out a long bellow, drawing Elena's attention back in his direction. Her eyes catch mine, before flicking to where my arm is raised, the muscles stretching the cuffs of my white tee, that's no longer white thanks to the grime coated on it from working the ranch all day. Chase whistles and chuckles.
Telling you now, boss. If she looked at me like that...
He leaves the rest of the sentence hanging, but I get his drift and immediately slap him upside the head, knocking the hat off. He just laughs and bends to pick it up, his chuckle shaking his shoulders still when he gets into the ATV to do his rounds. I return my attention back to Elena, watching her walk toward me. She's in a pair of tight jeans today, a blue pinstriped shirt tucked into her pants and sneakers, and the jeans do nothing to help my restraint. They mold to the shape of her hips and thighs, her long black hair braided down her back with wispy strands that frame her face. No hat today, and her cheeks are a little pink because of it, the sun having kissed her there. My blood heats at the way her hips sway, the way her hair moves with a light summer breeze, and her tongue darts out to wet her plump bottom lip.
Careful, cowboy.
She drops her tone as she walks by me, skirting her fingers along my chest as she goes.
Keep looking at me like that, and I'll start to think you do like me after all.
Chapter 17. Elena. Why you gotta get me in the feels, I say to the horse as I bring him in for the night. He comes willingly, letting me settle him into his stall so I can remove his halter and rope. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out one of the snacks I grabbed from the mess hall earlier after dinner. The cookie is a little broken, thanks to it being shoved into my back pocket, but Apollo doesn't seem to mind as he takes it from my palm. I run my hand down his muzzle before I exit the stall and lock him in. He immediately shoves his head over the top, nudging me with the end of his nose. Yeah. I give him another scratch. I kinda like you too. Nox got Honey in earlier, and she's happy eating her feed in the stall next door, paying no attention to me. We ate with everyone earlier. All the hands Nox has here, which isn't many, Chase and Nox. It was loud and chaotic. There was more food on the table than on the plates, but they treated me like I was one of them. It was nice. Which, of course, meant I got the fuck out of there as soon as I'd eaten my plate and went and kept Ralph company instead. Nox had left me to it, seeming to give up on keeping me away from the bull. He'd gotten Honey and told me to get Apollo when I was ready to come in for the night. But the evening air was warm, and the stars were out in full force, so I stayed out later than I'm sure he intended for me to. But then a yawn had stretched my jaw wide, and my muscles reminded me that I did, in fact, need to rest, so I fetched Apollo from the pasture and walked him back to the stables. I let my hand drop away from the horse and step back so he can't demand more. He looks at me with these big eyes that catch me right in the chest, but I'm fucking exhausted. "Night, Apollo," I tell him, and begin to make my way to the exit. The ranch is quiet around me, the hands off somewhere doing their rounds. Even Ralph seems quiet tonight. The dogs are patrolling while Judge is inside the house with Nox. It's peaceful. I move across the gravel and turn to make my way to the house when a scuffing sound freezes me to the spot. It's so dark out I can't see much, and the light above the stable barely illuminates the space around me. A low growl pierces the air, followed by a second and then a third before it becomes a hum that has the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I swing my eyes around, searching for the source, but I see nothing but several sets of glowing eyes. My heart drops into my stomach. Somewhere on the ranch, the two healers Nox has to protect his livestock start to bark. Oh, fuck. My feet scuff in the gravel. Survive the Mafia, get taken out by coyotes. Behind the pack, I see the door to the house open, but he's too far away. They're coming in closer, heads low to the ground, teeth bared as the snarling continues. Behind me, Ralph huffs and paws at the ground with his hoof, and I assume it's him they're here for. Panic and fear works through me, my skin breaking out in a sweat. "Elena!" Nox's voice roars through the darkness. The coyotes begin to close in, forcing my feet backwards until the fencing containing Ralph hits my back. I can smell the predators, wet and earthy, the low, menacing growls making my heart race and stomach not in fear. I can't get to the house, not when they surround me. I can only go backwards, so that's what I do. I hear the paws and claws scuff into the dirt as I hop the fence and run, right toward the bull facing my way. Behind me, they chase, so close I swear I feel their breath on my legs. Ralph lets out a bellow, his head swinging left and right as his tail swishes and his hooves make a deep divot in the ground. Loud huffs of air blow from his large nostrils, and while I don't know a thing about bulls, I can understand that this one, right now, is pissed. Hopefully, it's at the coyotes and not me. I suppose it won't really matter if I become food for them if he tramples me to death. I get to his side, running my hand down his thick, muscular body. "Please, don't kill me," I whisper, voice trembling. The coyotes come to a skidding halt before they start to create a semicircle around both me and Ralph, eyes watching, analyzing, trying to figure out the best way to attack. The one in front lunges, and a scream rips from my throat, the coyote latching on to Ralph just below his neck. He throws him off, only for another to come in on the other side. Knox! I scream, but Ralph knocks into me, his weight pushing me to the ground as another one nips at his ankles.
Elena!
Knox's voice is closer.
Don't move.
What the fuck does he mean, don't move? Does he even see? My thoughts cut off at the first sound of the shotgun, the boom of it ricocheting off the mountainside to rattle inside my brain. Another sounds a moment later as he shoots at the ground to scare the predators away. The coyotes scatter, darting off in every direction. The healers begin chase, the shouts of the hands filtering in a second later. Darlin'. I swing my gaze around, seeing Knox lowering to a crouch ahead of me, but my eyes fix on the blood running down Ralph's leg. He's hurt. I scramble to my feet, using Knox to help me up, and don't hesitate to go to the bull. He's breathing heavy and fast, eyes wide, and I spot another wound just below his neck. I don't think about what I'm doing as I begin to scratch his muzzle, trying to get a better look at the wound.
Shit, Knox!
Chase jogs toward us, his own shotgun in hand.
We saw him running off. Didn't even hear them arrive. They're hungry,
Knox grumbles.
And desperate.
Ralph turns his head toward Chase and paws at the dirt.
Might want to get the fuck out of here,
Knox warns.
Injured or not, his sight is set on you.
Chase tips his hat.
I'll call the vet. Do that,
Knox confirms. Is he going to be okay? I hold the bull's head as if he's just some oversized puppy, and I swear he leans into it. Knox looks at the two of us and shakes his head with a sigh before he turns to inspect the wounds, his lack of urgency on the matter pissing me off.
He'll need a shot,
Knox says as he inspects the lacerations. You're going to shoot him? I cry.
No, Elena, I'm not going to fucking shoot him. A shot. A vaccination to make sure he doesn't get any type of infection.
Oh, I deflate. He rolls his eyes at me. Wait a damn minute, I yell at him. Why the fuck are you getting pissy at me? So what? I care about him, and he saved my life. Am I being a tad dramatic? Perhaps. But I'd also like to believe that this big guy here did, in fact, want to save my life. He didn't run away or try to hurt me, and I'll take that as a win.
You're insufferable.
Knox turns toward the car currently speeding down the driveway, the pickup kicking up dust as its headlights cut through the darkness. Letting the bull go, I drop my arms only to wrap them around myself. Despite the heat still clinging to the air, chills run through me, making my body quake. As the car comes to a stop close to the fence line, Knox turns back to me and takes me in.
Are you hurt?
He asks as he shrugs out of the shirt hanging off his shoulders. He's wearing a clean white tee under it that molds to every ridge and muscle. I shake my head, my breath stalling as he throws the shirt over my shoulders and then wraps his big arm around me, pulling me into the side of his body.
Adrenaline dumps are the worst on the human body,
he mumbles, his attention returning to the woman, who's now out of the car and hopping the fence. Ashy blonde hair, beautiful big eyes with freckles and pouty lips. She's a knockout, especially in those cycling shorts and sports bra combo that shows off the toned muscles in her thighs and torso. I came right here, the woman says to Knox, lifting a hand to rest it on his other arm. How is he? My spine stiffens, something hot and venomous churning low in my gut. Fuck the adrenaline. Who the fuck is this?
Thanks for coming, Doc.
Knox tightens his arm and subtly shakes off her hand.
Seems okay, but gonna need patching.
Those damn coyotes. The woman sighs before she cuts her eyes to me and then the arm wrapped around my body. Her shoulders go back, her chest popping out a little further than it was before. Hi, I'm Everly. Elena. There's not a single ounce of warmth in my tone. But by the way Knox greeted her as Doc means she's his vet, and I'll at least be civil if it means she'll fix Ralph. Shocked you're in here, to be honest. The vet laughs, giving me a once-over, and there's a slight curl to her lip. I'm the only woman Ralph has tolerated before this. Isn't that right, Knox? Actually, my voice is sharp, but cut off as Knox gets us walking.
You good out here, Everly?
He asks, but doesn't wait for an answer.
Need to get Elena inside. She was out here when they attacked.
Oh, right. Everly slides her eyes down Knox before she licks her bottom lip and gives him a flirty smile. Of course. I'll come find you when I'm done. I hope Ralph tramples her.
Put your claws away.
Knox snaps when we're almost at the house.
She's my vet and completely harmless.
Harmless? I scoff, stepping up onto the porch. Please, she wants to climb you like a tree. The door slams behind him.
Are you jealous?
Jealous? A laugh bursts from me. No. His head cocks to the side a little, and the smallest smile curls up one side of his mouth.
No.
I plant my hands on my hips. Nope. Knox steps a little closer, crowding me back against the wall.
Tell me something.
He curls his big hand around the side of my neck and presses his thumb into the tender spot on my throat, just beneath my chin, forcing me to tilt my head back. What?
Did you go and touch yourself after you got off my thigh the other day?
My mouth drops open, and his eyes flick to it.
Did you?
He urges. Yes. I won't lie.
Did you come?
No. I give him the truth again.
Why not?
Couldn't get there. I wet my lips. I tried.
And yet you were so ready to come all over my thigh.
He muses. Fuck. What the fuck is going on? I feel powerless as warmth spreads through me, an ache blooming between my legs. I've allowed no man to take the power from me, but I'm willingly giving it away. I admit. His thumb presses in a little harder, the bite of pain tilting my head back further. He leans in, and for just a second it feels as if he might kiss me. But then he drops lower, and he runs his nose up the column of my throat. I press my thighs together, my knees threatening to buckle. The coarse hair of his beard scratches at the sensitive skin, the pulse point in my neck pounding against the pad of his thumb.
I can feel how needy you are.
He rasps, lips pressed to my neck, breath warm. Knox. There's a tremble to my voice, and he's right. I feel fucking desperate.
Would you beg?
He asks.
Or take what I give silently?
Fuck. I moan. His chuckle sets my blood on fire, and my pussy throbs, clenching around nothing. But then he pulls away, dipping his eyes down to me, lingering where my thighs press together tightly.
Since you're not jealous.
He steps away, leaving me using the wall for support.
I'm just gonna head back out and check on Ralph.
Knox, I growl. He's not about to leave me hanging again.
Sleep well, Elena.
Chapter 18. Knox. I want to blame the coyote attack for what just happened, but I know better. I want Elena DeLuca. History and present be damned. I want her body, her mouth. I want her snark and her bite. I want her. But the fucking lies are stopping me. Letting them go isn't an option, even if the lies are to her own detriment. The lies about her pain, the lies about her jealousy. These are small, but they fall too easily for her. How the fuck am I supposed to trust her? Trust her word in helping me get Carter Cattle Ranch back to where it belongs. Trust that she won't stab me in the back, like her father stabbed my own father. The humid air presses down onto me as I head to the paddock where Everly has Ralph harnessed as she dresses his wounds caused by the coyotes. I'll never tell her, in case it fuels her incessant need to baby this bull. But from where I stood, it did look like Ralph was trying to protect Elena. He doesn't appear happy where he is, not with the heavy breaths he's puffing out from his nose. Is he good? I ask, hopping the fence to get a better look.
For what he went through?
Everly says.
He's perfect. The lacerations weren't as deep as they looked. Once they're healed up, he'll be as good as new.
Good. I push my hands into the pockets of my jeans. That's good.
Is he being a pain again?
Everly rights herself to stand, now that she's finished, and looks at me directly.
Is that why you have him in isolation?
Nothing we haven't dealt with before, I tell her. We'll move him back with the herd once we complete the drive at the end of the week.
That makes sense,
she says softly, stepping around Ralph to release him from his harness. We don't stick around to see what kind of mood he is in, and both hop the fence to remove ourselves from his orbit. He's hurting and pissed, and that's a deal combination.
I'm sorry this happened.
Everly reaches out and runs her hand down my arm.
It appears even the wildlife around here are becoming a little desperate.
I turn my body so her hand drops away. Not the first time. Certainly won't be the last.
No, of course.
She agrees.
And your friend?
It's no secret that Everly has been flirting with me for years. She's tried it on every time she's come out here to tend to the animals on this ranch. But I've never been interested. And even if I was, the wedding ring that conveniently goes missing every time she steps foot on my property would certainly be a deterrent. Elena is fine. I cross my arms. Shaken. She was definitely shaking when I left her pressed up against the wall, knees wobbling, pulse racing.
Understandable,
Everly sighs.
She's a friend, huh?
Mm-hmm. A sudden burst of laughter erupts from the vet.
Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. Please excuse my outfit. You caught me at the gym, and I didn't even think before I came here.
Kill me. No worries. I keep my eyes on her face. Didn't even notice. Her face drops. Well, if that's all, I say as I make a path for her to get to her car. Just email me the invoice for his treatment. She blinks a few times before she shakes her head as if to clear it.
Right. Of course.
I walk at her side, leaving a good 6-foot space between us, and stop at the hood of her car. She pauses at the side of her pickup and looks to me.
Listen, if you ever want to get a drink or something down at the dive, or maybe go for a walk.
Good night, Everly. I dismiss her invite. Her cheeks heat as she dips her head and climbs behind the wheel of the pickup. She is relentless. Watching the lights fade down the long drive until she disappears off my property. I then turn back to Ralph, giving him a last check over. His foul mood has returned, which tells me he's over the attack already. So I leave him to his sulking and walk back to the house. The night shift will be extra vigilant now we've had such a close call, and the dogs will remain on alert. Inside, Elena is nowhere to be found, and a wave of disappointment comes over me. Surely I didn't expect her to wait for me or be in the same spot I left her when I walked away. I can hear the floorboards above my head creaking under her weight. We got the bed into the bedroom across from mine a couple of days ago, so she's been sleeping across the hall for the past 2 nights. I've never really had a problem sleeping. until I knew she was so damn close. Perhaps it's the fear of not knowing whether she'll kill me or kiss me. She's certainly capable of both. Running my hand down my face, my body sags with fatigue. The course of the evening has drained every ounce of energy from me, and I need to shower and get some damn sleep. While we won't be herding the cattle up the mountain for another couple of days, it'll be fucking exhausting. So I need to make sure I'm getting my rest now. It'll be a grueling couple of days, and yet excitement buzzes under my skin for it. It makes me feel alive, hungry for the time when this was as common as dinner in the mess hall with my hands. Being in nature, with my horse, the trees, and the mountains, it's what filled my lungs and drove me forward. I lived for it. I click my door closed behind me and head through to the bathroom, pushing the button to turn on the shower. The pipes creak as the hot water pushes through, and it makes me wince. The plumbing in this place is severely outdated, and honestly, it should have been packed in years ago. I do the repairs where I can, the guys lending a hand and their knowledge when they can, and we've managed to patch it up enough to keep it working. But I don't have the money to keep this place up to date or in working order. Before it all went to shit, I had so many plans for this house. An extension on the back, a whole new porch, a brand new office. But those were canceled as quickly as they were made. Now it's just falling apart. I wash away the day's grime from my hair and skin, turning my face to the hot water to let it drain the aches and pains from my muscles. Only when the water starts to run cold do I switch it off and get out, wrapping a towel around my hips. Stepping into the bedroom, I tune my ears to the sounds of Elena on the other side of the hall. She's pacing, by the sound of it, the floorboards whining with every step. But she doesn't care as she goes back and forth over the same spot. I can tell by the pitch of the squeak she's at the foot of the bed. There's a single floorboard there that no matter how much I tighten or replace it, it always fucking squeaks. I leave her to it, grabbing fresh boxers from the drawer to slip up my legs, and then climb into the bed, a breath leaving me as I hit the pillows. But despite the exhaustion, sleep doesn't fucking claim me. Not when I hear her finally cease her pacing, or the squeak of the bed as she climbs into it. Not when silence settles like a lead weight on the house. She is fucking haunting me. And I'm not sure even an exorcism will get her out.
Chapter 19. Elena. I stare up at the saddle on the back of Apollo, blinking absently at it. I seem to have forgotten everything I've ever learned about horses and riding in general. You good, darling? Knox's rough voice rasps down my spine. My mouth goes dry at the memory of his near kiss 2 nights ago. At least he hasn't ignored me like the last time. But I think that's almost worse. Look, I've prided myself on being a woman who doesn't chase. Ever. I've never had to. And I'm not chasing him now, but this hot and cold is giving me whiplash. I'll admit, I want him. Bad. I want to climb the man like a tree, saddle up and ride until I physically cannot anymore. I want those rough hands and the scratch of his beard. I want his weight pinning me to the mattress, his hips thrusting between my legs. I want to scream his name. Elena. His fingers whisper against the bare skin of my shoulder. The sky is cloudier than it has been in days, blocking the sun, but the heat is still brutal. I've slathered sunscreen on all my exposed skin regardless of the cloud cover. But this top was cute, covered in this pretty floral pattern and a little flowy that I've tucked into my denim shorts that have little daisies printed on the ass cheeks. Pulled from the thoughts, I turned to him to see amusement lighting up those blue eyes of his, creasing a little at the edges.
You good?
Knox had saddled Apollo up, but couldn't unless I stood with him since the horse would not stay still. And now he's ready, I'm expected to climb onto him. I haven't ridden in years. I thought it would be like riding a bike, but I'm frozen to the spot like it's my first time staring down a horse. I don't particularly want to be thrown off. I've had enough injuries in the past few weeks that I don't want to add to the list. Especially not now that I've put my plans into motion. I gave a letter to Knox to post for me today. The only way to contact an old acquaintance that I hope will pull through. Providing Anton hasn't already wrapped him around his finger. I can't imagine he has, but stranger things have happened. I just need help up, I lie. His eyes do a slow drag down me. All right. In the next second, he tugs me into him, my body hitting the front of his with an oomph. His palm flattens against my spine for just a second as his eyes dip to my lips, and then he moves his hands, cradles my hips, and a strangled cry leaves me as he hoists me and sits me firmly in the saddle sideways. He grins with a quirk of an eyebrow.
You got it from there, Hellion.
He's fucking teasing me. Of course. I swallow thickly and try to hide my fluster with a roll of my eyes. My cocky ass should never have agreed to this. When Knox told me this morning that he wanted me to ride Apollo because I'm the only one in years the Blue Roan has been nice to, I felt my ego inflate. Now I'm swinging my leg over, stretching my thighs to fit his broad back, the skin on my injured leg pulling and smarting. Apollo shifts a little beneath me, and I reach out, steadying myself on his back.
I thought you said you could ride.
Knox teases from the ground. Fuck, he's really far down. I can, I huff. It's just been a while. Loosening a breath, I force myself to relax, letting the reins slip through my fingers before I firm up my hands and take control. Apollo listens to my silent commands, starting forward at an easy pace, gravel crunching beneath his hooves. I focus on the task, keeping the horse calm beneath me, his body swaying me side to side as he walks toward the paddock where Ralph walks the fence, his pace slower thanks to the injuries on his body. Vaguely, I'm aware of Knox coming up to my right on the back of his painted mare.
We're going to take it easy,
Knox says lightly beside me.
Just follow me.
Okay. I nod, steering Apollo in the same direction as him. We step away from the gravel and onto a path trodden into the earth that follows a trail between the paddocks and pastures. A light breeze teases the hair that's escaped the braid I put in this morning, the coolness of it a welcome reprieve from the heat. It sweeps through the ranch, making the long grass sway and whistle, the leaves on the trees surrounding us letting out a hum. Apollo is strong and steady beneath me, calm, and I release one of my hands I hadn't realized I'd been white-knuckling to stroke a hand down the side of his neck, letting the black hair of his mane thread through my fingers. We walk behind Honey and Knox until he takes us into the cover of the trees, the shade offering even more cool air to my overheated skin. My skin pebbles at the sudden temperature change, but once I get used to it, I settle into it. We walk quietly through the woods. The only sound between us is the horse's hooves clipping against the floor. You're a good boy, I whisper to Apollo, giving him another stroke down the side of his neck. I can feel my muscles working, my thighs tensed, but with it, I've forgotten about the ache in my thigh and ribs. I've no doubt I'll hurt like fuck when I get off his back later, but right now, I'm reveling in the normalcy. My earlier nerves have left. The natural way me and the horse have bonded makes this ride easy, like we've done this 1,000 times before. He listens to my gentle commands. calm as he navigates the uneven ground of the woods, and when we come out the other side, we find ourselves on a long, quiet dirt road. Knox pulls Honey to a stop and stares down it, his shoulders relaxed, face free of that stern frown and downturn of his mouth. He's at ease. "Where are we?" I ask, bringing Apollo to a stop by his side, so close, our knees almost touch.
"One of my favorite places."
He sighs, strong shoulders held tight, chin jutted up a little as his hat shields his eyes. My brows pull low in a frown as I turn back to the simple dirt road. This is one of his favorite places? Why? I stare at it, at the simplicity, the quietness, and the way the wind teases the bright green leaves that arch over the road. His chuckle makes me startle, which in turn has Apollo fidgeting beneath me. I reach out to stroke down his neck, hoping to soothe him.
"Just breathe," he says. "Listen."
I turn my attention back to the road and allow myself a moment to take in what he is seeing. And it doesn't take me long to realize it isn't what he sees, it's what he feels. Quiet. Peace. A tranquility that is hard to come by in the day-to-day. Birds sing in the cover of the trees, high in the branches that curl and reach and grow. The wind adds to their music, adding a whistle and a hum that sweeps through the woods to tease at the loose strands of my hair. And while I'm sure the road leads somewhere, it seems endless, with bends and turns you can't see around.
When I need a moment, just a minute to think, I take this road. It puts it back into perspective.
I nod. It's so quiet.
Peaceful.
He agrees.
We'll take this road when we head out in a couple of days. Just up there is an opening we'll drive the cattle through, and it opens up at the base of the mountain.
We? He cuts his eyes to me.
You think I'll leave you on my ranch unattended?
His grin stops my heart in my chest.
Think again, Hellion. I'm sure I'll either return to it on fire, or you would have turned half the animals against me.
I gasp in mock horror. I'm offended.
Am I wrong?
I flutter my lashes. Yes, and it isn't my fault your animals like me more than you. It's the feminine touch, obviously. His laugh shakes his shoulders, his smile lifting his eyes.
Obviously.
I'll ride Apollo, I press, following his lead as he steers Honey around to head back the way we came.
I wanted to check what he would be like with you first, hence why we're here. But yes, you'll take him. It'll be good for him, and you.
And if he didn't behave?
I have another horse you would have taken.
He shrugs.
But I knew you two would be good. It's been a long time since I've seen Apollo like he is with you.
Why? I ask.
He's been grieving.
Knox turns his face to me.
And since then, he hasn't been half the horse he once was. I see his spirit returning with you.
I don't know why, but hot tears prick at my eyes. Who is he grieving?
My father.
He gives a subtle squeeze of his legs to get Honey moving, but I can't move from the spot. Apollo belonged to his father. The father my own father destroyed. And his horse. My heart drops down into my stomach. Apollo throws his head back, his restlessness urging me to follow, but I hang back, keeping the distance between us. I understand loss. I felt it in different forms, through death, through betrayal. But this, I can't imagine how this feels. Guilt isn't something I am used to. I don't feel guilty. We do what we do because it serves a purpose. The world is a cruel place. You eat or get eaten. Or so I was taught. But I never saw. I didn't see what those actions caused, the consequences that should have been ours to feel, and yet were everyone else's. Knox, I call to him, urging Apollo on faster to catch up to him and Honey. He glances over his shoulder at me, but doesn't stop. I catch up and begin to walk at his side, our horses matching pace. I hold his eyes, and I feel my heart beating hard. I'm sorry.
Chapter 20. Knox. I finished loading up everything into the pack and lift it, hoisting it onto my shoulder to carry it out to where Chase readies the horses for the drive. He secures his own pack to his saddle, and then turns to Apollo, wincing when the roan pins his ears back in a fuck-off gesture. I have everything Elena will need in the pack on my back, but the woman herself is nowhere to be seen. I saw her at 4 a.m. this morning when I woke her up, but she's been silent since. While I don't want to leave her here alone, I will if she's late. The schedule is tight as it is, and even a few minutes will push us over the limit. The guys like her, but even they'll be pissed if she makes us late. I had Apollo ready for her half an hour ago, and he's getting just as restless. Finally, she appears from the house, wearing a pair of denim jeans, her boots, a tight white tee, and her hat, her hair left down and pulled across her shoulder. She's a fucking cowboy's dream, with a body like that, a face to start a war, and a smart mouth that both angers you and gets you hard.
Cowboy?
She says by way of greeting, her hand reaching for Apollo. He immediately settles with her touch, turning his face toward her. Are you ready? I ask, heading to my own horse to secure the pack.
I guess so.
She shrugs. And your pain? I press. She quirks a brow.
What would be the right answer for you?
My head jerks back at the answer. The truth.
It's sore, but manageable.
I stare at her, the truth hanging between us. If it gets too much, you let me know.
Yes, sir.
She winks and turns away to stare up at her horse. He really is too big for her, even with the stirrups to lend her a hand up. Before I can step in, Chase is offering her a hand up, his hands on her waist, hers on his shoulder, as he guides her into the stirrup, where she can then throw a leg over to secure herself in the saddle. It isn't what I did, though. I got her up in the seat without the stirrups. It doesn't help the jealousy burning through me, though. I like Chase, but fuck, I want to bury him in the woods.
I'm sorry.
The two words had felt weighted, like it was more than an apology someone gives when they find out someone you care about is dead. It was an apology for every wrong, even when they were not committed by her own hand. She goes against everything I know. I am steel, but she is sin. She is a temptation that I am finding harder and harder to resist. She makes herself comfortable in her saddle, and once the pack is secure, I climb onto the back of Honey, handing her over a fresh canteen of water to tuck into the pocket on her saddle. Her smile is soft in answer, but then a loud bark behind us draws her attention as Judge comes sprinting toward us, having escaped Sal's hold. His tail wags, tongue hanging out the side of his mouth. Elena turns pleading eyes to me. He isn't a working dog, I explain.
But he wants to come.
Her eyes take on this big pleading look, and she dips her chin, looking at me somewhat from beneath her lashes.
Let him come.
I open my mouth to refuse, but she cranks that look up tenfold. The plea so innocent and genuine that the refusal dies on my tongue. Fine, I grumble. She lets out an excited yelp.
You hear that?
She squeals down to the dog.
You get to come.
Judge releases a bark, hopping to the side as he reacts to her excitement. How am I meant to be irritated by that? Leaving them to it, I let out a whistle, letting the guys know we're ready to set off. And in a matter of minutes, we fall into a routine that feels as easy as breathing. And then Elena falls into step beside me, following my command with Judge following her. She turns her face to me, revealing a smile I've never seen from her before. It isn't flirty. It isn't calculated. It's elated. The sun beats down on the back of my neck. Sweat beads and rolls down the collar of my shirt. We've covered about 8 miles of uphill. The horses are tired. We're tired. And the cattle need a break. So I whistle to call it. It's only just past 1 p.m., and our goal is to have them in the pasture by 8 p.m., so we can get some miles back down to our camping spot before the light of day disappears. We're ahead of schedule, so we can take a break. Elena and I are at the back of the herd, Chase at the front, and we work in tandem to bring the 50-strong herd to a stop in a meadow. The air is a little thinner, the sun a lot hotter, so it's a reprieve to stop. There's a freshwater river running to the side that'll serve to rehydrate and shade from the evergreens that grow here. I pull Honey to a stop and dismount, Elena and Apollo following suit. Her hair sticks to her forehead beneath her hat. The white material of her shirt is somewhat see-through with her sweat. Dropping Honey's reins for a moment, since I can trust her to stay put, I offer my hands up to Elena to help her dismount. She takes it, landing on her feet. But the moment I release her weight, she falters, as if her knees have collapsed beneath her. Shit. I capture her. What is it?
Need a minute.
She grasps her injured thigh, just below where the bruising begins, and squeezes.
I've just sat still for too long.
Elena, I scold. I told you to tell me.
And I would have.
She cuts me off.
It didn't hurt, and right now it's not painful, per se, just sore.
I glare at her.
I promise.
She blinks her gray eyes up to me as she massages her thigh with her fingers.
Easing already.
And the ribs?
They're okay.
I feel my nostrils flare as I search her face for a hint of a lie. But her eyes are open, clear. So I dip my chin and pick Honey's reins back up. When you can walk, follow me to the river.
Okay.
Apollo swings his big head around, his teeth nipping at her shirt, and she lets out a light laugh as she lifts her hand to scratch the end of his muzzle. That laugh. Fuck. It's melodic, soothing, a sound you search for when all hope is lost, like a summer breeze on a hot day. I am so fucked. Bringing Honey to a stop at the river, I let her take her fill of water, the water bubbling over rocks that flows through the trees, a lifeline for both the wildlife and the ranchers and cowboys that trail through these mountains. I hear Elena coming up behind me, and she stops at my side, her arm brushing mine as Apollo begins to drink.
If I could just stay right here,
She whispers.
forget the world and live in these trees for the rest of my life, I would.
I glance down at her, seeing her face turned up the mountain where the sky is the bluest it can be, and birds soar overhead. Why can't you? I ask. A sad smile touches her lips.
It was never in the cards for me to live a peaceful life.
Everyone deserves a little peace, darling.
Not everyone.
She crouches to the river and dips her hands into the cool water, her lashes falling onto the slightly pink apples of her cheeks.
I think the idea is romantic, but living it would be different.
I remain quiet as I think about what it would be like to just disappear, live wild and free with no responsibilities, no people depending on you to pay their salaries or provide a roof over their heads, no animals that trust you to keep them safe and healthy, no debts or grief. But in every image, I see her. I see her in my house, in my bed, in my kitchen and office. I see her laughing with the guys and being soft with the one horse I didn't think would ever love again. The horizon had always been bleak, a wasteland I couldn't avoid. But now, the shape of her cuts the wasteland in two. Leaving her at the river with Apollo and Honey, I head to the herd and the other guys on the drive with us, checking over the herd as I go. When everyone confirms they've rested enough, had enough water and can continue, I go back to Elena, pushing those thoughts of a future that'll never happen for us away. Fill your bottle. We've got to move on. My tone is flat, and when she turns to look at me, a question on her lips, I avert my eyes.
Knox?
Let's go. I take Honey away and wait for Elena to catch up, knowing she'll need a hand. Another thing I need to pretend doesn't affect me. Little does she know how the feel of her is a brand on my skin, as deeply burned into me as the scarring flesh on her thigh I put there with my steel branding iron. Both she and Apollo stop at my side, and though I see the questions burning through her, she doesn't voice them, and simply accepts my hand to get her onto the back of the horse. As much as it tempts me to slip into her Eden, to take what I crave so badly, that bleak horizon is only one slip up away.
Chapter 21. Elena. You know what's a real bitch? Reflection. I don't want to think about all the shitty things I've done, and I certainly don't want to feel guilty about them. There aren't many things I regret, but I can't say I'm free of regret either. But it's really fucking hard not to think about the guilt when you are standing on the side of a mountain, the world at your feet and the sky within reach. We really are small. Specks of nothing in a sea of endlessness. In 100 years, no one will remember who we were, but the deeds we committed, they'll be whispered for generations. I am not good. I never claimed to be, but perhaps I can be more. Standing with Apollo off to the side, I watch Knox and the rest of them herd the cattle into a large fenced pasture, shaded by the tallest trees I've ever seen. The river we stopped at earlier runs through the pasture, providing an endless stream of fresh water, and the grass here appears greener, thicker, and lusher. There's a small hut set off to the edge of the pasture that one of the guys heads off to, waving a 2-finger salute to the rest of them. I guess he's staying here until Knox does whatever he's going to do with this herd. When the herd is settled, Knox and Chase trot out of the pasture, Knox hopping off his horse to secure the gate before he lifts his hat from his head and wipes his forehead. I've no idea of the time, but I do know I'm sore, tired, and hungry. And last I heard, we have another hour of riding to do to get to the campsite we'll be staying at overnight. If asked again, I'd do another drive. It's been fun, freeing, even if for the second half Knox ignored me, though he never left my side. Chase and Knox head my way, and with a jerk of his chin, he commands me silently to fall into step with the two of them. Licking my dried lips, I do, but I don't ride by Knox like I did on the way up here. Instead, I come up beside Chase, who gives me a skeptical look. He's a little pink from the sun, those freckles on his face standing out even more.
"What can I do for you, sweetness?"
he asks. "Just figured you'd be better company than the boss." He chokes out a laugh.
"That's so."
I see Knox side-eye me, his shoulders stiffening. "Well, you actually talked to me." He chuckles.
"Don't take it personally. He does that to everyone he likes." "Chase,"
Knox snaps.
I grin. I don't know how you work for a man like him, truthfully. "Yeah?"
Chase's smile back is cheeky, playful.
"You know what? You're right. He can be a real hard ass." "If you two are quite finished," Knox glares, "we have ground to cover before the sun goes down." "Don't be like that, boss," Chase teases. "You know we have time." "I swear to fucking God, Chase."
Knox snaps, but Chase doesn't heed his warning.
"You really got up his ass, sweetness."
"It's a skill." I flutter my lashes. Knox presses his heels into Honey, spurring her to take off ahead of us, putting a good bit of distance between us. Chase tuts loudly.
"You really are under his skin. Never thought it would happen."
I roll my eyes.
"You're mistaken." "Oh, I'm not. I've worked with that guy for a long time. I've seen women throw themselves at him, and he's never batted an eyelash. But you," he whistles, "he's going out of his skin."
I look at his body shrinking on the horizon the further he gets from us. Running, it seems.
"Don't hurt him, Elena."
Chase's tone turns serious.
"Please."
"I don't intend to hurt anyone." I bite a little harder than I intend.
"He's been through a lot, far more than any person deserves, but especially him."
Chase sighs.
"He gives, even if he goes without."
I already knew that. I plan to change that, I tell him. He won't go without anymore. Chase huffs a laugh.
"Yeah? And how do you intend to do that, sweetness?"
"If I tell you that, I'd have to kill you." His face drops as his skin pales. I don't think he knows who I am, but I'm guessing his intuition is smart enough to give him at least a warning. I throw him a wink, hoping to ease him before I press my own heels into Apollo's side to spur him to break into a run. He listens without hesitation and lunges forward. A shocked laugh erupts out of me, and I cling on as Apollo gallops, his dark mane blowing out behind him. He is grace and power, his impressive body taking the turns on the trail without hesitation. We fly through the trees, heading down the mountain toward Knox. Behind me, I hear Chase coming up the rear on his own horse, his laugh an echo that bounces off the trees. My skin prickles, my heart pounds. I am wild. I am free. There are no shackles binding me, no threats awaiting my return. Hinging at the waist, I lower myself to Apollo. "Look at you," I praise the horse. "Go, sweet boy." Somewhere between the three of us, Judge runs with us, his happy barks bouncing back to my ears. For a moment in time, I am not Elena DeLuca. I'm just a girl on the back of a horse, riding down a mountain, chasing a man who could be the greatest love story she'll ever experience. I can't help but laugh, the wind whipping through my hair, the sun's warmth kissing my skin, the scent of pine and mountain air filling my lungs with each breath. Trees close in on us, becoming tighter, the trail thinner, so I slow Apollo down. I don't want him to hurt himself in such a tight space. I can no longer see Knox, and Chase isn't behind me. In the distance, I can hear Judge barking, but I can't see him either. Pulling the reins a little, I bring Apollo to a stop, glancing back and then forward. Did I take a wrong turn? No, I swear I saw Knox come this way. I cringe at myself. I am not this fucking girl. Apollo swings his head back, his restless energy vibrating through me. I know, I say. Let's just turn back. I steer his body around and stare ahead. Trees surround us with no obvious sign of where we entered. Fuck. Apollo lets out a distressed whinny, dancing on the spot, and I try to soothe him the best I can. Guilt overwhelms me as I smooth my hand down the side of his neck, attempting to ease him. He trusted me, and I got us lost. What the fuck was I thinking, running off from Chase like that? Elena! Knox's voice cuts through the trees. Here! I yell back. I'm here! I search through the trees, looking for him, and to the right, I see the light coloring of his horse, a stark contrast to the color of his clothes and hat. He trots toward us, his scowl one for the books.
What the fuck are you doing?
He snaps. I didn't realize. I swallow. I thought you took this path.
You shouldn't have run off without Chase.
You left. I growl at him. I'm here with you, not him. You left. He presses his tongue to his top teeth.
I figured you were smarter than that, Elena.
My head snaps back. Yeah? Well, fuck you too. We stare at each other for a long moment before he shakes his head and turns Honey around, expecting me to follow. I feel like a scolded child as I press Apollo to follow behind, allowing Knox to guide us from the trees and back onto the trail, where Chase sits on the back of his horse, Judge sitting at his side. He wags his tail when he sees us, but as if he senses the disconnection between us, his tail stops moving and his ears perk up. I glance at Chase.
Sorry,
he mouths on a cringe. Yeah, me too. We walk the rest of the way to the campsite in silence, in a sort of triangle, with Knox taking up the point and me and Chase side by side, Judge walking to my right. The sun is just going down, the light becoming muted, but still plenty to see, and eventually, after about an hour of walking, Knox slows when we come into a clearing. It appears as if this has been used before. There are posts buried in the ground to tie up the horses, patches of scorched earth from fires that have been lit and put out. I follow Knox to the posts, coming to a stop when he does, and wait as he dismounts. There's nothing more humbling than needing help from a man who doesn't want to give it. But Knox is far too chivalrous to leave me up here. He helps me down and even holds on when my knees buckle, waiting until I can get my balance to let go. But when he knows, he releases like my ass is on fire, stepping away. He secures Honey, grabs the pack, and storms away, ripping the hat off his head as he goes so he can run his hands through his thick head of hair. Chase dismounts and ties up his own horse, looking to where Knox dumps the pack, digging into it to get what he needs out.
You should have seen him,
Chase says quietly, tying a knot to secure his horse.
He was scared shitless, Elena.
Why?
You were lost.
His green eyes pin me.
When I caught up with him and you weren't with me, he lost it. I am sorry for that. I didn't see you take the wrong turn. Otherwise, I would have come after you.
It's okay. I touch his arm, hoping to ease his misplaced guilt. It's a sixth sense, the way I feel when his eyes are on me. They burn, and sure enough, when I turn to look at him, he's glaring in this direction, namely at the hand I have on Chase's bicep. I don't move it. I hold his eyes, and I don't falter. If he wants to play, we can play, though I'm not sure he truly understands who he is playing with.
Sweetness.
Chase fidgets uncomfortably. As much as I like your hands on me, I don't want his wrath. Leave him to me, I mumble.
Oh, shit.
He chuckles. I let my hand fall from his body, ensuring I drag my hand in a motion that looks like a caress.
All for it.
Chase laughs.
Gotta kick him, you know?
We'll see. Silence falls on the campsite as we all set up to settle in for the night. The horses graze at their stations, and the guys set up where we will sleep and a fire while I stand and watch. I offer a hand, but I'm told there's nothing to do. There's a tension fizzling in the air that makes my skin feel too tight, so I step away, following a trail on the east side of the camp. It's a short walk, but I come up on a lake, fed by a stream that flows off the side of the mountain. The water is clean, the surface rippling as it ebbs and flows against the banks. With nothing to do and only so much daylight left, I strip off my clothes. Pebbles bite the bare soles of my feet, my nipples peeking to the cool mountain air, but the water isn't as cold as I thought it would be. The sky is that dusty blue of twilight, the time when the sun hasn't quite given up and the night is clawing to take over, and I wade into the water. My clothes, underwear and all, are left in a pile on the shore, and I walk until the water hits just below my breasts, breathing deeply to allow my body to adjust to the temperature change. When I'm comfortable, I lift my feet from the pebbly ground and allow myself to float, dipping my head back to soak my hair. The water is like silk as I push myself through it, staring up at the sky, a couple of stars already able to shine in the blue. It washes away the sweat and the dirt, takes the heat clinging to my skin, and once I'm further into the lake, I turn and allow myself to wade in the water, the silence and peace breathing life into me. A branch snaps ahead of me, and Knock steps onto the shore. He glances at the clothes, namely the bra on top, and then at me, a muscle in his jaw ticking. "Don't be shy, cowboy," I call to him. "Come in with me." I expect him to roll his eyes or curse under his breath, but when he reaches for his shirt to take it off, my breath stalls. He throws the shirt down next to mine, showing off his hard muscles that flex and roll with his movements as he goes for the buckle of his belt. He strips down to his boxers and then wades into the water until he can no longer stand, and then swims out to me. His rough fingers whisper up my sides. "You drive me fucking crazy," he rasps. "I guess we have that in common," I admit. "Do you like Chase?" he asks, a vulnerability coming over him I haven't seen before. My eyes bounce between his. "Are you jealous?" I repeat his own question. His eyes lower to the surface of the water, but the light doesn't allow him to see beneath.
"With you,"
he swallows.
"I think I'd burn the whole fucking world if I thought another man was stealing you from me."
"But I'm not yours."
"No,"
he agrees.
"You're not."
His hand curls around my waist, pulling me in closer, but not enough we touch. He seems to be able to stand at this depth. The water stops just below his chin. "Do you want me to be?" I whisper.
"I don't know,"
he admits honestly, the hand that was curled around my side, running down to my hip before dipping inward.
"And I'm fucking scared to find out."
His thumb lowers further, running down the indent of my hip toward my pubic bone, and he stills.
"You're naked,"
he rasps. "What gave it away?" I tease.
"I thought."
He cuts his eyes to the piles of clothing on the shore. "I'm naked." I confirm for him. He groans.
"Fuck, Hellion."
"Touch me." I practically beg him. His eyes bounce between mine, but then his hand dips and I feel his finger swipe through me. I falter in the water, dipping beneath the surface, but an arm comes around me to hold me up. He scissors his fingers through me, but when his thumb presses to the bar pierced through my clit, we both freeze. Me in pleasure and him in shock. "Elena." His voice is a plea, a prayer. Take. I allow it. Fuck. Knox. Take.
Chapter 22. Knox. 2 fingers scissor her pussy, while my thumb presses to her perfectly pierced clit, the balls on the bar rolling under the pad of my thumb. Her head dips back as I apply pressure to that sensitive bundle of nerves, her chest arching out as she curves her spine, lips parting. She is so fucking beautiful.
Knox.
My name stutters from her lips. The swells of her breasts crest the surface of the water, a little puddle in the dip between her clavicles. Sliding my fingers further, I tease at her entrance, pushing in just an inch with a single finger as I keep that pressure applied to her clit. Her pleasure is the most beautiful damn thing I've ever fucking seen. There's a pink flush to her skin. Her pouty lips are parted. And her body, it's like fucking putty in my hands. She is mine. Say it again. I tease that finger in and out of her slick heat, fucking her with it slowly while my cock jerks beneath my boxers.
Knox.
She moans. That's my fucking name on your lips, alien. Mine.
Yes.
She breathes.
Please.
Don't you beg so pretty, darling. I praise. You want more? Her nails claw at my arms, sinking into my skin enough to leave a mark. But I welcome her brand of pain.
Yes.
She hisses. Manners, Elena.
Please.
I slide the finger inside before I pull it out and stretch her with a second. She gasps, her thighs squeezing together around my hand. But I don't stop. I keep moving my fingers in and out of her, fucking her slowly with my hand while my thumb continues to play with that piercing hers. She rolls her hips, climbing up higher, searching for that release. The trees rustle with the breeze, and the water laps at our bodies.
I'm going to come.
She breathes, her head falling forward to rest in the spot between my shoulder and my neck.
Fuck. Knox.
Give it to me, I demand. Let me have it. She shudders, but she isn't quite there yet. I curl my fingers a touch, allowing them to grind on that soft, sweet spot inside, coaxing her orgasm forward. Come on, alien, I urge. Show me how pretty you are when you fall apart. Show me what you look like when you just let go. I keep the pace, the pressure, stroking her cunt as her body convulses and tenses. That's it, I praise. Sing for me, darling. I feel it when she finally lets go, when she succumbs to her climax. Her pussy clamps around my fingers, and she throbs against my thumb, her moans turning to whimpers as she shakes against me. Above us, the sky turns darker, the sun slipping down beneath the horizon. But I don't let go of her until she stills in my arms. Slowly, I slip my fingers from her body, and then grasp her thighs, parting her legs until I can lift her and secure her around my waist. Her arms loop around my neck, and she leans back, her eyes hooded, a sated look to her. Turning us, I begin to wade through the water back to the shore, only to pause when I hear a whistle. Knox? Chase's voice cuts through the dark. Dinner's done! Where are you? It's in that moment I realize what the fuck I've just done.
Knox?
Elena's voice has a hint of warning. Fuck. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Don't.
There's a tremor in her voice that catches me off guard. I'm sorry. I swallow thickly and release her, helping her down until her feet touch the ground. Immediately, the water feels 10 degrees colder. Her arms come around herself to cover up her bare breasts, water rolling down her skin. That was a mistake. One brow quirks up.
No, it wasn't.
It was. I grind out. It won't happen again. She laughs, a full maniacal laugh that sends a chill down my spine.
Fucking spineless men.
She storms by me. Well, tries to at least, back toward the shore. Not afraid of being naked, or the chase is just through the trees. I try not to look, I do. But the woman is a goddess. Just one I shouldn't have for myself. There is not a single flaw to her. She is full and shapely and stunning. Anyone else, if she were anyone fucking else.
Fuck you, Knox Carter.
She throws her shirt on, letting it fall down to her thighs. The material sticking to her wet skin before she pulls her panties up her legs and under the hem. And then she walks away, her clothes tucked under her arm, her feet bare. A wild, hellish woman that one is. My head bows, and I loosen a breath. I can still feel the way her body wrapped around mine. Can still feel the way she trembled as I brought her to orgasm on my fingers. I wanted the taste so bad. I wanted to slip my tongue between her lips, to feed from her. It almost makes me pissed at Chase for interrupting us. Once out of the water, I lose the wet boxers and slip my jeans back on before I shove my arms through the sleeves of my shirt and return to the camp. A fire is burning in a pit Chase set up, a metal pot of water coming to a boil over the flames. Chase eats from his bowl, sitting on a log, but a quick scan shows Elena isn't out here with him. He jerks his chin toward one of the 2 tents he's already set up. She took her food, the flask, and the dog, and went straight in there. Leave her, I sigh, knees cracking as I take a seat beside him. Did I interrupt something? He questions. No, I lie, reaching for his flask resting on the log. I take a long hit of the whiskey before I dig into the food Chase prepared, shoveling it into my mouth. It's been a long fucking day. A great day, but a long one. And sleep is the only thing I want right now. Though that is going to be interesting, since I'm sharing the tent with Elena. There was only so much space for me to use when packing supplies, and there's no fucking way I'll bunk with Chase. When the water boils over, the water hissing when it meets the flames, Chase removes it, pouring it into 3 cups, handing me 2 of them. Oh, I'm hitting the sack. He stands and stretches. My ass is still fucking numb. I chuckle. Night. He throws a 2-finger salute before he disappears into his own tent. cup of whatever tea he picked up at the market the morning before in his hand. He pretends that he doesn't have a thing for the girl who sells it, but I've never seen the man blush harder than when he speaks with her. Taking the tea, I head to my own tent, pulling back the door to find Elena curled on her side, the bowl empty with the flask next to it. Judge is curled up beside her, his head resting on her body. She whips her head to me.
What?
We're bunking together. I warn her.
Wonderful.
She rolls back over. Elena. I start.
Don't.
She snaps.
Just don't. It's humiliating enough getting rejected once, but twice?
She shakes her head.
Don't know why you bother. It's so very fucking obvious you want me.
It's not that fucking easy. I growl.
Bullshit.
I place the tea down next to her, but she doesn't reach for it or move as I climb in beside her. The weather is warm enough that we only need light blankets, but I make sure she is covered before I take any for myself, and then lay down flat. The tension fizzles in the small space, thick and heavy and stifling. Wanting Elena isn't the problem. It's her surname that's stopping me.
Chapter 23. Elena. I ride behind Knox with Chase behind me, Judge happily trotting at the side of Apollo, as we make our way back to the ranch. The weather has taken a turn. The sky is now covered in a thick layer of ominous gray clouds, and the air feels heavy and charged. A storm is brewing, and the humidity makes me sweat worse than when it's blazing sun. I pick at my shirt, pulling it away from my skin. I woke up before Knox did and scrambled out of the tent, having woken up pressed against him. I don't play fucking games, and the push and pull between us is giving me whiplash. The first drop of rain hits my cheek, and I turn my face to the clouds. The downpour starts slowly before it builds to a thunderous level. It takes minutes to soak all three of us through, but neither Chase nor Knox appears to be in any hurry to get out of the weather. The cool water is a reprieve to my overheated skin.
10 minutes,
Knox calls back to me without looking. A deep rumble of thunder echoes through the clouds, bouncing off the mountain behind us, the wind whipping through the trees and sending a shiver down my spine. By the time we reach the edge of the ranch, I am completely drenched, the same as the horses, the guys, and Judge. Another roll of thunder splits the sky, followed by a bright fork of lightning that makes me jump on top of Apollo. His ears pin back as his whole body goes rigid beneath me. I am not stupid. I know my experience, and a spooked horse is out of my depth. He shifts, dancing across the gravel as his head throws back, the reins slipping through my hands. Fear and anxiety rattle through me, making my thighs tighten on the back of Apollo. He pulls his head down, tightening the reins, and any confidence I had on the back of him leaves me.
Helena.
Knox steers Honey around, bringing her closer but not in direct line of Apollo, who shifts more erratically beneath me. I turn my wide eyes to him.
Hey,
he soothes.
It's okay.
It's not okay. A shrill sound leaves me. I'm going to get thrown off. Fuck.
Elena.
Knox's voice is stern.
You need to relax.
Relax? A gasp leaves me as Apollo suddenly steps back quickly, jerking me in the saddle.
Elena, you're scaring him.
Knox pins me with his eyes.
Just breathe. You're not coming off.
My heart is pounding inside my chest, rain running rivers over my face, but none of that matters. Not as he pins me with his eyes.
Breathe, darling.
Slowly, he brings Honey up next to us, his knee touching mine before he reaches across and cups my chin.
Breathe.
I suck in a stuttering breath.
That's it. Relax a little. Trust he won't hurt you. He got you up the mountain. He'll get you back down.
The thunder. I swallow thickly.
Apollo is not reacting to the weather, darling. It's you. Just take a minute, okay? Just breathe.
A clap of thunder erupts through the clouds.
Good girl.
Knox praises.
We can make it back. Do you trust me?
My whole body shivers, and as much as it pains me to admit it, I do. Yes.
Good.
His fingers release my chin.
Loose rein. Tight grip.
He commands. He turns around but stays close, watching me follow his instructions. Apollo relaxes beneath me. Even when another bolt of lightning splits the sky, he doesn't spook like before.
Good.
Knox keeps his voice steady and strong, sticking to my side as we slowly start walking again.
Keep going, darling.
I turn my chin to him a little, but he's already watching me. His body strong, one hand resting on his thigh, the other on the reins, his confidence keeping him steady. I feed from it. A man as steadfast as Knox radiates the kind of energy you want to keep around you. It's safety, warmth, everything I've never had from a man. Not even my father was a safe man. I loved him, of course, but he wasn't safe. It just makes my heart hurt. But it also pisses me off. He wants me, and yet denies us both, and that makes him a coward, safe or not. I allow him to help me and Apollo back to the stables, feeding from that quiet power of his until we get the horses safely away so they can be looked after, fed, and watered before resting. My body is stiff when I finally step away from the horse, muscles aching, ass numb, but just as I'm about to leave to get some food and a shower, my eyes clash with his.
Elena.
He reaches for me, but I step back, causing his brows to draw low. Don't look at me like that, I snap at him. Thank you for helping me with Apollo. I appreciate it, but it doesn't mean I'm not pissed at you.
Pissed at me?
He jerks his head back.
I made it clear.
Yeah, I laugh. That you're a fucking coward. His face twists, anger coming over him for a moment.
A fucking coward.
He hisses,
You're calling me a coward.
If the shoe fits. I cross my arms. Behind him, Chase enters the stables but stops abruptly.
Not now, Chase.
Knox commands. I watch as his right-hand man ducks out, and I turn back to him.
You are a brat.
He snaps at me.
Selfish, spiteful, and fucking reckless.
Keep going, I taunt him. Get it all out.
Don't push me, woman.
Or what? I laugh humorlessly. You'll run away again? His eyes darken.
Elena.
I'll save you the trouble, cowboy. I turn on him and head for the door behind me that leads around the back of the stables. He doesn't come after me, but I feel his eyes burning into my spine until the door slams behind me. The rain continues to hammer against the ground, the clouds tumbling with the thunder that rolls violently through them. I'm almost around the stables when I hear the door open and slam shut. And then he's behind me, grasping me by the arms to push me against the fence, the wooden posts biting into my abdomen with his weight pressing into my spine.
You fucking test every limit I have.
He growls in my ear.
My patience, my temper, everything.
I push back on him, but he doesn't spare me an inch. He's stronger, and I feel his anger shaking through him. Perhaps I should be scared, but it's excitement that rattles through me. Better than fear, I bite back, pushing my hips into his groin. He sucks in a breath.
You think I'm scared?
He laughs, the deep chuckle far from amused. I'm not. I am pissed. I fucking hate who you are and what your family has done. And I fucking hate myself because I want you. He releases me enough so I can turn, but his arms continue to cage me against the fence. Raindrops roll down his face, catching in his lashes and his beard, but his eyes blaze. Then get the fuck off me, I hiss at him. His chest heaves with his breaths, a muscle in his jaw ticking wildly, and just when I think he's going to move so I can go, his mouth slams onto mine. It takes me a second to catch up, my brain short-circuiting, until his tongue traces the seam of my lips and I automatically open for him. He plunges inside as his hand comes around the back of my skull and his fingers curl into my hair, taking hold of a fistful. He yanks my head back, the bite of pain forcing a moan from my lips. He chuckles against my mouth. You're a greedy fucking woman, Elena. With his hand in my hair, he forces my head further back, stretching my neck to allow room for his mouth. His beard scratches my skin as his teeth graze down the column of my throat. This is what you wanted. He rasps against me as he shoves one of his large hands up my shirt, palming my breast above my bra. For my hands on your body, my mouth tasting your skin. Wetness and heat pool between my legs. He sucks all the power away from me, forcing me to submit. Answer me. He rips away from me. Now, Elena. Yes. I breathe heavily. He releases my hair before his hands go to the button of my pants, and he yanks the denim down my thighs, taking my underwear with them. There's nothing gentle about it, nothing soft or sweet, and when he grasps my hips and spins me, I have to snatch out to grasp the fence to stop myself from falling. I hear the buckle of his belt unclip before he yanks my hips back, forcing me to hinge at the waist, and then the head of his cock is right there, nudging into me. This is what you wanted. He growls behind me before he thrusts forward and impales me in one quick and brutal push. The rain batters us both as he pulls back and slams forward again, his fingers biting into my hips as he yanks with every thrust. He's fucking big, and the stretch is enough to have me whimpering. His powerful body jerks against mine, every slap of his hips pushing me forward, but he doesn't allow me any give. He keeps me against him, forces me to take every inch of his cock. And I do. I take it and I give back, my moans joining the thunder and the rain. Fuck, he groans. You feel too fucking good, Hellion. My nails bite into the wood of the fence, body convulsing around his thick length. I'm wet and aching, and he feels so fucking good. Powerful, brutal, safe. I give myself over. I let him have me, use me. His hand comes around my front, skirting up between the valley of my breasts, until the rough skin of his hand presses around my throat, and he pulls me back, bending at the knees to keep his pace. He squeezes the edges, restricting but not taking away, as he continues to fuck me hard and fast, desperate and messy. My inner thighs are soaked, the denim around my knees not budging, making the fit of him impossibly tight. He strokes every part of me, deep and true, and all I can do is hold on. I feel his anger. It surrounds us, charging the air. Look at you. My head thumps against his shoulder. Taking it all. So damn greedy for my cock. You're making a mess all over your thighs. Nox. My voice scratches from my throat. You're going to come all over my cock, he demands. Fucking give it to me. Fuck. I whimper, and his fingers give a gentle squeeze, my head turning a little fuzzy before a sense of euphoria sweeps through me, making me lax and dizzy with it. I can feel every part of me tightening, muscles trembling as every stroke of his cock sends me higher and higher. There's no give, no reprieve. He is relentless. A loud moan tumbles from me, and his responding chuckle rumbles against my spine.
That's fucking it.
He praises.
It's mine. Your pleasure is mine.
Please, I beg.
Such pretty manners.
He slows his pace, withdrawing from me inch by inch, almost pulling all the way out before he thrusts back in. My knees wobble, my heart pounds as everything knots, my pussy throbbing around him.
So fucking perfect.
He rasps.
Tight and wet. This cunt is mine now. Do you understand?
Jesus.
I said.
He slams in hard enough, I swear my bones rattle.
Do you understand?
Yes, I cry.
Good fucking girl.
He rewards me by pinching my clit between his fingers, and it's game over. I shatter around him, coming so hard and fast, I see stars behind my eyes. I no longer feel the rain or the wind. It's just him as he works me through my orgasm, following me over the edge. His cock jerks as he comes, filling me up, and his deep, rasping moan sends a shiver down my spine. His body drapes over mine as his heart pounds against my spine, his breath whispering against the skin on my neck.
The house.
He rasps.
Now, we're not done here.
Chapter 24. Knocks. Elena stumbles to the door, and I'm quick on her heels. Once wasn't enough. Once will never be enough. I've had her. Once will never be enough. I've had her. I've tasted her skin, fallen to her temptation, and now she's mine. The door slams behind me, and I have her in my arms in the next breath, stealing her lips with my own, feeling her melt against me as my tongue plunges into her mouth, and I breathe her into my lungs. I angle her head to allow me in deeper, explore her taste and swallow down her moans like they're the very things giving me air. I am starved for her. Desperate. I walk her backwards, toward the stairs, and only stop when she threatens to fall back. I want her up them, not injured. I don't plan on letting her go for the foreseeable future. Not until I've taken my fill. Releasing her mouth, I step by her and grasp her hand, feeling her follow behind as I take the stairs up to my bedroom. Perhaps I should let her shower, wash the rain and ride down the mountain off of her. But the thought of filling her with more of my cum makes my cock harder than it already is. I want to leak down her thighs, drip from her, mark her in every single way. I stop at the bed and turn wordlessly, my eyes rolling down her frame. Drenched from head to toe, her hair appears impossibly darker than the black it already is. Her skin is wet, raindrops still clinging to her skin, and her clothes outline her perfect body where they're stuck to her. I watch her throat bob on a swallow, but she tilts her head up defiantly, meeting me match for match. We're both embers, burning up in the fire we have created, and if we have to burn it all to ash, then we will. I feel the side of my mouth notch up into a grin, and then reach for the hem of her shirt, bringing the wet material up and over her breasts, and then her head, leaving her in just her bra, jeans, and boots. The bruising across her ribcage, the outline of the boot print, is still visible. Lighter than what it was before, but the shadows and the break remain. Before I go further, I allow my fingers to trace the mark. A gentle whisper of just my fingertips. But she still sucks in a breath and flinches, as if bracing for a pain that I'll deliver her. Who did this one? I rasp, the burn of anger heating the blood in my veins.
My uncle.
She replies, lashes fluttering as I continue to move my hand over the injury. My nostrils flare as I breathe in deep, tempering down the urge to rip the world apart to find him. Elena isn't a woman that needs saving. Sure, she needs help, but she's no damsel. Doesn't mean I won't revel in his death, or that if I can, deal the final blow. And your thigh? I ask, tracing my hand down the soft swell of her stomach, toward the button of her jeans.
His name's Rio.
She answers without hesitation, kicking off her boots so I can slide her jeans all the way off her legs. She stands before me in just her panties, her nipples peaked and pressing against the baby blue lace of her bra. Her thigh looks like her ribs. The bruising is there, but softening. The scar from the bullet and then the brand looking angry and raised, but her healing like the rest of her. I don't touch the scar itself. The sea burned into her flesh, but trace around it. And who is that?
I'm not sure you'd like the answer.
She admits. Who is he? My eyes jump to hers.
A friend.
She cocks her head to the side.
A lover.
I'll kill him. I vow. A soft smile touches her lips.
You'll have to get there before me.
I won't take your revenge from you. I promise. Not if you tell me not to. But I promise you it will be slow.
You already have me naked, Knox.
She licks her full bottom lip.
You don't need to talk dirty to me.
A laugh bursts out of me, full and light, and I can't help but capture her face in my hands to taste that bottom lip like she just did. I coax her back to the bed, laying her gently on top and follow her down, holding my weight above her. Her stormy gray eyes, the color to match the clouds beyond the window, gaze up at me. She's the most open right now, with her flushed cheeks and relaxed body. It's a submission, one I'm certainly not going to take for granted. I have a feeling this woman doesn't give it up to anybody. Leaning down, I run my lips down the sharp edge of her jaw, down the column of her throat, which she stretches out for me to take. I follow the delicate length down to her clavicles, my tongue dipping into the hollow between them before I move further to her chest, the valley between her breasts which is still covered by the pretty floral lace. I can see the glint of the steel balls of her nipple bars through the sheer material, and desperate for a taste, I reach for the straps and pull them down her arms before my fingers hook into the cups covering her and tug. I already knew she had perfect fucking tits. Round and soft, with peaked rosy nipples, metal bars speared through both of them. My tongue traces one while my hand toys with the other, and her spine bows off the bed, pressing her breasts further into me. I sink my teeth in a little, adding a flash of pain before I lick and kiss the sting away, listening to the sounds of her breathy moans to figure out what she likes and what she doesn't. It comes as no surprise that she likes a little pain with her pleasure. But my little fucking hellion gives as good as she gets. Her fingers thread into my hair and curl, tightening the strands against my scalp, as she forces me to keep my mouth on her. I bite her nipple, earning a pretty gasp from her. I grin against her flesh and reach for her hand, unthreading her fingers from my hair, and pin that hand to the mattress. Be a good girl, Elena. My voice is all gravel, a rumble spoken against her soft skin. Keep your hands to yourself.
Knox.
Her words tremble, spoken on a whimper. She fidgets beneath me, skin pebbled, the flesh over her breasts reddened by my bites and the scratch of my beard. I move my mouth down to her rib cage, my lips whispering over her hurt, wishing to whatever is out there to take away any pain they may be causing her. It's futile. If I could take it, I would. But I cannot. So loving on her, peppering tender kisses to her wound is the next best thing I can provide. Her muscles quiver with every pass of my lips, jumping some as I move across her stomach, down to the waist of her panties, and then rise to my knees between her legs. She fidgets a little, and then reaches behind her, unhooking her bra before she throws it onto the floor.
You have me,
she whispers.
Now what are you going to do about it, Cowboy?
Hooking my fingers into her underwear, I tug, and she lifts her hips to allow me to slip them down her legs, throwing them down to meet her bra discarded on the floor. For some, being naked in front of another is a vulnerable thing. For Elena, she just grins at me, her devilish smile making my cock jerk inside my pants. I eat her up with my eyes, taking in every curve, every edge and valley of her. The scars on her skin, the freckles across her shoulders, a mole beneath her right breast, a birthmark in the shape of a horseshoe on her left hip. I could spend hours mapping her out, tasting every part of her skin, counting her freckles, and learning where she likes to be touched the most. And though the violence is stamped on her thigh, the betrayal and the pain, seeing the C on her thigh, the branding of my name, it lights something up inside of me. Perhaps it makes me a sick son of a bitch, but I cannot deny how it feels to have my mark on her skin. I slide my hands up her inner thighs and press them apart, forcing her to widen for me. The bar through her clit catches in the light, and my cum is still leaking from her. With 2 fingers, I smear it into her pussy, scissoring my fingers through her lips over the silver bar, before I push them just an inch inside, forcing my cum back inside of her. She quirks a brow.
I have an implant before you get any fucking ideas.
My shoulders shake with a chuckle. Believe me, darling, if I wanted you pregnant, that little rod in your arm wouldn't get in my way. All it would take is a sterile blade to get it out, and you would be all mine. Her lips part and widen even further when I slide 2 fingers inside of her fully, eyes rolling back. And you take it, I rasp. All of it. You'd let me fill you up over and over again.
Fuck, Knox.
She whimpers. I draw my fingers from her almost all the way before thrusting them back inside, moving my thumb to press down onto her pretty pierced clit. The wetness of her, mixed with my cum still inside of her, makes for an obscene, erotic sound. The little sighs and moans she makes only adding to the building tempo. Your cunt takes everything I give so well, Hellion. I praise, watching my fingers get sucked in, a wet spot forming on my sheets beneath her ass. You were made for me. I fought it. I did, but I can't fucking deny it. From the moment you pressed that gun to my head, I knew I was doomed. Her body shakes as each word hits her. Your smart mouth, your violence, I was sucked into your orbit with no chance of escape, and I fucking hate it, and I love it at the same time. Been a long time since I've felt anything, darling.
Knox,
She gasps.
stop.
What? I taunt. Too much now that you have it? What do you want me to stop? The words, or my fingers in this perfect pussy of yours? Her hips rise, meeting the push of my hand.
The words.
She gasps. No. I bite. You wanted it? You have it.
Please?
She cries out as I circle my thumb, playing with that bar through her clit. Her whole body trembles as I push her to the limit, waiting for her to break and shatter. She's so damn pretty, it hurts to look at her. She cries out when her orgasm crests, her pussy spasming around my fingers, her climax soaking my hand even more. I push her through it, claiming every second of her pleasure until she's limp and breathing hard on the mattress. Lazy eyes follow me as I push off the bed and reach for her, slipping my hands under her body to lift her from the sheets. And automatically her arms go around my neck, her head to my shoulder. My cock leaks within the confines of my boxers, hard as fucking rock. Heading into the bathroom, I place her down on the vanity unit to sit while I head to the bath and plug it before turning on the faucet. The water sputters for a few seconds before it begins to flow smoothly and fill the tub, steam rising from the water to curl and snake in the air. I turn back to Elena, who was watching me from beneath hooded eyes.
What are you doing?
She whispers. I walk toward her, slipping between her parted knees and grasp her chin, lowering my mouth to hers. She kisses me back, melting against me. But I cut it off too soon, her lips chasing mine when I pull away. You're going to let me take care of you. Chapter 25. Knox. Her spine presses against my chest as the water skims the very edge of the tub, spilling over every time we move. I filled it too high, though I'm grateful I picked an oversized tub for the bathroom, since we both wouldn't fit in here otherwise. I'll deal with the flooded floor after I've taken care of her. She's lax against me, eyes closed as the water and bubbles cover her, body a little pink from the heat. The rain continues to fall in torrents beyond the window, a reprieve for the hard, dry earth, though the humidity is a killer. Sweat beads and rolls down the side of my face, but it feels too good with her in here. My hands skim her soft skin, tracing the lines of her. It feels like I've waited a lifetime for this. When the water starts to cool, I force her to lower into the water between my legs, gathering her hair in my hands to soak it before she sits, and I grab the shampoo from the side, lathering it up on her head. She leans her head back, giving me the control, and my fingers dig into her scalp, massaging before rinsing it off and grab the conditioner I picked up from the store just for her. Her hair glides through my hands, the inky tresses like silk between my fingers. When I move to wash it off, she pulls away from me, turning abruptly in the water, and rises to her knees.
That stays in for a while,
she explains. Nodding, I lean back on the edge of the tub, letting my eyes take their fill of her. Her upper half is out of the water, droplets running over her tan skin. She crawls over me, lowering her mouth to mine before she reaches for the shampoo and sits back on her heels expectantly. Chuckling, I dip beneath the water to wet my hair, and then sit, grasping her around the waist to pull her to me. my mouth clamping around one of her nipples. My tongue flicks against the tip, and her body trembles. A moan filling the bathroom with sound. I'm insatiable. I cannot get enough. She is an addiction I'm all too happy to fall victim to. Her hands thread into my hair, and she tugs, pulling me away from her body.
In a minute.
She breathes, eyes hooded and gaze darkened. Before I can argue, she's squeezing some shampoo into my hair, and her fingers are working it in, nails gently scratching at my scalp. My hands are on her hips, holding, but my eyes are falling closed. I'm practically fucking purring with the way she's washing my hair. And then it's over all too soon. My eyes bounce to hers, to find her with an amused smile on her face. Soft. Relaxed. Fuck. I make quick work of getting the soap out, and then help her remove the conditioner and get out of the tub, not bothering with a towel, since I'm on her the moment we're free. She gasps when I pick her up, wrapping her legs around my waist. She's slippery, but her thighs tighten, keeping her attached to me while I walk us back to the bed, laying us both down onto the mattress. My cock fucking aches. I slant my mouth across hers as I adjust my hips, the head of me notching into her. Her breathy whimper tastes so damn sweet. I flex a little, sliding into her warmth just a couple of inches before I withdraw and do it again, torturing us both with a slow pace. She's so fucking tight and warm, squeezing my cock as she stretches to fit me. Her nails bite into my back, likely leaving deep marks, but fuck, she can mark me. Claim me. Own me. I finally thrust all the way in, pausing when I'm at the hilt. A long rumble of a groan leaving my chest. She bows off the bed, chest thrusting toward the ceiling as her hands drop and claw at the sheets now soaked. So, thrust. Fucking thrust. Perfect. Grasping behind her thigh, I lift to open her up more for me and slam into her so hard she shifts up the mattress, but like fuck is she getting away from me. Fuck, she cries.
Oh, God.
I pause. What did you just say? Wide eyes turn to me, her body writhing beneath mine. My name, I growl. You call my fucking name when I'm fucking you, alien. It's me making you scream, not fucking God. To prove my point, I drag my cock out of her and punch back inside. Hard, the slap of our bodies loud. She cries out, her hands white-knuckling the sheets. More. She begs.
Please knock. More.
I drag her to the edge of the mattress and stand, lifting her with me until her ass hovers above the bed, and I fuck her hard, thrusting at an angle that pushes my cock against that sweet spot inside her. Her lips are parted on a silent moan, eyes rolling back as her tits bounce with every thrust of my hips. You take it so fucking well, I praise. Look at your greedy pussy, sucking me in, drenching my cock. You're fucking mine, Elena. I fuck her into the mattress, possess her. I give her it all. And she takes, wrapping me up around that little fucking finger of hers. And when she crashes, I push her through it, not giving her even a moment to catch her breath, not when desperation and obsession spur my every move. My hands bruise where they hold, her pussy yielding to every brutal pound of my hips. She feeds off it, stealing parts of me, and all I want to do is give her more. Breathless, I drop her back onto the mattress and cover her with my body, rolling my hips against her clit as I continue to saw my cock in and out of her. She's as breathless as I am, her body wrapping around me as I bring her back up, focusing on the way her cunt flutters and clamps around the thick length of me. I knew allowing myself a single taste would be my ruin. You don't fall for a woman like Elena and hope to come out alive. She is the devil in lace. Knox. She whispers my name, a tremor in her voice, and I know she's right there again. Flipping us, I land on my back as her thighs stretch over my hips. Fucking ride me, Elena. I grasp her thighs just below the bruising. Take it.
Yes,
She cries. Her hips bounce against my cock as she runs her hands up her abdomen and fists her tits, pinching her own nipples. She's a damn masterpiece you can't stop staring at. Erotic and seductive. A feast for both the body and the mind. I feel the muscles in my neck tighten as my head tilts back. The feel of her moving on my cock too much and not enough. She leans over me, balancing herself on my chest as she latches onto my neck with her mouth, biting and sucking at the same time, and I can't fucking stop it. The touch of pain, with the feel of her perfect pussy moving over my length, has me exploding. Grasping her hips, I hold her onto me, emptying myself into her as she convulses around me, draining me for every last drop, while her mouth continues to suck at my neck, likely leaving a mark. Her tongue licks over the bite when she releases, and she sits up, my cock still buried in her body.
You mark me, Cowboy?
She purrs.
I mark you back.
Fucking carve your name into my chest, darling. I rasp.
Tempting?
She licks her lips and rolls her hips, the bolt of pleasure that shoots through me, making me jerk against the bed. I need to feel you, I grumble, grasping her to lift her off of me. She rolls onto the mattress beside me, tucking her hands beneath her head to watch me get up. Her eyes devour me, taking in every inch of me, and it makes me feel 10 feet tall. Pulling on my boxers, I quickly head into the bathroom to grab a washcloth so she can stand and catch my reflection in the mirror. A large purple bruise now takes up space on the side of my throat, the skin still slightly indented by her teeth. But I'm not mad at the obvious claim she's placed on me. Fuck. I'll show it to the whole damn world. Returning to her, I swipe the cloth between her legs, grinning when I clean up her pussy, and she jolts, the sensitivity rising goosebumps on her skin. She pulls on a pair of my flannel pajamas, pulling the string at the waist as tight as it goes, but the things drown her, and when she puts one of my tees on, you can't see her shape at all. But damn, she looks good in my clothes. I leave her in the kitchen once we are downstairs to head out to the mess house, the smell of dinner already wafting from the open windows. The rain is still falling, forming puddles on the ground, but it should stop by morning. We've needed the rain. Summers here get dry quickly, and with that comes a lot of risks. Wildfires, lack of water for the livestock and crops. So I don't complain when the storms batter us like this. Chase is serving up the food when I step inside, shaking off the water from my hair. Hot fucking damn, he whistles, and I already know what he's about to do. They finally fucked. Chase, I warn him. We were wondering how long it would take. He jokes. My sex life is none of your concern. He laughs. Just happy for you, boss. I roll my eyes. This ready? I ask, referring to the food. All yours. He grins. It won't be the last I hear from him on the topic. On a ranch like ours, anything new, whether it's private or not, will be shared over and over until something new and more interesting comes along. And I fear there will be nothing more interesting or captivating than Elena fucking DeLuca.
Chapter 26. Elena. I wake snuggled into Knox's side, my head on the soft spot between his shoulder and neck, leg thrown over him, all his naked glory on display. He's a hard, rough man, rugged, a little wild, and I fucking love it. My nails scratch down his chest, bumping over the ridges of his abdominal muscles from his hard work on the ranch, and then I follow the hair that trails from his navel to the base of his heavy cock. After we ate, we came back to bed where he claimed me all over again. The insatiable desire unable to be fed quite enough, and even now, with the soreness between my legs and finger-shaped bruises on my thighs and hips, I'm not nearly full enough of him. He still sleeps, looking somewhat softer with his eyes closed, the frown lines and stern expression gone with his peace. I grasp his cock, wrapping my fingers around him, but they don't quite meet on the other side, and pump, my mouth damn near watering at the sight of him. Everything about him is large. He's double my size and has a cock to match. He hardens in my hand, so I lean down and lick my tongue against the very tip of him. A groan rumbles out of him, but a glance up shows he's still sleeping, so I wrap my mouth around his crown, sucking the very tip of him between my lips. I'm not even sure I'll get this whole thing into my mouth, but I'll give it a try. Fuck. His sleepy voice sends awareness through me, my skin pebbling at the gravel layering his tone. I suck him as far as I can fit him, swirling my tongue to press it against that sensitive bit just under the crown of him. His hand threads into my hair as he lifts his hip, one arm thrown over his eyes, pleasure tightening his muscles. Just like...
We'll return to the story in just a bit. But for now, let these soft notes guide you into a state of peace and quiet. Thank you for watching and listening.
He groans. I hum on his cock, taking the praise, letting it wash through me to pool between my legs. I wrap my hand around the base of him and bop my head, feeling him twitch and jerk against my tongue, his hand tightening in my hair. He pushes my head down, and I immediately gag around him, but he doesn't stop. He fucks my mouth shamelessly, thrusting between my lips as he holds me there. My eyes stream and my mouth waters, soaking his cock even further. But his moans and his deep, rough whimpers leave me aching, and so wet I feel my arousal on the insides of my thighs. Choke on it, darling. He groans, pushing himself so far into my mouth, he hits the back of my throat. Despite the gagging, I keep going, breathing through my nose as his hand tightens, pulling at my hair tightly enough my scalp burns. Fuck. You're gonna swallow it all down, Hellion. You're gonna take every drop I feed you. I nod eagerly, working harder, faster, pushing him to the limit. He calls out as he comes, hips jerking as he spills himself onto my tongue, and I swallow down every last drop and keep going, wanting more. He goes lax beneath me, and I release him with a wet pop, using my thumb to clean up my mouth and the drop I didn't quite swallow down. His blazing eyes hold mine. Good morning, I rasp. It will be. He growls before his body pins mine to the mattress to make that fact. Riding a horse after riding Knox for several hours makes for an uncomfortable couple of hours. The soreness between my legs is prevalent as I follow Honey and Knox around the east side of the ranch, checking the fences for any breaks. There was quite a bit of wind last night, so as soon as the clouds cleared this morning and the sun got to work drying the ground, Knox wanted us out checking the perimeter. It's peaceful now, the air light and clear after the storm, though the ground is heavy with moisture, and Apollo's hooves sink slightly with each step, squelching softly. Knox looks back every few minutes, checking on me, but other than that, there's a comfortable kind of silence between us. The bite I left on his neck is darker this morning, obvious against his skin, and it makes me beam knowing anyone looking at him will see he's not theirs to have. I don't share. And I don't entertain people trying to take my things. Because that's what this is. He is mine. But as much as he is mine, I am his too. And I want that. I want it with him. And when I take my fucking city back, he will be there with me.
It's all clear,
Knox says about an hour later, the sun sitting high in the sky as birds sweep through the trees surrounding us. He brings Honey to a stop next to Apollo, facing the opposite direction to me, our knees touching.
I need to head into town today.
Will you check the post office? I ask, wondering if my contact has written back to me yet.
Why don't you come with me?
He curls a finger beneath my chin and tilts my face up so he can see my eyes beneath the rim of my hat. I can't.
Why not?
What if someone sees me? I press. I'm not ready for war yet.
If you're with me, no one will say a thing to anyone who comes asking or looking. I promised you, you were safe with me. I meant it.
My eyes bounce between his, unease working through me. I have no idea what's happening in the outside world. I've been here for weeks with no connection. No one has come looking for me again, but that doesn't mean they aren't searching. I know my uncle. He's going to want a body.
I'm not going to force you,
he says gently, leaning in to brush his mouth against mine.
But you can't stay here forever either.
How easy it is to fall into him should be studied. I'll stay in the car, I whisper.
Whatever you want.
He turns Honey back around.
Come on.
The ride back to the house is as uncomfortable as it was coming out here. But once we're back, Knox helps me down, my knees wobbling a little. He catches me, frowning as he looks me over. I'm fine. I swat him away.
Elena,
he growls.
what's wrong?
Really, Knox? I push at his hands again as he searches for an injury he's not going to find. Stop!
Don't fucking lie to me.
He snaps harshly, freezing me in the spot. For a second, I stare at him and his audacity, soreness forgotten. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? He takes a deep breath, eyes closing, and I swear he counts to 3 before he opens his eyes again and pins me beneath his blue stare. Perhaps that look works on his workers, hell, on anyone else, but on me, it's just going to piss me off. I may have submitted to him in the bedroom, given him my body behind closed doors, but out here? Nope. I'll give you a chance to apologize, I tell him. Because raising your voice to me isn't going to do it for me, Cowboy, and you should really consider yourself lucky. Because anyone else, I'd have walked away or killed them. He licks his teeth and releases a heavy sigh.
Are you hurt?
No more than I was yesterday. I cross my arms over my chest, and the wobble is because I'm sore. His eyes drop to my thighs, namely the space between them.
Shit.
An apology would be grand any second now. I stare at him expectantly. His body softens, and he reaches for me, hooking his hand around my waist to pull me in.
I apologize for raising my voice.
Don't do it again. I lean into his palm when he lifts his free hand to my face, turning to nip his palm with my teeth.
Vicious little hellion,
he rasps.
Get a room!
Chase hollers from atop his horse, his shit-eating grin splitting his face.
Fuck off.
Knox bites back to the chorus of Chase's laughter. It brings a smile to my face, which I quickly drop. It's entirely too easy to be free here, to forget it all. I like that. Knox's thumb presses to my bottom lip.
That smile.
Stepping away, I let both his hands drop and look toward his truck. Well, are we leaving or not? He searches my face for a few seconds, words at the tip of his tongue. But ultimately, he says nothing as he reaches for his keys in his pocket and widens an arm for me to lead the way. At the truck, he opens the door for me, helping me into it before he slams it closed and rounds the hood. For an older model, the truck is well looked after, the leather seats oiled, the cab clean. And even though the engine has that rattle older cars tend to have, it moves smoothly and cleanly as Knox puts it in reverse to back away from the spot in front of the house and turns around, heading around the building rather than to the main drive that I assume leaves the property. I wouldn't know since I came here on foot through the fields and woods, but it's an obvious choice. Isn't the exit that way? I point behind us.
Taking the scenic route, darling.
A half grin touches his mouth, one hand on the steering wheel, the other hanging out the open window as a breeze sweeps in and he picks up speed, kicking up gravel and dirt behind us. Something painful thuds inside my chest, tightens and squeezes, and I look away, toward the trees that now surround us and the familiar dirt road that winds through them.
Just breathe.
His voice is an echo inside my head.
Listen.
He's made me want things I didn't think possible. All I grew up to believe in is the power owed to me, the power I was trained to take. It was alliances, bonds, and marriages formed to strengthen rather than love. It was expected of me to find a man from another ruling family to add power to my name. But now it all changes. And it starts with him. Chapter 27. Elena. Knox drops the speed as we pull into the main street of Sierra Valley, the town stuck somewhere in the past with its decaying signage and uneven roads. Despite the worn-down look, it's vibrant in a way that modern cities lack. There's character etched into every storefront, pots of flowers in front of windows, little bistro tables set up outside of bustling cafes. There are more people here than I thought there would be, especially after so much time on the ranch where I've seen the same few faces day in and day out. He pulls up to a building next to the town square, where an old clock sits on an island in the center of a fountain, its stone basin worn smooth. Benches encircle it, looking either toward the mountain range or the park, which I'm sure was once lush and green, when money could be spent on its upkeep. Now the grass is brown, burnt from the sun, with patches and overgrown hedges at the borders. A lone dog walker throws a ball for their pet, and I watch as the black and white dog sprints off to catch it.
It wasn't like this,
Knox says, his arm resting on top of the steering wheel.
From April to September, there wasn't a spare spot to stand in.
I can picture it. I agree. I don't need to ask what happened. The Rossies, funded by the DeLucas. Guilt weighs down my gut, but I mask it, keeping it hidden. Turning away from the neglected park, I look at the building Knox is parked in front of. The simple signage shows it to be the town post office, and from what Knox already told me, he has to collect his mail twice a week since they have no workers able to make it to the ranch to deliver it.
Wait here.
He glances at me, and I nod, watching him climb from the cab and fix his hat onto his head. He looks good in his dark-washed Levi's, his shirt tucked in, the oversized belt buckle, something I always thought would look ridiculous, but on him, fuck. From the open window, I hear the heel of his boots clip against the ground, his body filling out those clothes to perfection. He greets an older couple walking toward the fountain, then dips into the building, disappearing from view. With him gone, I sink down into my chair, making sure the rim of the hat is fixed in a way that covers most of my face, and watch the sidewalks. No one looks my way. There are no shady men in suits, no watchful eyes. It just is. Everyone is comfortable here, smiling, laughing, drinking their coffees on those wrought-iron bistro tables. There are several stores with boarded windows, gone out of business, and others with repairs needed to broken glass and wonky doors. There's a mix of stores, a boutique, a hardware store, some cafes and diners, and a single grocery store. A woman sells hand-cut flowers from a wagon, and a younger couple walk hand-in-hand toward the cafe. So simple, so normal. The mountains add a dramatic backdrop to this little town time forgot. Knox steps out of the building with a pile of mail in his hands, flipping through each envelope before he separates one from the stack. The envelope is thicker, wider, and more luxurious against the thin paper of the bills and debts I'm sure are in the other hand. At the car, he climbs in behind the wheel and hands it over to me, the scrawl across the front both familiar and unknown at the same time. I lay it in my lap, both desperate to see what's inside and nervous.
You were not going to open it,
Knox pries. Not right now. There must be something on my face, something in my expression, because he doesn't press it further as he tucks his stack of letters into the compartment on his door and backs out of the spot.
I want to take you to lunch.
My head snaps around. What?
It's a quiet place, he says. At this time, there won't be many people there, but we don't have to.
I swallow thickly. It's on the tip of my tongue to say no, to refuse and demand he take us back to the ranch after his stop at the grocery store. But it dies when I look at him. There are no expectations, but there is determination. Okay, I whisper.
Yeah,
he grins. Yes, I accept, but I reach for his arm. It's safe?
With me, you are.
He vows. A loud honk of a horn startles us both, forcing Knox to pull onto the road, only to travel to the other end, barely a 2-minute drive. He parks in front of a diner that has a faded awning jutting out from the top of the windows and a door that doesn't quite close. He switches off the engine and climbs from the cab, rounding the hood to open the door for me, offering his hand to help me from the cab. In my head, I saw every set of eyes turning to us as we entered, but in reality, no one even flicks their attention to us as we make our way through the diner that smells like fried food and coffee to a table in the corner. I take a seat facing the window, while Knox sits opposite, leaving him with the view of the whole restaurant. A woman sidles up to us almost immediately after we take our seats, her uniform stuck somewhere in the 80s, but she has a bright smile and a pen and paper ready to take our order.
"Just drinks for the minute,"
Knox tells her gently. "Of course, Mr. Carter." The girl smiles. "What can I get you?" He looks to me to answer first. "Just a coffee," I tell her. She scribbles it down and faces Knox, who gives her the same answer before she scurries away, and Knox turns his focus to me. Unease works through me, though no one is paying us any attention.
"Relax, darling."
Knox pushes his boot against the side of mine. "Easy for you to say," I grumble. He leans back in his chair, throwing an arm behind him to hook it on the back, a grin tugging up one side of his mouth. He's the picture of ease. But I won't lie and say the view isn't good, not with the sun shining at his back and the mountains jutting toward the sky like rocky, sentient guardians.
"Keep looking at me like that, hellion, and I'll take you in the back of the truck. Really get the locals talking."
I run my tongue along my bottom lip. Don't make threats you can't follow through on. He chuckles darkly.
"It wasn't a threat. It was a promise, and I'm a man of my word."
I press my thighs together, just as the waitress returns with our coffees and her pad. I haven't even looked at the menu, but Knox fills in, ordering us both the burger with fries. Shifting in my seat, I turn my eyes away from him to the windows. A familiar blonde head of hair catches my attention. The vet strolls toward the diner, dressed in actual clothes today. Her jeans sit high around her trim waist, the blue and white pinstripe shirt tucked in with a large gold belt buckle and beige boots. Her hair is pulled into a ponytail, sunglasses covering her eyes. Immediately, my spine straightens. I'm a possessive woman. I always have been. I don't share, and I don't like people touching my things. Knox has been mine since the moment he pulled me out of the barn, even if he didn't know it yet. The little bell over the door jingles with her entry, and Knox's eyes move to the sound before he curses under his breath.
"Everly."
He greets her with a flat tone as she steps up to the table. "Knox!" Her sunshiny voice has my molars grinding. "I was meaning to call you. How's Ralph?" My finger taps against the table, my eyes staring right at those mountains.
"Doing better,"
he replies. "I'll swing by this afternoon." Her hand touches his shoulder, the gesture disguised as being friendly, but the way she practically strokes the man suggests otherwise. I'd like to break every single one of her fingers. "Get those bandages off."
"Sure."
Knox agrees. "Hi, Elena." Her voice sing-songs toward me before she shifts back to my cowboy. "See you later." When she's gone, I remain still and unmoving, glaring at nothing at all.
"Don't start, Elena,"
Knox grumbles. I flick my gaze to him, quirking a brow.
"We'll see."
Chapter 28. Elena. Everly's car pulls up to the paddock holding Ralph, the bull standing in front of me, seemingly content with our proximity. He stopped his tantrum the moment I came over and has been quietly eating his feed out of the basket attached to the side of the fence. Knox is at the stables with Chase, the sound of his deep voice carrying over, though I can't hear what is being said. The door of her truck slams, and her shoes crunch over the gravel as she makes her way over. "Wow," she whistles. "He's so calm with you." I flick my eyes to her, but keep my thoughts to myself. I have to behave. Which is bullshit, if you ask me. It's not like I'm going to kill her. I mean, I would, but I don't want to bring attention to myself here. Maybe when I have my city back, I'll revisit the thought. "He'll be upset when you leave," she continues. "Bulls bond." "Who said I was leaving?" I bite. "Well," she laughs. "Your type doesn't last round here." This fucking bitch. My type. I chuckle. And what's that exactly? One of them city whores looking for a ride on a real man. She bats her lashes. "You know, he'll get bored because you're just not for him. He needs someone who knows what they're doing on a ranch." I reach behind me out of instinct, searching for the gun I don't have. In fact, I don't even know where it is. I haven't seen it since Knox was waving it around a few days after I arrived. Motherfucker probably hid it. I've not had much experience with a shotgun, but I'm sure I can figure it out. I just need to go retrieve it from the house. "I'll give you 2 seconds to apologize," I warn her. "Otherwise, this fence will get a paint job." She chuckles, opening her mouth to speak, but quickly snaps it shut, lifting her eyes behind me.
"Everly."
Knox's deep tone sends a shiver down my spine, the air turning heavy as he comes to a stop at my back. Close enough, I feel his warmth, but not so close we're touching. "Hi, Knox." She smiles sweetly, stepping around me to kiss his cheek. I'm not fucking doing this. Stepping away from Knox, I climb the fence and hop into the paddock with Ralph, running my hand down his muscly side, his muscles twitching under my fingers. If I put the bull between us, maybe it'll stop me ripping her fucking head off.
"Elena,"
Knox snaps.
"what are you doing?"
"Do your thing." I wave my hand, wandering farther into the paddock, grinning a little when Ralph turns to follow me like a little puppy. "I'll just be here."
"For fuck's sake."
His fingers find the bridge of his nose. "That's so dangerous." Everly gasps, feigning horror. I roll my eyes so hard I swear I see my brain. Isn't she supposed to be in here too? "I would never," she continues. Gag. I flick my eyes to them, noting how close she is to him, and I'll admit, it gives me a tremendous amount of satisfaction to watch her spot the love bite on his neck. Her face crumples, her eyes lingering on my mark with her hand frozen on him. But it only lasts a minute, because why the fuck isn't he pulling away from her touch? He doesn't particularly look happy, but he isn't moving either. Everly finishes up with Ralph, and Knox walks her back to her car, his hands in his pockets, while my hand gently rubs against Ralph's muzzle. Can't trust a man. I grumble to the bull, planting a kiss on the end of his nose.
"Did you just kiss my bull?"
Knox stops at my side, reaching for the rope hanging over one of the fence posts of the paddock. I don't answer him, choosing to focus on the bull instead.
"Elena,"
he presses. "What?" I snap. His brows draw low.
"The fuck is your issue now?"
I blink at him. "Are you serious?"
"What?"
He scoffs.
"I can't read your fucking mind, Hillian. And thank fuck for that."
I curl my lip. "Fuck you."
"Talk to me,"
he demands. "That's so dangerous." I mimic her shrill tone. "I would never."
"Everly,"
he scoffs, throwing his hands up.
"Are you fucking serious?"
I cross my arms.
"You're jealous."
He shakes his head in disbelief.
"You're jealous of her."
I swallow thickly, my scalp prickling.
"I don't want her,"
he growls. Shaking my head, I spin on my heel and start to walk away. Yes, I'm fucking jealous. I don't like her touching him. I don't give a shit about her barbs or venom, but her hands on him, they piss me off.
Elena,
he calls after me, but I don't bother turning, too pissed off to deal with him right now. He calls me again, but I keep going, heading back to the house. A quick, sharp scream leaves me as something falls around me and then quickly tightens. My head snaps down to see what the fuck has just wrapped around me, to find a rope around my waist. It tightens even further, and I stumble back a step. Whipping my head to look over my shoulder, I stare toward Knox, who holds the other end of the rope. He glares and then tugs again, forcing me back another step. "Knox!" I scold, hooking my fingers into the rope as if I can pry it off me. He yanks again, and I stumble before he starts feeding the rope between his hands, forcing me to return to him. He gives a hard, final tug, and then catches me before I fall, wrapping me in his big arms against his chest.
"Don't walk away from me, Hellion."
He growls, his hand curling around the nape of my neck, the rope still around my waist. He squeezes, forcing my neck to bend and my eyes to look at his face.
"You don't walk away."
My teeth grind. That what you tell her, too? He chuckles, but it isn't a pleasant sound.
"Your jealousy tastes so sweet, Hellion."
My nostrils flare.
"I don't want her, Elena. I have never wanted her. I want you. I only want you."
"Yeah, well," I grumble. "Maybe you should tell her that."
"It doesn't matter what I tell her. It's your mark on my neck, my fingerprints on your thighs. It's you I chase."
"Let me go." I push on him, shaking my head.
"Fuck that."
He snaps out before his shoulder meets my abdomen, and he throws me over it. "Knox!" I yell, before loud, boisterous whistles join my protests.
"I'm going to show you how much I want you and only you."
His voice rumbles through me, a vibration that sets my blood on fire.
"And if I have to make you come until you cry to prove that, darling, then you'll get no complaints from me."
Heat pools between my legs. "Put me down." There's no real conviction behind the demand. A quick, harsh slap lands against my ass cheek, startling me quiet. His steps are sure and determined, covering the distance to the house quickly, and he doesn't put me down until we're in the bedroom and my body is bouncing on top of the mattress. I glare up at him, but he quirks a brow and reaches for the hat on his head before he tosses it to the side, and then moves to pull the rope away from my abdomen and drags the loop down my body so he can free me from it.
"Hands up,"
he orders. "Excuse me?"
"Hands up."
He growls, tone sharp. Licking my teeth, I lift my arms, watching him move until he wraps the rope around my wrists and tugs, pulling my arms taut. He secures the rope to the bedpost, locking me to the bed. His fingers then find the waistband of my pants, flicking the button to pop it open before he begins to drag the denim down my thighs, careful as he goes over the still healing flesh on my thigh. He throws my pants onto the floor, lifting his knee to place it between my legs, and stares down at the lace that covers my pussy. He presses a single finger to my clit above the flimsy material, and I jerk, the rope on my wrists pulling tight and cutting in. A quick slap to the side of my good thigh freezes me against the bed. "Did you just slap me?" I snap.
"Stay still,"
he growls. "Undo these ropes and let's see who's in control," I bite. A cruel grin twists his mouth as a dark chuckle rumbles from him.
"Let's not play games, Hellion. We both know, in this bedroom, on this bed, I'm the one who owns you. I'm the one who controls your pleasure. In this bedroom, you submit to me."
My pussy throbs, and my nipples tighten beneath the material of my bra. He crawls over me, lowering his mouth to mine, his beard scratching against my skin, his tongue plunging between my lips. He steals my breath and feeds himself, pressing me down into the mattress with his weight. The rope bites at the skin on my wrist, but my legs are free, and I wrap them around his hips, tightening them until his hips press into my pussy. The hard metal of his belt buckle, the grooves of the design twisted into the front, adds the kind of friction that has my eyes rolling back. My mouth goes slack against his as he rolls against me, the buckle at just the right angle to tease my clit and the bar pierce through it. Knox lifts onto his hands to look between us, to see what it is that has me panting against him. And when he realizes, his eyes flare.
"You're already there," he rasps. "Such a greedy fucking pussy."
"Don't you dare stop," I moan. "Fuck." He keeps that steady pace, using his damn belt buckle to bring me up to the peak. The grind and pleasure has me soaking my panties, my pussy throbbing, clenching around nothing. And Knox watches. He can't take his eyes off me, the blue of them so vibrant they're almost neon, pupils blown.
"Come for me, baby," he rasps thickly. "Give yourself to me."
The rope pulls taut once more as my spine bows off the bed, hips pressing down into the mattress, and my orgasm crests, pushing me over the edge with a cry. When I fall limp beneath him, Knox draws away and reaches for the edges of my panties to tug them down my legs before he brings the material to his face, and he inhales deeply. I'm still throbbing from the climax, my pussy sensitive, my whole body set on edge. So when he lowers his mouth and licks me from hole to clit, I jump, my hands trying and failing to reach for him to make him stop. He flicks the tip of his tongue against my clit, my body rebelling against the sensation. He gives me no reprieve, even when I try to clamp my thighs around his head. He holds my thighs apart, his strength making it impossible to fight. "Knox," I plead. "Stop. I can't." I feel his devilish smile press against my pussy, and he lifts, just a touch, to flick his eyes up my body. He blows a breath over me, the wetness making the air that much colder. I jolt, a sharp breath leaving me.
"Don't you get it yet, Elena?"
He kisses me tenderly. "Knox, please," I beg. He sucks my clit into his mouth, and the noise that comes out of me is inhuman. My whole body is on fire, my pussy throbbing, the wetness leaking from me, trailing down and pooling beneath my ass. He brings me right back up the peak, but before I reach the top, right before I fall off the edge, he pulls away, my orgasm left hanging.
"Not yet," he growls. "You don't get to come yet."
"Knox," I whine. He lifts up to his knees and unbuckles his belt, pulling it through the loops before he throws it down and unbuttons his jeans, shoving them down to just below his ass so he can take his thick, heavy cock into his hand. My mouth damn near waters at the beat of pre-cum on the tip, which he swipes up with his thumb and then lets go, bringing his hand to my mouth. "Open," he demands. My lips part, and I offer him my tongue, which he presses his thumb against, pushing his arousal onto my taste buds. I wrap my lips around his thumb, licking it clean, and then he pulls it out, using my saliva to wipe over the crown of his cock. He pumps his dick, leaving me aching and needy beneath him. My legs are on either side of his body, making it impossible to close them, but he doesn't touch me, the sensitivity ebbing away with every second that passes. The orgasm that was promised tumbling back down the mountain.
"This fucking cunt,"
Knox growls.
"So pretty."
Using his hand to guide him, he moves his cock through me, parting my lips with the thick head of him. It all rushes back, and I groan, praying he'll let me get there this time. He notches the head of himself into me and fucks me with just the tip. It's not enough, but it also feels good. A tease and a dance. The muscles in his throat are pulled tight, his cheek jumping as he grinds his molars, keeping his restraint in check as he only fucks me with the tip. Please, Knox. I feel a sting behind my eyes, my voice trembling. He grins.
Well, can't you be polite?
He praises.
What do you want?
To come, I beg. Please, make me come again.
You will.
He agrees, pulling from me to rub the head of him through me once more before he replaces his cock with his fingers, scissoring them through my folds, skirting around my clit and the piercing. He applies a little bit more pressure, and I'm so tightly strung it doesn't take me long to get there, but once more, he takes it away from me. The rope is burning my wrists, my muscles ache with how hard I shake. But he keeps doing it, over and over and over again.
And if I have to make you come until you cry to prove that, darling, then you'll get no complaints from me.
As soon as the memory of his words hit, he pinches my clit and he keeps it there, letting me crest, stars bursting behind my eyes as the climax hits me. I'm still pulsing, moaning when he thrusts into me, hard, pushing himself to the hilt with a long, loud groan. I cry out, but there is no mercy. He fucks me right into another orgasm, pounding me into the bed, the headboard banging against the wall with every hard, brutal thrust. Again and again, his thrusts are punishing, angry, his fingers on my clit precise. Heat burns my eyes, my throat raw with my cries. Helpless, powerless, he does not relent in his mission. He uses my body, plays my pleasure like it's an instrument, and he has it mastered, knowing exactly how to pluck the strings. It's too much. Too fucking much. A tear slips from the corner of my eye, my voice too raw to even make a sound.
Chapter 29. Knox. I watched that tear slip from the corner of her eye, disappearing into her hairline, and immediately I stop. I pull from her, wincing with the loss, but immediately tug my pants back up and reach for the knot keeping her restrained. I free her, rubbing over the red marks left on her skin, and then climb off the bed, reaching for her, my arms slipping beneath her limp and sweaty body. Her head falls against my shoulder, muscles still quivering. She clings to me as I walk us into the bathroom and help her sit on the countertop before turning on the shower. That wasn't for me. It was for her. So I don't give a shit that I didn't finish. I wasn't trying to, but I'm wondering if I pushed too far. She just fucks me up. Every time, all the time. I reach for the shirt I didn't even remove and undress her completely, her body still limp, and then help her into the shower, letting her have a moment while I take my clothes off so I can join her. She turns her face to the water, eyes closed, the water running down her skin, wetting her hair back. I climb in behind her, circling my arms around her waist. She falls back onto me, her head thumping onto my shoulder. I'm sorry, Alien, I whisper. She turns her face into me, water catching in those thick, dark lashes of hers. I let her use my strength, and several long minutes pass before she moves, turning to face me fully. There's a fire in her eyes, a flame that dances behind the swirling gray storm. She lifts a hand and cups my chin, nails biting in just a little, as she shoves my head up and to the side. I allow her it, letting her manhandle me into whatever position she wants, and then she's lifting onto her tiptoes, and her teeth bite into my throat. She sucks my skin into her mouth, bruising me, marking me, a twin brand to the mark she left on the other side.
Maybe that'll get my point across.
She rasps, her voice still raw from her cries.
You're mine.
A rumble of a groan leaves my throat as her tongue slides over the mark she's just left behind. And when I look down at her, there's a smirk on her face. I curl my finger beneath her chin. You, I growl.
What about me?
I only want you. You're the first woman in a very fucking long time I've even dreamed about. You're the first thing I think about when I wake up, and the only thing I want when I go to sleep.
Does that mean I can shoot her?
She flutters her lashes.
Speaking of shooting, where the fuck is my gun?
Her moment of being vulnerable is gone. I shouldn't be surprised. No, Elena, I mutter. You cannot shoot Everly.
If this were the city, I would have put a bullet between her eyes the moment she called me a whore.
My spine stiffens. She did what?
Keep up, cowboy.
She reaches for the shampoo and lathers it in her hair.
But seriously, where's my gun?
You think I'm just gonna arm you when you're this fucking trigger happy? I scoff.
The gun is for ease.
She washes out her hair.
I don't need a trigger. It just makes it less messy.
You're not murdering Everly, I tell her sternly. She picks up the conditioner and starts running it through her hair.
We'll see.
That's it, I whistle. Last of them loaded. Chase pulls his horse to a stop beside the second trailer, the cattle loaded and ready to be transported 3 towns over. I got a good price for them. It'll settle the debt I have with Tessa for Elena's new wardrobe and keep the ranch going for another few weeks. I lift my eyes to the house, seeing Elena leaning against the porch railing, her arms crossed, my shirt hanging from her shoulders, hitting about mid-thigh. You look after her, I tell Chase, voice full of gravel. He rolls his eyes. You act as if you'll be gone weeks, and not the day turnaround it'll take. I'm serious, Chase. I'll look after her, he promises. I dip my chin in a nod, and then make my way toward her, watching her push away from the railing to meet me. Her hands crawl up my chest, and then she's on her tiptoes, her fingers holding my chin as she tugs me in for a kiss. I ignore the hollers of the guys behind me and lose myself to her, feeling the most free I have in a long time. I told myself I'd never lose myself to a woman. But here she is, stealing every part of me. She really is the devil in lace. She didn't need to ask twice before I sold my soul to her. Behave. I break the kiss.
I'll be as good as gold.
She flutters her lashes. Behind her, Judge ambles out the open door and sits his ass down on the top step, watching us, his wiry gray fur all out of sorts. He needs grooming or something because that hair is getting out of control. I don't believe you. I kiss the corner of her mouth. Just stay out of trouble.
How much trouble can I get in here?
I laugh. Too much. She flutters her lashes and gives me a sultry grin.
I won't go looking for trouble,
she promises. And stay away from Ralph. She snaps her head back as if I just physically assaulted her.
Fuck no.
He's dangerous.
He is not, she gasps. He's misunderstood, and he loves a little kiss on his nose. Maybe I should get a ball or something. I saw a video online once where this cow was playing with one, and honestly, it looked just like a puppy.
I shake my head. See you soon, alien.
I'll be waiting, cowboy.
She kisses me again and then steps back, her hand falling to Judge's head, where she then scratches behind his ear. My boots kick up dust as I make it back to the trailer, the cattle moving around inside. Chase dips his head, and I climb into the cab, starting the engine. Unease knots in my stomach as I make my way down the long drive, the ranch house getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. I can no longer make out Elena on the porch, and when I crest the hill, she and the house disappear. I'll only be gone one day. I'll be back by this evening at the latest. What's the worst that can happen?
Chapter 30. Elena. Just blow it up, I command. That isn't inflated enough. Chase cuts his eyes to me, his cheeks red as he pants.
You tried to blow one of these up before? He huffs. It's fucking tiring, sweetness. I feel like I'm having a heart attack.
I roll my eyes. Stop being dramatic. He glares at me. Blow, I order.
Jesus.
He huffs.
You're worse than Knox.
He puts his mouth back to the airpiece on the yoga ball I found in one of the barns. There was an entire stack of gym equipment left to rust and gather cobwebs, and the bright purple yoga ball was thrown in there with it. I didn't actually have hope it would be good, but it's inflating, and that's a win. Chase had said that before everything went downhill here on the ranch, it was a tourist hotspot, and cabins were built on the west side of the ranch, close to the mountains. With it came a gym, a pool, and other places for the lodgers to use. But after the Rossi Enterprise sucked all the money from the place, Knox made the decision to close it all down. The gym equipment had been left to rot ever since. Chase finally gets the ball inflated and caps the airpiece before he passes it over to me.
Just what do you want this for, exactly?
He asks skeptically. I glance toward the paddock where Ralph is still being kept, his injuries healing, but not enough for him to be released back to the herd yet.
Elena, Chase warns, do not.
I'm not going to do anything. I smile at him.
Elena,
he warns. Don't tell Knox, I say, before I spin and make my way toward the fence. Ralph! I call his name. Oh, Ralph!
Elena!
Chase runs after me.
If you get hurt, Knox will have my balls.
Ralph would never hurt me. I tut.
He's a fucking bull.
His voice rises. I stop. Did you just shout at me? I ask incredulously. A heavy breath rushes from him.
Elena, please.
Calm down. I shake my head. You're going to send yourself to an early grave with all this worrying. I saw it online. It'll be fine.
You saw it.
He pinches the bridge of his nose, reminding me so much of how Knox does it when I piss him off. I almost feel bad. Almost. Keep up, I call back to him, closing the final gap to the paddock. When I get there, I turn to Chase and hand him the ball before I hop the fence and whistle, drawing Ralph's attention.
Elena, Chase hisses. The fuck am I meant to tell the boss when he comes home to find his woman broken?
I'm not going to be broken. I shake my head. I mean, if you were in here, you might be.
Well, I'm not stupid enough to be in there.
I'm going to let that slide, Chase, because I actually like you, but don't push it. Behind me, I can hear Ralph making his way over, his snorts loud, and then I feel hot breath on the back of my neck. There's my boy. I coo to the over 2,000-pound bull and kiss his nose.
Did you just...
Give me the ball, I cut him off. Looking somewhat scared, he passes the yoga ball over the fence, and I hold it ahead of myself. Slapping my hands against it, it makes a sound that draws Ralph's attention. "Wanna play?" I throw it down, watching it bounce across the dirt, and Ralph jumps back, snorting heavily. "It's not scary," I assure him, jogging to where the ball bounces across the paddock and give it a gentle kick. "See?" "Elena!" Chase yells from behind the fence. "It's fine," I call back. But Ralph doesn't seem to like the ball. I pick up the ball again and bounce it, tossing it toward him. It hits him in the shoulder, and he jumps back before he pauses, watching the giant purple ball bounce, and for a few long seconds, my heart pounds as I look between Ralph and the fence. He's a big sweetie, really, but he can squash me in a second. But then he lunges for it, sending it flying across the paddock, and, like the giant field puppy he is, runs after it. "See?" I laugh loudly, making my way back to the fence so I can take a seat on the top. "And if he didn't like it," Chase sighs. "What then?" I shrug. I'm a live-in-the-moment kind of girl. "You don't say. Consequences be damned." Clicking my fingers, I reply, "Exactly." But he clearly disapproves if the shake of his head is anything to go by. Ralph continues to play with the ball, hitting it and then chasing it when it goes flying, and I can't fucking wait to rub it in Knox's face. Ralph is a big old baby and needs to be treated as such. Chase chuckles at my side.
"I can see why Knox is gone for you."
I glance at him. "What?"
"Wilde," he says. "Free. You are everything he used to be."
"What do you mean?" I press.
"Before the whole shit show," he says, "with Rossi and the business, Knox pushed every boundary. He rode the bulls, got in the pen. He played and he worked, but he was happy, you know. Then Rossi took it all, and his daddy died, and he changed."
"We all have to grow up." I swallow. Chase clearly doesn't know exactly who I am and how much I had to do with this downfall. I may not have pulled the trigger, but my family is the reason Rossi got so much power in the first place.
"It's more than that."
Chase sighs, leaning his arms on the fence to watch Ralph, the 2,000-plus-pound bull, playing with the big purple yoga ball.
"I don't know. He needs some light, Elena. He sacrificed an awful lot for this ranch and the people here. He deserves something good. Maybe that's you."
"We're just fucking." I play it off, swallowing thickly. He laughs.
"Sure."
"This place will be what it used to be," I say to Chase, watching Ralph play with the ball. "I'll make sure of it."
"One day," Chase nods. "I really fucking hope so, sweetness."
I open my mouth to speak, but a growling starts up behind me, and a glance back shows Judge turning toward the drive, his hackles raised.
"What is it?"
Chase asks, following Judge's line of sight. The dog stands, hackles up down the entire length of his spine, and begins to bark just as the front end of a blacked-out SUV comes into view. It's sleek and modern, the black paint gleaming in the mid-afternoon sun. "Run!" I choke out. "Chase, run!"
"What?"
I hop the fence and start to run for the house. "Run!" I scream. He starts after me, Judge at my side, but the car is faster, and it screeches to a halt in front of the house. I know who it is before they ever step out of the car. Intuition, dread. I'm not ready. Chase grabs hold of me, shoving me behind him as Judge barks and growls toward the parked car. "Chase," I pull on him. "I promised," he snaps. "No," I cry. "Move, Chase." Rio steps out of the car, dressed pristinely in a pair of black suit pants and a white button-down, and he holds a gun in his hand. The sun kisses his skin, and his handsome face pulls into a knowing smile.
Elena, he purrs. I missed you.
This is the man I trusted, the man I gave my body to. He was meant to be my friend, a lover. Now he is twisted with hate. He wanted more with me. He wanted power, and I didn't give it to him. Rio, I try to step around Chase, but he doesn't let me pass.
You always were a survivor.
Rio cocks his head, eyeing up Chase as he strolls closer. The gun lowered, but I know damn well he'll be quick to use it.
We've been searching for you for weeks.
Well, here I am. I look beyond him, expecting to see my uncle or more of his men.
It's just me.
Rio smiles.
Because I'm the only one he trusted to get this done.
Who the fuck are you? Chase snaps.
This is private property.
Chase, I whisper. You need to move. Rio gives him the once-over and dismisses him.
You've been hiding from us,
Rio continues. How did you find me?
Such a quaint little town, isn't it?
He speaks as if this is some casual, easy conversation when I know this is to toy with me.
Never even heard of Sierra Valley before, but it's quiet. I like it. Perhaps I'll get a lodge out here somewhere one day. I'll give it to the locals, though. They keep their lips sealed shut, but I eventually found someone willing to help.
Who?
Blonde, pretty. Rio smirks. I plan on visiting her once I'm through with you.
Everly. That fucking bitch. And Knox doesn't want me to kill her? She sold me out.
What is going on here?
Chase asks, keeping his body in front of mine. He's going to get himself killed.
Moved on quickly, didn't you?
Rio continues.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Rio. I swallow thickly. Please, don't do this.
You should have just given up, Elena. Why'd you run? You must have known it wasn't over. Anton wants your body. I plan on delivering.
He has the city, I try. He doesn't need my body.
If your father was good for anything, it was earning loyalty.
Does that mean Anton hasn't fully been accepted yet? Does he need to prove I'm dead to gain full control?
You should have given me what I wanted, Elena.
Fuck you, I hiss. Grab hold of Chase and dart left, dragging him with me around the car and toward the house. Chase is on my heels, but a shot rings out, the sound echoing off the mountains. I hear a body hit the floor, and my heart stops in my chest, but I can't risk looking back. I have to run. I have to hide. Find a weapon to fight back with. I can't die yet. My contact is coming tomorrow. We're supposed to be making a plan. I'm supposed to fix this place. Fix this for Knox. Rio's hand twists in my hair just as I get to the porch steps, and I go down hard, my head hitting off the top step with a hard thud. Stars burst behind my eyes, and I'm momentarily dazed, my body no longer responding as he drags me back down, spinning me until I'm on my back. He straddles me, hands going to my throat. No. No! His palms press into my windpipe, cutting off my air, his face twisted in hate, in rage. I claw at his wrists, trying to throw him off with my hips, but his strength outweighs mine. A loud snarl sounds before a blur of gray fur lunges for him, teeth sinking into his shoulder. Judge attacks without thought, teeth snapping, his snarling growls violent. Rio has no choice but to let go of me to defend himself against the dog. I reach for the gun he's dropped beside us, but Rio manages to throw Judge off, sending him back. But it's given me a chance. I don't have a moment to aim. I just fire, the bullet hitting him in the knee. He howls, falling away from me, and I scramble up, pressing the trigger again, but it simply clicks, out of ammo. Judge is dazed. Rio is groaning in pain, holding his leg as blood steadily pours from the wound in his knee. My breath heaves from me, my throat raw, eyes burning. Stumbling toward him, I lift the gun and bring the butt of the handle down, hitting him hard against his temple, knocking him out. With a rope wrapped around the porch railing, I tie up his hands and his ankles, leaving him there to stumble toward Chase's body. He's lying face down in the dirt, a pool of blood blooming beneath him. Turning him over, I see the hole in his chest, the open, lifeless eyes, the lack of color in his skin. Even his freckles look paler. Dead. He's dead. Blood coats my hands, my legs, as I kneel in the pool, strength leaving me, heart hammering painfully. And for the first time since my whole life went to shit, I truly cry.
Chapter 31. Knox. The only fucking thing I want right now is my woman. It's been a long fucking day. The sun has set and darkness blankets the ranch. My tires crunch over the gravel as I drive up the long dirt road, the lights of the ranch illuminating the darkness ahead of me. An unfamiliar car is parked in front of the house, and I pull up beside it, cutting the engine and the lights before I get out. A prickling unease spreads through me, making me glance around. But only the heavy silence answers. Too quiet. Not even the animals are making a sound. The owls in the trees watching. I see their eyes reflecting the light, but their song is muted. Swallowing thickly, I rush toward the house only to freeze at the porch when I see her sitting on the top step, Judge laying at her side. "Elena?" I rasp. She tilts her face toward me, toward the light shining out the window. And even though it's dark, her features shadowed, I see the bruising, the cut on her head, the ring around her throat. I'm at her side before I can take my next breath, gathering her to me. "Who did this?" I growl. "Who hurt you, Elena?"
"I'm sorry,"
is all she replies.
"I'm so fucking sorry."
"What happened?" I brush back her hair, trying to get her to look at me directly, but her eyes are down, her skin cold, hands covered in blood. "Elena!"
"Chase is dead,"
she whispers. "What?" I snap my head back. "What are you talking about?"
"We tried to run. I tried to get us inside, but he shot him. Killed him right there and then."
The blood drains from my face. "Who?"
"Rio."
She swallows.
"He found me."
"Where's Chase?" I demand, her words not quite registering.
"He's dead, Knox."
No. Elena's hand cups my cheek.
"I'm sorry."
"Where is he?" Her lashes flutter, a tear slipping out and rolling down her cheek before she looks toward that unfamiliar car. And then I see it. The body beneath the blanket. The shape is barely distinguishable within the shadows of the night. I never would have seen it if Elena didn't point it out. I get to my feet, weight unstable as I stumble toward it. Elena following behind. My knees hit the earth and I pull back the blanket, unable to believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. Even in the dark, I see how pale Chase has become, his eyes staring lifelessly toward the stars. He's stiff, cold to the touch, his clothes saturated in his own blood. Elena kneels beside me, her silent tears tracking down her face over the fresh bruising and cuts. Grief and anger twist me up, burning bright beneath my skin. I feel my heart begin to pound, the blood pumping in my throat as a steady roar builds inside my ears. "Where is he?" I demand, voice barely above a whisper, throat raw.
"He's in the barn."
Elena's voice may as well be a million miles away with how it sounds inside my ears.
"I tried, Knox."
"This isn't your fault." I get to my feet, walking away from her, toward the barn closest to the house. I hear her rise and follow. Her steps are unsure with a distance between us that didn't exist before. Elena. Unsure. This fucker. He's the same one who put the bullet in her thigh. The one who betrayed her. He killed my oldest friend. Turned the headstrong devil of a woman into this shell. The barn door hits the wall, causing the entire building to shake. Dust and debris left by the birds in the rafters rains down onto the gritty floor. He's on his side, wrists and ankles bound, a cloth in his mouth, and secured by a rope between his lips, tied behind his head. Crusty blood sticks to his skin, and more blood stains his shirt. Bite marks, I realize.
"Judge saved me,"
Elena whispers, her fingers tentatively reaching for mine. He's alive. I give her my hand, allowing her to wrap her own around it, holding tight. I curl my fingers around hers, hoping she can take some of the warmth from me that she is lacking, and to give her some of my strength.
"Yes."
Good. And then I turn around, leaving the fucker there to rot for the night as I head back to Chase's body, taking her with me. I have to bury him. We have a cemetery on the ranch grounds. It's been here a long time. Some of the gravestones so old the weather has eaten away at the names carved into the stones. He has no family, no wife, no siblings, no one to miss him, except me. My heart fractures. Chase has been around for as long as I can remember. And after his father passed, my father allowed him to stay and work on the ranch. He's as much a part of this place as I am. And now he is dead. Pulling the door to the truck bed open, I turn and bend to lift his body, placing him gently into it before I lock it back up and head around to the front.
"Where are you going?"
Elena chases after me. "I'm saying goodbye to my friend," I rasp.
"Do you..."
She trails off and steps back. "Come with me." I turn my eyes to her, opening the door to the passenger side before I let out a whistle, calling Judge over. I see the blood on his muzzle now, staining the whiter parts of his fur a deep color that almost looks black. He bounds and leaps into the truck, taking the spot on the bench between the passenger and driver's seats. Elena accepts my hand as I help her into the cab, and then close her door, rounding the hood to climb in behind the wheel, the engine rumbling to life a moment later. There's a heavy silence that fills the cab as I drive across the ranch toward the northern edge where the ranch bleeds into a forest. The Carter resting ground is just beyond the tree line. The lights cut through the shadowy darkness, illuminating the many headstones jutting out from the ground. This particular spot gives a complete view of the ranch. Set on top of a hill, it overlooks the many pastures, barns, and the house, and then beyond to the mountains. I sit for a minute, staring at the headstones, finding my father's immediately. The white marble a stark contrast against the older and weathered stones beside him. He's buried with my mother, where he always wanted to be.
What can I do?
Elena whispers when the silence becomes stifling. I cut my eyes at her, taking in her beauty, and then the marks that asshole left on her skin. The anger returns anew. I am going to rip him apart. Nothing. I turn back to the graveyard. I'm going to dig a hole, okay? You wait in here. There are predators out here. She grasps my arm.
What about you?
Don't worry about me. I pull out of her grasp and get out of the car, heading to the bed to get the shovel I keep in there, with some other garden tools I always store inside the truck. My hands make contact with the bottom of Chase's boot as I reach for it, and I snap my arm back, dropping the shovel. Placing my hands down, I let my head fall, hanging between my shoulders as the grief tries to take me down. I didn't cry when my father died. I won't cry now. But fuck, is it heavy. I can feel the emotion wanting out. It's clogging up the back of my throat, but I grasp hold of it. I bind it and I turn it into rage. Anger I am friends with. Anger I can handle. My hand wraps back around the shovel, and it makes a hissing sound that's loud in the quiet night as I drag it across the bed, and then head toward the trees to pick him a spot. The head hits the dirt, and thanks to the rain we had, the ground is softer than what it should be, making it a little easier to dig the hole. Behind me, I hear the door close and a branch snap as Elena walks over. She doesn't offer help, but stands silently beside me, offering me a simple kind of comfort. When the grave is dug, I make my way to get Chase, carrying him to the hole that'll keep his body forever. I get him into it as gently as I can before I stand, staring down on his body, and lift my hat from my head, pressing it to my chest. I have no words to speak. I've never claimed to be wise or to have the right words, so it's best I don't say anything at all. For a minute, we stand in silence. Then I reach for the shovel again.
Wait.
Elena calls out. I pause, watching her as she jogs over to a small patch of wildflowers that's growing along the tree line. She picks the brightest of them, creating a small bouquet, which she carries back before she gets to her knees and bends over the hole in the ground to rest the flowers on Chase's chest.
Che la terra ti sia lieve.
She speaks quietly, almost a whisper, but the words roll over me, prickling the skin on my arms. What did you say?
May the earth be light on you.
Chapter 32. Knox. We haven't said a word to each other since she spoke those words to Chase. I buried him and marked his grave with 9 rocks, his lucky number. And then we drove back to the ranch. I follow behind her as we step through the door, Judge on my heels. And once inside, she heads right for the stairs, whereas I go for the whiskey in the office. Her hand on my wrist stops me.
We don't drown the pain.
She whispers.
Not in grief. We feel to respect their lives and what they meant to us. And then we drink.
I search her face, wondering how true that is for her, too. I've seen this woman guzzle almost an entire bottle by herself. But I listen to her, and I let her lead me upstairs and into the bedroom, where she takes me into the ensuite and turns the water on in the tub.
I am sorry,
she says with her back to me.
I know the words don't do enough, but no, I mean them.
I know you do. I look at her reflection in the mirror, noting the way her eyes are downcast, the blood and bruises a mar on her skin. Come here. She doesn't. It wasn't a request. I growl at her back. She shivers and turns, but stays in her spot. I reach for her, dragging her toward the vanity as steam begins to rise from the tub, swirling and blooming into hot clouds that mist over the mirror. Gently, I lift her until she's sitting on the vanity, and then run the water in the basin. It sputters out since the bath is filling, but there's enough pressure for me to clean up her face and hands.
You don't have to,
she says.
I can do it.
You're always looking after yourself, aren't you? My voice is all gravel. Self-sufficient, independent. You don't need anyone. Her throat works on a swallow. And I see that. I nod to myself. I admire it, even if your stubbornness pisses me off. But every once in a while, I rinse the cloth under the water. I want to do it. I want to take care of you. When her hands are clean, I throw the cloth into the hamper and reach for a fresh one, wetting it before I lift it to her face. Will you let me do that? I ask.
Yes.
She swallows.
You can do that.
Thank you. My strokes are gentle as I clean up her face, careful over the fresh bruising on her skin as I wipe away the thin trickle of blood from the cut in her forehead. It's superficial and likely won't leave a scar. But her neck. Curling my finger under her chin, I lift her head to allow the light to touch the clear handprint that's been left on her throat. It's a deep kind of red, the edges of it turning purple and blue. You beat every odd, Hellion. I praise her. She leans in close and brushes her lips across mine before she hops down off the vanity and reaches for my shirt. There's nothing sexual about it. She simply undresses me, and I allow it. She guides me into the tub, instructing me to relax, get clean, and then come to bed. I listen to her beyond the door as I do just that, pushing down the grief and the sorrow cutting me up from the inside. I add it to the shit pile, letting it fester and rot. When I'm clean, the dirt from beneath my nails gone, the dust and smell of earth erased from my hair, I get out and wrap a towel around my hips, heading into the bedroom. Elena is sitting cross-legged on the floor, Judge's head in her lap as she strokes between his ears. She's dressed in one of the ranch's branded t-shirts, her legs bare, hair pulled over one shoulder. On the dresser, there's a small pour of whiskey in a glass, 2 ice cubes melting in the amber liquid.
Chase refused to move?
She whispers, her fingers running down the length of Judge's nose.
He wouldn't fucking move.
I head to the bed and take a seat, reaching for the whiskey. What happened? She relays the information, minute by minute. Chase did what I asked him to do. When I said it, I thought nothing would happen. And honestly, I'm not sure I'd change it. Even if I never told him to look after her, he would have anyway. Because that was the man he was. But Judge is a surprise. I've always known the dog was loyal, but he's never been violent. Never. But he protected her, just like Chase did. I make a note to stop at the pet store when I go to town tomorrow to pay my debts and pick him up one of those stag horns he likes to chew on whenever I get the spare cash to treat him to them. What's a few dollars when the dog saved the woman whose creeping into the organ in my chest I believed wasn't capable of being penetrated? But at the end of it all, I still lost. And that shit will never be easy. Throwing back the whiskey, the ice clinks against the glass before I take the towel off and throw it toward the door, climbing beneath the sheets. Elena remains on the floor for a little longer while I lie with my arms raised, head resting in my hands, eyes on the ceiling. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her prepare for bed, brushing her teeth with my toothbrush, even though hers is in the spare bathroom across the hall, and combing through her long raven hair with her fingers. She leans closer to the mirror, gingerly touching the fresh, mottled bruise on her throat. I'll make him pay for those. The only marks allowed on her skin are those left behind by me, and they're not etched in violence. She switches out the lights as she makes her way to me. A limp in her step I'm not sure will ever go away, thanks to the still healing wound in her thigh. Time will tell. Elena climbs in beside me, pressing her body up against the side of mine, her hand falling to my chest above my heart as she rests her head in the soft spot between my neck and my shoulder.
Kill him,
she says.
You once said you wouldn't take the revenge from me. But I give it to you. Do whatever you want with him. He's yours.
I plan to, darling. Chapter 33. Knox. Early birds chirp in the trees, the dusky sky attempting to lighten the land, but it fails, leaving deep, fathomless shadows stretching across the ranch. The steep, craggy edges of the mountains appearing even sharper than they already are. My steps are loud as I cross over to the barn where Rio is still restrained, the burning anger like molten lava in my veins. I didn't sleep. I laid beside Elena, her body tucked up against mine, staring at the ceiling as my fingers trailed soft paths down her spine. Her presence was enough to keep the rage at bay for a few hours. But eventually, I became too restless, too vengeful. He doesn't get to keep breathing air when he stole Chase's and tried to take Elena's. Not once, but twice. I've thought about it, about how I'm going to do it, and I've sent a message to the workers left here that they can take the day off. I don't need any witnesses to this. The door to the barn squeaks open, and beyond the gag shoved into his mouth, Rio cries out. Didn't bleed out then. Oh, that's good. My steps are purposely slow as I make my way over to him, crouching beside him as I let my eyes roll over his prone body. Wide, bloodshot eyes plead with me. But if it's mercy he wants, he's asking the wrong guy. I'm not going to remove the gag, I tell him, cocking my head. I don't care for anything you have to say, any pleas for mercy. I'm only here for one thing. The whites of his eyes grow bigger, fear widening them. He's a man realizing his time has come to an end. Perhaps he thought himself indestructible. But then he stepped foot onto my ranch. Rising to stand, I head over to the ATVs we keep parked here overnight. The keys in my hand, I turn over the engine. The rattle and growl of it echoing through the barn and into the early morning darkness. He thrashes in his bonds, his groans and cries incoherent behind the gag. I bring the ATV toward him, pulling to a stop close so I can lift him into the small trailer usually used for feed and hay that needs to be transferred to the mini paddocks and stables. He groans in pain as I toss him in, and I ignore it as I climb back onto the quad, revving the engine to cut off the sound. I hear his body bouncing against the unforgiving metal of the trailer as the ATV hits all the bumps and holes in the ground. And it only takes 5 minutes to get where I need to be. I don't say a word as I pull him from the trailer, his face now shadowed by the darkness surrounding us. His pathetic cries do nothing to deter me. He lands on his back in front of the closed gate that separates this field from the one the last of my cattle are in, the herd grazing in the shadows of the mountains. Now that I've sold some of the cattle, I can move these girls closer to the ranch and reintroduce Ralph to them, with the other bulls now up the mountain. Opening the gate, I attach it to the fence post and secure it, and then let out a whistle, calling for Letty and Coda. Wherever they are, they'll hear it, and I need them to help me drive this cattle down. Rio thrashes, and even though I can't make out what he's saying, I hear it for what it is. Mercy. And I feel nothing. Elena will have one less person to worry about. My 2 healers bound toward me, tails wagging, and immediately hop into the trailer, knowing what their job is. It isn't new. We've done this same song and dance before. Leaving him where he is, I head toward the herd, rounding them on the left so I can come up the rear. And once we have a clear view of them from behind, both dogs hop from the trailer, lowering themselves toward the ground as they separate and head toward the cattle. I keep the engine rumbling, watching them work. But it's Coda who initiates the drive, nipping at the ankle of one of the cows to get her to move. The herd converges into the center as Letty herds them into a group, and Coda drives them down the field toward the open gate. From here I can't see him, just a vague outline of his body moving on the ground. No matter which way he manages to shuffle himself, he is in the direct line of the moving cattle. Accidents happen on ranches. People are killed by cows far more often than people even realize. So tragic. I follow behind, unable to stop the pride I feel watching these dogs work. I've had them since they were puppies. They're intelligent, loyal, and damn good at what they do. The sound of thundering hooves fills the air, the deep rumble that shakes the ground, sending birds scattering from their perches in the trees. Faster and faster the herd moves, closer to their new field, their group funneling to allow them through the gate. And all I need to do is watch. Satisfaction, extinguishing the rage. Cutting the engine, I sit back, focus on the herd as my 2 dogs capture any stragglers, forcing them to follow through the fence. And only once the last one is through, and the dogs are keeping them contained, do I climb off the back of the ATV and head to the gate, unlatching it from the fence to lock it up. With a whistle, I release the dogs from the job, allowing them to stand down and finally look at the ground. There's nothing but flesh and bone, blood and torn clothing. It's tempting to leave the body, but it'll only attract predators that could hurt my livestock. On the other side of the ranch, I hear Ralph let out a bellow, the noise cutting through the fields toward me as I pull on the gloves to deal with the mess.
Chapter 34. Elena. A scratchy, raw soreness dominates my throat this morning, making each swallow of cool water a painful reminder of everything that happened yesterday. I woke up alone, and as I step outside, shielding my eyes from the morning sun, I catch sight of Knox with a hose, spraying water down onto the ground in front of a fence. There's now a herd of cattle in the paddock beside Ralph, and the fence between his and theirs is open, giving him full access to them. Slipping my feet into my sneakers, I head toward Knox, an ache in my body that'll take a few days to go away. Not the first time I've taken a beating. It likely won't be the last. "Hey," I rasp, swallowing thickly. His eyes snap up, and a muscle jumps in his jaw as he takes stock of the injuries marking my skin. "What are you doing?" I ask, glancing at the puddle of water and mud.
"Cleaning up,"
he grumbles. "I think it's clean," I point out. "Whatever it is." He chuckles.
"Takes a bit more than that to get rid of the blood."
"Blood?"
"Rio's dead."
He doesn't look at me when he says it, just keeps hosing down the same spot on the ground. I glance around, confused as fuck, as if his body is just going to be out here in the open in broad daylight. "What do you mean?" I blink a few times. "Is he still in the barn?"
"No."
"Well, where is he?"
"Buried."
"Knox," I groan. "Stop being so fucking short. What happened?"
"I left him right here."
He jerks his head to the saturated ground.
"And I drove the herd through the fence."
"You trampled him to death?" My eyes widen at the information. I figured he'd shoot him, not premeditate his death like this.
"I wanted it to hurt," he replies. "So I made it hurt."
I cross my arms over my chest and lean on the fence, looking at the herd, who appear happy and grazing in their field, Ralph easy to find in the middle of them all. Rio's dead. Someone will be here today. I can't shake the rasp in my voice, the damage Rio did to my throat, leaving me bruised.
"Who?"
Knox shuts off the hose and finally gives me his full attention. It hits me in the chest when I catch the way he's looking at me. It's heated, but soft, too, the lines in his forehead smoothed out, and when he steps closer, the fence between us, he slides his hand around the nape of my neck, gently asking me to tilt my head back. "A friend." I answer him as he inspects the bruising collaring my throat. I tilt my head back down, meeting his eyes.
"Do you trust this friend?"
he asks. "I don't know yet." I answer honestly, but it's the only shot I have. He nods, contemplating my words before he leans and brushes his lips across mine. I can't help but melt against him, somehow feeling safe, secure in his arms, despite the very real war at my back. I only have a matter of time before my uncle decides to come looking for me himself, and I want to be ready this time. But for a minute, I forget it all. I forget that only yesterday I almost died, and Knox lost a friend. That the same man I gave my body to for years is now dead, trampled to death, And it was all organized by the same man sweeping his tongue between my lips, his hands gentle where they cup my face. He breaks the kiss and sweeps my hair from my face.
"I've got your back," he promises.
I wrap my hands around his wrists and press up onto my toes to capture his mouth again. I hadn't realized just how alone I felt until he said those 4 words.
"Elena,"
he growls against my lips. "Thank you." I kiss him again. He pulls back, his eyes bouncing between mine.
"Whatever I have, it's yours."
My lips part on a shocked inhale. "Knox." He shakes his head and lets out a laugh.
"I am so fucked."
I lower my eyes, but his finger beneath my chin forces them right back up.
"Me, my ranch, my life. It's yours."
He takes hold of my hand and presses my palm to his chest, covering the steady and strong heartbeat beneath his shirt.
"You can have this too,"
he rasps. My heart thuds in my chest in response. He kisses the corner of my mouth and then steps away, continuing his work while I stare at his back, his broad shoulders stretching his shirt. He doesn't wait for a response from me. I'm not even sure he expects one. But I see it. The possibility of a future with him, here on this ranch, a city under my control, endless opportunities. He begins to walk away, picking up his tools as he goes before he glances back.
"Also, stay the fuck away from Ralph."
That snaps me out of it. How about no? He shakes his head in exasperation, but I think we're getting somewhere because he doesn't argue. I head back to the house to get dressed. I don't know when my contact is due to arrive today, but the letter gave today as the date, and if I know anything about them, their word means everything. I slip a pair of shorts on and a breezy linen shirt with my boots, and then braid my hair in the mirror. The bruising on my throat looks worse in the bright lighting of this bathroom. The edges, this deep, angry red color. I can see the print of Rio's hand, the outline of every finger. What would my father think of all this? I roll my eyes at myself. He wouldn't be thinking about it at all. He would have ended the threat before it ever became one. But I'm not even sure he would have seen this coming. There's no covering the mark, so I leave it and place my hat on before I head back out. Judge perks up, and I scratch his head, pausing on the porch, eyes falling to the spot on the ground where Chase's blood still stains the gravel. The sun has dried it up, making it appear far darker than the red it was yesterday. I can still see his body lying there, those unseeing eyes open. I'm no stranger to death. I never thought it would affect me again, but there's something so very haunting with the memories. It was needless. He died because he wouldn't fucking move. He wouldn't leave. Tires moving across gravel catches my attention, and I lift my eyes from the bloody spot on the ground, expecting to see a black SUV, perhaps, or some sleek sports car. But my blood turns molten when the familiar pickup ambles toward the ranch, Everly behind the wheel. Knox doesn't know it was her who tipped Rio off. He promised me the town wouldn't talk, and they didn't. But he didn't account for a bitch with a crush who saw an opportunity to get rid of the competition. Dipping back inside, I grab the shotgun, the weapon far heavier than what I'm used to, and then rip open the drawer, picking out the shells before it slams shut, and I'm meeting her as she gets out of the car.
Chapter 35. Knox. Coda lets out a low growl at my side, and when I glance down at her, pausing my task of topping up the troughs, I see her staring unwavering toward the front of the house. The hair on the nape of my neck lifts as I follow her line of sight and see Elena storming from the house, my fucking shotgun in her hand, her face a mask of fury. And then I see the target of her ire. Fuck, I growl, dropping the feed to put a damn stop to this lunacy now. I've had one too many deaths on this property in the last 24 hours. I don't need another one. Bodies aren't fucking easy to move. Elena! I roar, but she doesn't even flinch. Everly climbs out of the car, clearly not seeing the fucking devil coming right for her. Shit.
You little fucking bitch!
Elena hisses, finally catching Everly's attention. That gun is always loaded, and at that range it'll blow a hole right through the vet. Elena! I call for her again as I hop the fence, closing the gap.
Knox?
Everly gasps, a tremor in her tone as she rushes to me, clinging to my arm. But despite my body being in the firing line, Elena still lifts and levels the barrel in this direction, her sights set on Everly.
Get out from behind him, you fucking coward!
Elena demands.
Face the music, Everly! She's crazy!
Everly cries.
Knox, do something!
Elena? I lower my voice, trying to calm her. But I'm not stupid. Elena isn't the type to be placated. She's as stubborn as a mule, with a temper to rival a bull. Put the gun down, darling.
Go on.
Elena snaps out.
Tell him. Tell him what?
Everly cowers behind me, her hand trembling.
Tell him!
Elena yells.
What?
Everly cries. A cruel smile curls up Elena's plump lips.
Tell him how you gave me up. Tell him how it's your fucking fault Chase is dead. What?
Everly seems genuinely confused.
I don't know what you're talking about. So you didn't tell the man who asked about me yesterday where I was?
Elena challenges.
Oh, your boyfriend?
Everly seems to relax a touch.
I thought I was helping.
My heart plummets. You gave her up?
Gave her up?
Everly frowns.
No, I was helping. Her boyfriend was looking for her. Knox?
Elena's voice is quiet, barely above a whisper, but I hear the strain weighing down every word.
Move. How am I the problem here?
Everly cries, but Elena laughs.
You got Chase killed. You almost got me killed. Where I'm from, you'd already be dead.
Get in your car, Everly. My words are spoken through gritted teeth.
Is Chase really dead?
Get in your fucking car, I snap at her, before I move and let her shoot you. Real fear pales her skin, and she scrambles back toward her car. I keep my body in the way of Elena's shot. Chase is one thing. Covering up his death is easier since he has no family, no one looking for him, as much as that sickens me. But covering up Everly's won't be so easy. The car door slams, and then she's reversing at speed, gravel and dirt kicking up from beneath the tires as she peels away and guns it back down the drive.
Why the fuck did you protect her?
Elena explodes. Elena? I step forward, even though the shotgun is still loaded. And aimed. Killing her changes nothing.
Actually, it would make me feel tremendously better.
It doesn't change anything, I repeat.
If she hadn't told Ria where I was, Chase would still be alive.
A burst of grief stabs me in the chest. I know. She's a problem, and I will handle it.
You know, if you hold someone underwater long enough, they stop being a problem.
Elena glares at me. I can't help it. A small, amused smile ticks up the corner of my mouth.
This isn't fucking funny.
I will handle it.
If you don't, I will. And I fear your handling and mine are two very different things.
I finally get a grasp of the shotgun, and she releases it, yielding it to me. Shotgun in one hand, my other slides around her waist, and I drag her forward. I will handle it, I promise her.
Like you handled Rio, I hope.
She grumbles. You are a violent little thing. I lower and whisper my mouth across her jaw, reveling in the way her fingers curl into me, holding on. Everly is long gone, the dust from her speedy exit now settling. And I will handle it. Elena's hand slips up the front of my shirt, her nails raking over my skin as my mouth continues down her throat, whispering over the hurt marked onto her skin. But she whimpers, and the sound has blood shooting straight to my cock. This woman can simply breathe, and I'll be hard. I begin to walk her backwards toward the house, mouth on her, hands touching, feeling, and she follows, allowing me the control, but behind her, Judge lets out a loud bark, followed by a growl that has Elena stiffening, growing cold in my arms. What is it? But she doesn't need to answer, not when the crunch of gravel sounds a second later, followed by a deep roar of an engine. It's the type of sound that doesn't belong. We don't have cars like that here in Sierra Valley for a few reasons. First, it's impractical. With the state of the roads and the many potholes, the suspension would get fucked within a week. It can't carry anything. And here, you need to be able to load up and go. And last, no one can fucking afford it. The sleek matte gray Mercedes AMG rolls toward us, windows tinted just enough to conceal the driver behind the wheel. I turn toward the new arrival, keeping Elena behind me as I firm my grip on the shotgun and wait for them to come to a stop beside my Chevy. The driver door opens, and a man dressed pristinely in an all-black suit climbs out. His eyes land on Elena the moment he's out of the car. Elena DeLuca, he addresses her. Long fucking time. Elena steps up beside me, letting her hand slide down my forearm before she links her fingers with mine. The man doesn't miss it, a grin pulling up his mouth.
Knox,
She says.
meet Caden Blackwood. Cade, this is Knox Carter.
Your friend? I ask.
The very one.
She confirms. My forearms rest on the railing on the porch, watching Elena and Cade talking by the paddock, where Ralph and the herd are grazing. Coda and Letty are patrolling, and the guys are back from their day off, completing the jobs I didn't manage to get finished. My spine stiffens as I watch Cade reach for her, his fingers curling beneath her chin. And she allows it, tilting her head back. His touch on her seems familiar, comfortable, and I don't fucking like it. It's not lost on me that this is what she felt with Everly. Jealousy isn't something I am familiar with. He says something to her, and her eyes cut to me before they return to him. And then it's him staring me down. I meet his eyes, refusing to back down. It's not hard to realize he's from a background just like hers. For a few long seconds, we hold the position. But then a grin splits his hard expression, and he drops his hand from her chin. If I'm not mistaken, A relieved exhale loosens Elena's shoulders before they start walking toward me.
Chapter 36. Elena. The thing about Caden Blackwood is that he's a walking, talking, ticking time bomb. The Blackwoods have been allies to the DeLucas since way before my time, and with every generation it passes down. But the youngest Blackwood, the one now in control, the one who has slaughtered half his organization and is currently walking at my side, is unpredictable. I've known him since we were kids, but no one really knows him. Calling on him for help was risky, but it was the only card I had left, and there was a very real risk that my uncle had already gotten to him. He walks at my side, skin etched with art, black swirls of ink that cover his arms, hands, and creep up the sides of his neck from the collar of his black button-down. Rings on every finger, a hoop in the left ear with an industrial through the top, and a nose ring. He was never meant to be in charge. That much is common knowledge. The youngest of 3 brothers, and since he was never meant to have the throne, he was left unchecked and untested. Now we have this man who toes the line, and no one truly knows where his loyalties lie, or how morally corrupt he actually is. But the fact that he's here alone, when he has his own issues to deal with in his city, is a testament to the tie between our 2 families. He didn't say a thing to me as I explained the whole situation to him, my uncle, Rio, and that Knox had already dealt with the problem with the latter. He still didn't speak when he tilted my chin to get a better look at the bruising on my throat and face. And when he looked over to Knox, with those cunning eyes the color of a glacier, so piercing, set beneath dark brows and scruffy hair that's longer on top and cropped close to his skull on the sides, my heart caught in my throat. Unpredictable. But then he grinned, like he found Knox having the man trampled to death amusing, and I knew we had passed some silent test. Caden shoves a hand out to Knox, who takes it, reservation making his shoulders high and tight, body so stiff with unease it can be seen 100 miles away.
You have nothing to worry about with me,
Cade assures him, shaking his hand.
You will not see my men. You've brought people,
Knox questions.
We don't go to war alone,
Caden grins.
And just where will this war land?
Knox quirks one dark brow.
Well, that all depends on how long Anton takes to realize his man is dead, and no body is delivered. He's a smart man. He won't just show up, especially when he realizes Elena has her own army now. At what cost?
I stifle a sigh. Asking the right questions, not backing down even though the man in front of him could have this place razed to the ground. And we all know it. Not even I could ever dream of taking on a family like the Blackwoods.
A favor.
Caden cocks his head.
When I need it.
A muscle in Knox's jaw ticks, and I reach forward, wrapping my fingers around his hand. He curls his fingers in, squeezing gently before releasing.
I suppose you need a place to stay.
At this, Caden curls his lip and gives the ranch house a once-over, clearly not impressed by it.
I'm good.
The creases at the edge of Knox's eyes deepen as he narrows them in the Mafia lord's direction, but he keeps his mouth shut. Tension lines every part of my body. My spine is ramrod straight, and my heart pounds inside my chest. But I keep my expression neutral.
Keep her safe.
Caden turns and walks back toward the car.
I'll be in touch.
Knox is vibrating at my side. Not yet, I whisper. His nostrils flare and his hands wrap around the porch railing hard enough, I swear I hear the wood crack. But he remains stoic as Cade backs the car up, turns it around, and then presses on the gas hard enough the back wheels spin, throwing grit and dirt up.
Find another way,
Knox grumbles. He is the only option.
He is dangerous. Knox pushes off the railing with a growl. He is fucking dangerous, Elena. We have an agreement. I keep my voice low, steady. I can trust him about as much as you can trust Ralph. You leave him out of this. I put my hands on my hips. That sweet baby would never. It's a bull. This isn't about the bull. Knox. I sigh, tucking my arms around myself. I have no other choice. Me, he booms, slamming his palm on the side of the house. You have me. And I won't get to keep you if I don't have him. I swallow thickly. A huff of air escapes him, like a laugh, but it lacks amusement. What do you need, Elena? Without the Blackwoods, the city remains with my uncle. The Rossi Empire keeps the market, and you lose, Knox. We'll go down with this ranch, and without my city, I won't be able to stop it. We all lose, Knox. All of us. I'll never be safe. My uncle will keep sending men until they have my fucking head. He knows I'm not dead. He knows I'm still out here. It's why he keeps sending people. He is looking for me, and if you hadn't handled Rio, he would have found me. How long until another one of his men comes looking? What if they're shoot first and ask questions later? What then? He glares at me. I love you, Knox, but we cannot do this alone. Neither you nor I can take this on. I snap, my blood heating. But silence falls quickly between us as we both realize what the fuck I just said. What did you just say? Gravel laces his tone, his body frozen. Nothing, I breathe. What the fuck did you just say? He growls. My heart is racing for a whole different reason now. Knox, my voice trails off. Say it. We stand face to face, Knox's breath coming in quick, rough bursts. Say it, darling. It wasn't. Go on. He taunts. Lie. My molars grind together. We can't take this on. A deep, rasping chuckle rumbles from his chest, the sound of it vibrating down my spine. My skin pebbles, and my thighs ache, but I don't back down. Don't be a coward here, Hellion. He pushes. Say it. It's a battle in this little bubble we have created. But I remain silent and steadfast, matching him. The words were never meant to slip out. Love is a weakness that is used against you. Love gets you killed. Love makes you vulnerable. What? He pushes even harder. Are you afraid, Elena? I suck in air through my nose, staring him down, but I have nothing to say. I can't say I didn't mean it. I can't, even if I should. I open my mouth to say just that, to tell him it was the heat of the moment, that I didn't mean a single word. But he steps forward, closing the gap between us until my spine hits the side of the house and his body is pressing me into it. I tilt my head back to keep my eyes on his, fingers curled around the fabric of his blue shirt. You are. He rasps, running the tip of his nose down the length of mine. You are terrified. It's quick and it's unexpected, and you never saw it coming. Am I right? I shiver. And now you're scared. You're not scared of your uncle or the men coming after you. You're not afraid of a 2,000-pound bull or a man who could destroy this whole town without even blinking. But this, you're fucking terrified of this. Why? Knox, I beg. No. He snaps. No, there's no escape here, Hellion. Tell me. This isn't what we need to worry about right now, Knox. No. He chuckles. This is exactly what I need right now. What do you want from me? I snap. Everything. He booms. I want everything. His hand grips the back of my neck. Not hard, not painful, but firm, demanding.
Give me everything. You don't want everything, I whisper. I want it all. His lips touch the corner of mine. I want you. His eyes bounce between mine, waiting for me to answer, to tell him, but I can't. Physically, I can't. Elena, he sighs. I'll beg if I need to. I will fucking beg. Mean it. Give it to me, DeLuca. I can fucking take it. But I want it all. I can't. My voice cracks. He laughs lightly. You can. Kiss me, Knox. Kiss me, please. Say it, he demands. My head shakes as a tremor works through me. Say it. His fingers flex on my neck. Say it. I love you. His mouth slams against mine, and my back hits the side of the house as he utterly devours me, tastes those 3 words from my lips, swallows them down, and owns them. There's a feral, primal need to his touch, to the way his body presses mine into the side of the house. He strokes his tongue against mine, grinding his hips forward so his hard length pushes against my lower abdomen. He groans into my mouth. Say it again. My nails sink into his chest, biting. I love you. Fuck. Hands reach behind my thighs, and he hoists me up, my legs going around his waist so he can walk us into the house, and the door slams shut behind us. Mine. He growls against my lips. Do you understand me? Yes. Good. His fingers press into my thighs. Now I'm going to prove it.
Chapter 37. Knox. I love you. My hands squeeze the soft flesh of her thighs where they hold her against me, keeping every part of her touching me. I love you. I can still taste the sweetness of the words on my tongue, like a drug. They work my system, sending me higher, needing more. A fix never sated. In the bedroom, I only allow her down to reach for the shirt tucked into her shorts, pushing the light material up and over her head, only to throw it behind me. And then I reach for the clasp at her back. I love you. No one has ever said those 3 words to me. My mother died when I was young, so I don't recall her ever saying it. And my father was never the type. He showed, but never told. Though he always had a lot to say about a woman's love. The woman's love. I didn't expect it to come in the form of a bratty, reckless, stubborn Mafia princess. If I want to hear it from anyone, it's her. I unclasp her bra and toss that to the ground, leaning back to watch my hands cover her entirely. The bars pierce through her nipples, warm to touch. Her lips are pouty and swollen, her lids hooded. She matches me in every way, pushes when I pull, takes every blow and delivers her own. I've never given much thought to soulmates. Didn't think they existed, despite the ramblings of my old man telling me they're a real thing. He had it with my mom, supposedly. He never did remarry. She tips her chin toward the ceiling, a low moan slipping from her lips that raises the hair on my arms. So fucking pretty. Though dainty, she possesses the unwavering strength of the surrounding mountains, her resilience, an echo of their granite faces, as strong as the storms that roll through the valley, an unfaltering force of nature. I drop my fingers to the button of her shorts, flicking it open, but she doesn't give me a chance to remove them as she takes control and slips them down her legs, leaving her in only her panties. The sea burned into her thigh has healed enough that the bruising is all but faded shadows. The skin raised, showing it's new, but fixed. My knees hit the carpet ahead of her, and my mouth presses to the fresh scar. My C. My brand. My name. She jolts at the contact, but doesn't move away, her hands falling to the top of my head to thread my hair between her long fingers. Hooking my fingers in her panties, I let my eyes travel up her body and pull them down, bearing her to me, before I gently coax her back until her spine hits the wall, and I follow. Immediately hooking one leg, and then the other over my shoulders where I'm knelt on the carpet, her pussy right at my mouth. Her breath rushes from her as her skull hits the wall, my breath fanning across her pretty pink lips, the silver ball of the piercing catching in the light. Such a pretty fucking cunt, I praise, sucking her clit into my mouth. Her back arches away from the wall, making her almost slip, but I square my shoulders, keeping her pinned as I bury my face between her legs. Her thighs tremble on either side of my head as I punch my tongue into her. The taste of her like damn honey, so sweet and addictive. I could spend an eon on my knees for her, and it still wouldn't be enough. Her nails score my scalp, and her moans fill the room, loud and unashamed, as I bring her to the peak. I swipe my tongue through her lips before I stop at her clit and flick it mercilessly, her quakes becoming more violent as the precision of my strokes has her climbing that much quicker, right up until she crashes in a loud groan that has my cock jerking in my pants. She screams my name as I work her through it, and when she sags against the wall, her breaths coming in heavy but short pants, I lower her feet to the floor, keeping her steady as I rise and let her taste what I do to her from my lips. She kisses me lazily, her body lax and pliant in my arms, fully trusting me with herself. And if that doesn't make my heart swell 3 fucking sizes. She is the last person I ever expected to knock down all those steel walls I had raised to protect myself and this ranch. But she razed them all to the ground and walked on in, a grin and a kiss waiting for me to meet her. I coax her toward the bed, still not made from where she rolled out of it this morning, urging her down onto the mattress, and then stand, taking my fill of her soft curves and the flare of her hips, her strong thighs and raven hair. She watches me from beneath her long lashes as I strip off my clothes and then lay myself over her, holding my weight on my forearms. My lips find hers. There's no rush to the kiss, no frenzied, urgent need, and she kisses me back just as softly. Gentle swipes of her tongue, soft whispers of her fingers as she feathers them over my shoulders and down my arms. Her legs lift to cradle my hips, the head of me pressing to her hot, wet center. Slanting my mouth, I sweep in deeper, needing more from her, needing all of her. And my hips grind, the slickness between her legs making it easy to use her body. She lifts her hips slightly, my cock slipping further down until the head notches at her entrance, and I still, a breath rushing from me. Slow with her is impossible. I know the moment her cunt envelops my shaft, I'll be lost.
Take it.
She whispers against my lips.
I'm yours.
Fuck. I groan as I slip into her, her legs widening to allow for my body. Her breath rushes against my mouth as I pull almost all the way out and thrust forward, hard, jolting her body up the mattress. I need deeper, harder, faster. And she takes it, matching me, pound for pound, nails biting, heels pushing against my ass to keep me inside. Say it. I groan, my chin hitting my chest so I can watch myself stretch her tight pussy open, my length coated in her arousal. She gasps as I slam into her, stealing her words, a zap tingling down my spine. Her head tips back as her hands grip my arms, her orgasm coming quick and heavy, legs tightening around me. It forces my own, the pleasure a tidal wave that washes through me, and there's no stopping it. I spill into her with a long groan, my face buried in the side of her neck as my cock jerks and pulses. For a few long seconds we lay there, panting, sweat dampening our skin until I feel her turn her head. And then there's a bite of pain, her mouth latching onto the already bruised skin on my neck. I chuckle, allowing her to refresh the mark. And once she's happy, her lips press against it, and she meets my eyes where I hover above her. Happy with you, Bran? I rasp.
Depends.
She grins.
You happy with yours?
That C on your thigh looks awfully good, darling.
I fucking knew it.
She rolls her eyes. I laugh before I pull from her, wincing at the loss, and let my eyes drop back to the brand. Don't much like it hurt you, though, I admit.
I'm not afraid of a little pain, Knox.
She replies, slipping off the bed. I capture her wrist before she can walk away from me. I know she needs to clean up, that I'm leaking out of her, slipping down the insides of her thighs. But I need to make sure she understands something. Nothing will ever hurt you again, Elena. I force her to keep my eyes.
That isn't a promise you'll be able to keep, Knox.
She sighs, but gives a soft smile, one that doesn't quite reach her eyes.
Payne and I go way back. If there's one thing that's certain, it's that I'm going to get hurt. That's the life I've chosen.
I could try to convince her to leave it all behind, to forget about it. But I know it would be futile. I release her wrist, and she crosses the room, slipping into the bathroom.
You know,
She says before she closes the door.
Death never scared me. I figured when it's my time, it's my time. That was the plan. But now, I'm not sure if it's fear or something else, but this?
Her eyes drop to the floor and she shakes her head.
This I don't want to lose. Or leave behind.
The door clicks closed before I can reply.
Chapter 38. Elena. Knox's knee rattles the entire table as he bounces it beneath it, his hand curled into a tight fist, resting atop while Cade sits opposite, that cocky grin showing his amusement at just how ruffled Knox's feathers are. It's only been a few minutes since he arrived this morning, but already the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife and serve it on a plate. I get it, I do. But I need Caden Blackwood if we want to make it out of this alive. I'm stubborn, not stupid. And while I believe there are men still on my side, getting to them will be impossible without Cade's help. Nothing will hurt you again, Elena. I wish those words were true. Reaching across, I grip the hand resting on his shaking thigh, offering him a gentle anchor. The shaking stops. It is good to see you're alive. Cade leans back, getting comfortable as he stretches out one arm across the backs of the chairs, tucked beneath the table beside him, his finger aimlessly picking at a scratch marking the top of one of them. I had heard you were dead. Anton requested my presence. I knew he would, I reply, squeezing Knox's hand. Cade agrees. I declined, of course. Why?
He's a prick. Cade scoffs. Always has been. Your father was fine. A little up his own ass, but he shrugs. Harmless. My spine stiffens. But Anton has always been a raging cunt. That finger continues to pick at the wood. Then I got your letter. Swallowing thickly, I speak through my teeth. I had no other choice. Cade grins, showing teeth and the glint of a tongue bar. Clearly. But I am dying to know how this happened. He refers to Knox. Cade, I warn. Can we not? Color me curious, princess. He taunts. I feel Knox stiffen beneath my hand, a muscle in his jaw ticking with his irritation. I ran, I grind out. Anton couldn't just kill me in my house, could he? So he brought me out here and had Rio attempt to assassinate me, but that fucking prick has always been a bad shot. As if reminding me, my thigh throbs. Though the pain is tolerable now, the ache is present most of the time, and every now and then it flares, sending a shock through me each time. Cade curls his lip but urges me to continue. I escaped, found a barn to take shelter in, and Knox found me, and here we are. Here we are. Cade chuckles. And you're in this? He asks Knox directly. I'm behind her. Knox replies immediately. I have her. Cade nods slowly. Good. And what are you going to do? Knox presses. Can we trust you? I'm here, aren't I? Cade cocks his head to the side. As for what I'm doing, well, that's down to Elena. I'm waiting for her instructions. I stifle my scoff. I have a lot of respect for Cade, regardless of how he comes across. He is trustworthy. But he isn't a man who listens to instruction or demands. We need to attack, I say. Just like that, Cade presses. You think that'll work? Can't exactly invite him for a coffee and a pastry, I bite. Perhaps not, but I can. Cade grins. Knox can too. My head snaps back. Excuse me? Which part didn't you hear? Cade blinks slowly. He's right. Knox grumbles. Either of us can make contact with your uncle. For me, it could be to make a deal for the ranch. With Rossi Enterprises breathing down my neck, it wouldn't appear unusual. But it would likely be best for Caden to get in touch. I'm sure Anton is expecting it at some point from him, if your family connections and history is anything to go by. Not you, I breathe. You're not going. His eyes soften. I'll do what I need to do. Going in blind will get you killed. Caden interrupts. You have no idea how many men he has, or if any of them are still loyal to your name. Attacking will only end in failure. And it would be such a shame for you to die now, when you've clearly fought so hard to survive. And what? I snap. You'll get him to spill all his secrets? I'll get enough so we can actually make a solid plan of attack. Caden rolls his shoulders. By all means, princess. You want to go in head first? Be my guest. But you don't have my men, and you don't have me if that's the course you choose to take. You'll be alone. Fuck. I grumble, pinching the bridge of my nose. But I know he's right. Fine. Very good. There's a touch of condescension in his tone. I'll get in touch and arrange a meeting. This is more than just my life. I rush out as he moves toward the exit. I have promises I need to keep. Cade's eyes lift to Knox. Can see that. I stand at the fence, the sun lowering and setting fire to the sky, streaks of oranges and pinks cutting down behind the mountains. Ralph stands in the middle of the herd, paying attention to nothing but them. I won't lie. It hurts a little. I thought we were friends. I sense, rather than see Knox's presence as he comes up beside me, leaning his arms against the top rail, his hat low, creating deep shadows across his eyes. "What are you thinking?"
he asks. We've been apart for most of the day. He's worked the ranch like he always does, but I couldn't bring myself to really move off the porch, Judge at my side, only leaving to do his business or get a drink. I feel fucking useless. I shake my head. When my father died, I knew it wouldn't be easy to take over, I say, my eyes on the bowl. But I didn't expect people to turn on me the way they did. My uncle, sure, he's a misogynistic piece of shit and always has been, but clearly he did something right. Knox remains silent at my side. And I can't help but think that if I were born a man, this wouldn't have happened. What is it about men that makes them feel so threatened by a woman in power? I laugh. And even now, I have a man going in my place to figure out the next move. I feel weak, Knox, and I don't much like feeling weak.
"If there is one thing I know for sure,"
his deep voice rumbles down my spine,
"is that you're not weak and never have been. They are threatened by you, not because you're a weak woman, but because you have the power to destroy them. If you're so weak, Hellion, then why are they going to so much trouble to silence you? You continue to rise up, even when you're knocked down."
A breath rushes from me. I'm scared too.
"Of your uncle?"
Knox edges closer, pressing his arm against mine. No. From the herd, Ralph appears, his gait swaying side to side as he ambles toward us. For you. Because I've brought you into this. I was selfish.
"If selfishness keeps you with me, darling, then keep being selfish."
Bet you never thought you'd say that to me, cowboy. He chuckles warmly.
"Yeah, then you told me you loved me."
My head snaps to him, and my heart thumps hard in my chest. I'll go to war, burn the whole fucking world to the ground, and move mountains for this man.
"Keep looking at me like that, Hellion, and we won't make it back to the house."
That truck hood looks like a good place to start. I tease, just as something cool and wet presses to my arm, like damp leather, and a laugh bursts from me when I see Ralph's dark eyes staring expectantly. A huff leaves Knox as he shakes his head.
"You turned my prized bull into an oversized fucking puppy."
"He's a good boy." I grin, giving the bull a scratch on the side of his face.
"I'm going to get us dinner."
He sighs as he turns to walk away.
"A fucking good boy," he mumbles to himself. "I'll be rolling over for belly scratches next."
Chapter 39. Elena. Days pass without a single whisper from Cade. Life moves slowly, the days stretching, and an itch begins to form under my skin. The not knowing is driving me insane. Every car I hear rambling down the drive draws my attention, but it's never the news I want. Knox serves as a great distraction, but in the hours when we're both meant to be sleeping, when the darkness falls and the silence screams louder than any sound, I lie there, and my mind works against me. What if Cade betrays me, like so many others have? What if he's making a deal right now? Neither Knox nor I will survive. It would have all been for nothing, and this happiness I have found in the most impossible of places would be a fleeting, forgotten memory only the mountains bore witness to. Knox rolls over beside me, soft in sleep, so I slip from the bed quietly, keeping my moves light and slow so I don't wake him. The house creaks, the walls groan, but there's something oddly calming about it. Years have etched themselves into the very fabric of these halls, the floors a mosaic of scuffs and scratches, every footstep a mark of time. If it all works out, if we somehow make it out of this alive, I think I'll stay here, on this ranch, in this tiny town beneath the shadow of the mountains. I'll bring this place back to what it was, give back what was taken. Being here has made me resent my father, and the realization of it has twisted me up inside. Because I loved him, worshipped him like any daughter does, but I wonder if he even thought about the damage he was doing when he lined Rossi's pockets. Or was it all just power and money, greed and pride? Was the city not enough? The DeLuca name is feared. It drives terror into all those who know it. A name built into the stone and brick and mortar of the city, hidden on walls inside buildings it has no right to be in. It has power and control. But still, my father wanted this too. I walk aimlessly through the house, not with a particular place in mind, but I find myself in front of Knox's locked office door. Glancing behind me, I wait for movement and sound from Knox, but he's still upstairs sleeping, so I reach for the handle, pressing it down. But it's still locked, so I turn around and head for the kitchen drawer. Moving some things around, I find a paperclip and head back, slotting it into the keyhole. The door unlocks after a few seconds of manipulation, and I quickly step inside, closing it behind me. It's dark in here. So dark I can hardly make out any shape as I go slow toward the desk until I can reach for the lamp. It's dim, but it illuminates the room enough that I'm no longer at risk of breaking a toe. Lowering into an old chair, it squeaks with my weight, and my head thumps back against the rest as I swivel it side to side. As full as this room is, with its antique wooden furniture and whiskey-filled cabinet, I've never seen Knox come in here. I only snooped in the top drawer in the whiskey cabinet the times I was in here, since it got me what I needed. But now, I really look. There's a metal letter opener on top of a stack of books, purposely placed to look decorative on the edge of the desk, but you can tell they've been there a while. A layer of dust covering the fabric-bound books. There's a laptop and a pot of pens on top, but that's not what catches my eye. There is a frame turned down so the picture is hidden, sitting behind the laptop. Reaching for it, I turn it around and blow away the dust, revealing a photograph of two people inside. I immediately recognize Knox, younger here, the lines from age not as present. His beard is thinner, his eyes brighter. He's holding the same cowboy hat he always wears down by his leg, dark hair unruly and shorter than it is now. The mountains serve as a backdrop with his arms thrown over an older man, a wide smile splitting his face. The photo must be at least 10 years old, but just before I place it back down, something about the older man catches my attention. There's something in those eyes, so similar to Knox's, that has a memory buzzing at the back of my mind. His hair is lighter than Knox's, his nose a little wider, but their family, that much is clear. But I've seen this man before. In my father's house, some years ago now. He was older than in this photo. The lines on his face were deeper, and his hair grayer, and there was a droop to his shoulders like he'd just lost a battle. I remember it so vividly. I'd been walking through the house, toward the dining room where I could smell dinner and hear the clink of glasses, and he'd been walking toward me, hat at his side, head turned toward the floor. He wasn't looking where he was going and almost walked right into me, but his shoes squeaked on the marble floor as he came to a stop. "Sorry," he mumbled, "in my own world." The accent matched Knox's, his voice rougher, a little croaky. "It's quite all right," I'd replied, and sidestepped him, figuring he was just leaving a meeting with my father. He had many, and I didn't tend to pay his visitors much attention. "You look just like him," the man had said, stopping me, and I'd glanced back at him, taking in his rough appearance. There was dirt on his worn jeans, and wrinkles in the flannel shirt tucked into the waistband, and the gold C on his cowboy hat had glinted in the bright lighting of the hallway. "Who?" I'd questioned. "Your father," he'd answered. "I've got to go. I'd told him, squirming even though the man hadn't moved an inch or hinted at a single thing. Instinctively, I knew he wasn't dangerous. He just looked tired. And I didn't like it, because it wasn't the type of exhaustion that came from lack of sleep. It was the type that had come from being worn by life, by circumstance. And deep down, I knew. My father had raised me to be as emotionless as possible, to look at feelings like they're a weakness, because that's what they are. They make a person vulnerable, and this man, this life-tired man, he was showing me his weakness.
"Let's hope someone can be the change,"
he'd said, lifting his hat to secure it on his head.
"God knows we need it."
"What do you mean?" I'd asked. He'd chuckled warmly.
"If you have to ask, then you don't know, but you will. And I suppose how you handle that will define the future."
He'd walked away then, left me staring after him with so many questions, and no one to give me answers. In the years that had followed, I'd forgotten that conversation, lost in the thirst for control, but his picture has just brought it all back. Knox wasn't my first brush with this ranch. That meeting was probably his father begging mine not to allow Rossi the power to destroy him. And he'd lost. Let's hope someone can be the change. This whole thing has become more than just regaining the city, more than destroying my uncle and the treacherous followers that bend to his every whim. This is undoing wrongs that should never have been in the first place. The weight on my shoulders triples. Placing the frame back into the same position I found it in, I sag in the chair, lifting my hand to run my fingers up the bridge of my nose and then across my brows, hoping to release the tension that has tightened around my skull. Ahead of me, the door opens, and Knox's large frame fills the threshold, dressed only in a pair of flannel pajama pants.
"I looked everywhere for you."
My whole body deflates. I'm tired, Knox. The exhaustion I recognized in his own father is now my own burden.
"I know, baby,"
he says softly, crossing the space between us.
"I know."
I watch him as he gets to his knees, taking hold of the chair to spin me to face him. His hands run up my thighs, but it's not sexual. A comforting move that grounds me where I sit.
"I woke up."
He circles his thumbs into the tense muscle just below my hip bones, pressing in hard.
"And you weren't there. You're not sleeping, are you?"
I shake my head. A loud sigh leaves him.
"You're not alone, Elena. Stop acting like you are."
It's hard, I admit.
"It was hard to admit you loved me, but you did that."
"That was an accident," I grumble. A chuckle leaves him.
"Yet here we are."
His thumbs move up my body, the pressure turning light as he skims over my ribs, then firms up as he takes hold of my shoulders.
"You need to sleep, Elena."
"I will," I lie. "Can I sit here a bit longer?" He quirks a dark smudge of a brow, his hair mussed from sleep.
"Pretty little liar."
He shakes his head.
"No, you can't. You can get your gorgeous ass up, follow me up to bed, and you can sleep."
I glower at him. "I already told you I can't." My tone is biting, snappy, and quick. He takes it, though, doesn't even flinch.
"We can do it civilized, or we can do it my way. Take your pick."
"Don't threaten me."
"My way it is."
He moves quickly, far too quickly than he should be able to with his size, and hoists me out of the chair and to my feet, his strength allowing him to do it with ease. I lurch out of the chair with a quick scream, my feet barely able to stabilize before his shoulder meets my abdomen, and the world turns upside down. "Seriously?" I growl. "I'm not a damn sack of potatoes."
"No, you're a woman. My woman. And I'll be fucking damned if I watch you become a shadow of yourself. So we're going to bed, Elena. And you're gonna let me hold you and stroke your fucking hair. And for the next 5 hours, you're going to forget the shit show going on in our lives. And you're going to fucking sleep. You got it?
My insides turn to jelly, and I may melt a little. But of course I don't show him the power he has over me. I'm certain he knows it already, but that's beside the point. So I remain silent as he carries me through the house and back up the stairs to the rumpled, empty bed in the master suite. He drops me unceremoniously onto it, my body bouncing a few times on the mattress.
Get in,
he demands. So bossy, Cowboy, I tease.
Elena.
He's got the tone, the one where I know if I push him just a little bit more, he'll either storm off or fuck me into oblivion. I'm going, I roll my eyes, shimmying up the bed until the pillows are behind me and I can drop onto them. He grabs the sheets and yanks them up to my chin before he tucks them in so tightly I almost can't breathe. Knox, I scold.
I saw that look, he grumbles. You want to play, and trust me, darling, I'd like nothing more. But right now, you have to sleep.
I sigh. I'll try. He climbs in beside me, disturbing the sheets tucked around me, and then lifts his arm, waiting for me to slide up next to him. I go, tucking into the side of his body, my head resting in that soft spot between his neck and shoulder. His arm comes around me, squeezing initially before he shifts and starts running the tips of his fingers down my scalp and then through the ends of my hair. His breathing is soft and even, the lamp bathing the room in a muted golden glow from the bedside table. My skin prickles with the sensation of his hand, the gentle way he cares for me, the way his fingers knead my scalp, and how my hair snags a little in the calluses on his fingers. It doesn't pull, but I feel it. I never thought I'd love it the way I do. He is rough and raw and steadfast, large, and yet he is gentle, kind but hearty. He is my opposite in every way, a man I never should have dragged into the hell I live. But I am selfish. So I let him soothe me to sleep. His body my foundation, his strength swimming through my blood. Chapter 40. Elena. The car kicks up dirt behind it as it speeds toward the ranch house. I don't need to see it to know Cade has returned. Knox pulls Honey to a stop, offering her a gentle hand to ease her nervousness, and I do the same with Apollo, my hat shielding my eyes from the high noon sun. Dust and dirt coat my skin, making it feel tight, lips a little dry. It's been days since Cade left to deal with my uncle. No word, no way to contact him. And now he's here. He comes to a stop by the side of Knox's Chevy, cutting the engine until silence falls, the dust settling behind him.
Is he going to get out?
Knox grumbles. I try to see him through the glare on the windscreen, but the angle of the sun makes it impossible, and nerves flitter through me. Throwing my leg over Apollo's back, I jump down to the ground, his reins loose in my hands as he follows me a few steps toward the car. Knox remains on Honey, but he keeps at my side. Cade finally opens the door, climbing from behind the wheel with a pair of sunglasses shielding his eyes and a cigarette dangling from between his lips. He adjusts his suit jacket and then plucks the cigarette from his mouth, letting it rest between two fingers.
Miss me?
He asks cockily, a curl of smoke rising with his grin. It's been fucking days, I snap at him, Apollo following dutifully behind me. He huffs a breath, clearly uncomfortable.
It takes time,
Cade shrugs.
I had to put on a ruse to get your uncle to trust me enough.
What the hell do you mean? Beside me, Knox gets down from Honey, tying her up to a post before he takes Apollo's reins and does the same.
This is no time for games, Caden.
Knox pinches the bridge of his nose.
I do you a favor, and this is the thanks I get?
Cade shakes his head. Cade, please. I step closer, but Knox grips my hand, stopping my forward motion. Cade sighs heavily, taking a long drag on his cigarette before he throws the smoking stick down onto the ground and treads on it with the toe of his black leather boot. He crushes it into the gravel and leans on the hood.
He's distrusting, anxious.
As he fucking should be, I grumble.
One would think he's being haunted.
Cade laughs.
Even when you're not around, you call the shots.
What happened? I ask.
He wanted to know why I suddenly wanted to see him after I rejected his last invitation. Wouldn't give me anything, so I had to keep going back. He called, and I fucking came.
He sneers.
Quite frankly, DeLuca, I almost called it. No one treats me like a fucking dog.
I get it. I swallow. I do, but Cade, please, what happened?
He's agreed to do a business deal. He wants guns from me. I want money.
What? I hiss. Is that it? Cade chuckles.
The topic of you came up. I have to give it to the man. He almost had me convinced. The grieving uncle, the girl he watched grow up, gone too soon. And now the shoes he must fill are full of lead and sorrow. I offered my condolences.
My lip curls.
And? We're set to have a meeting in 2 days, long enough for me to have a shipment brought over and for him to get the money together. This just sounds like you're doing business with him.
Knox growls, his body vibrating at my side.
You're turning, aren't you? You fucking prick.
I grip Knox's arm. I know my battles, and this isn't one either of us will win. Cade and his men will murder every single living thing on this land and walk off it without even blinking. Knox thinks I'm the devil, but right now, he's standing in front of an even bigger evil. But Cade chuckles at Knox.
Calm down, Carter. He replies, I'm not turning. I'm laying a foundation of trust. We want to catch him off guard.
So, does he believe I'm dead? What was his story?
Accident on the way to a meeting with a man named Rossi.
Caden flicks his eyes to Knox.
Driver survived and claimed you were killed on impact, but your body was never recovered. They're still looking. You know, to give closure to the family and the men who served you.
I scoff.
No, he wants proof.
Precisely. Caden nods.
They're not loyal to him, Elena. At least not all of them. He has his circle, of course, but 75% are demanding proof of your death before they swear their loyalty to him.
Pride shifts inside my chest. 75% is good. It gives me a chance to get back what's been lost, to do exactly as I promised.
So, what is the plan exactly?
Knox presses.
You have your trade, and then what? Because you're arming him, Caden, and that doesn't seem like the smartest idea. You just have to trust me,
Cade replies.
That's all. Not fucking likely, Blackwood.
Knox snaps at him.
Got yourself a guard dog, princess.
Caden chuckles.
You'll need him.
His shoes scuff in the dirt as he moves to stand from the hood of the car, tugging at the sleeves of his suit jacket as he walks toward the driver door.
It'll all work out,
he says with his back to us. What do you need me to do?
Meet me in town tomorrow.
He looks over his shoulder.
Only you, Elena.
Knox moves toward him, but Cade gets in his car and slams the door shut behind him, stopping any argument. I grab him before he can do anything, attempting to hold him back, but this man is much too large to be held back. Knox! I yell.
The fuck did he mean? Only you.
He snaps his head to me.
I do not fucking like this, Elena.
I know. I sigh. But I trust him.
Why?
Knox growls. What does he have to gain by double-crossing me?
I don't fucking know.
Knox explodes, slapping his hand against the side of his truck. His sudden show of anger startles me.
making me flinch. I don't claim to know the inner thoughts of madmen, but there's a damn reason he wants you there alone. And you're gonna go, aren't you? Despite the glaring red flags, you're going to go. Swallowing thickly, I cross my arms. I have no other choice. We need this to end. We don't need anything, Elena. You do. Is this not good enough? It's more than that, Knox, I try. It isn't. He throws his hands up. It isn't, Elena. You're going to risk your life for something that would chew you up and spit you out without a second thought. Have any of those 75% even come looking for you? They're not loyal to him, but they don't care enough about you either. His words hit me in the chest. You're going to get yourself fucking killed, he continues. And what? I'm supposed to watch? He spins on his heel and storms toward the barns, his steps sure and heavy, his shoulders so tight they may as well be touching his ears. Both of the horses remain with me, watching him like I am. Knox! I call after him, but he just shakes his head and heads into one of the barns, the whole building seeming to rattle with how hard he rips the door open. A moment later, I hear the loud rumble of the ATV. I'm no longer even doing this for me or my family name. I'm doing this for him.
Chapter 41. Knox. The sun rises, igniting the mountains and sky in a fiery blaze of orange, casting a warm glow over the ranch and the forest that surround it. My skin feels too tight for my body, and while it took me all damn night to recognize it for what it is, I know now it's fear. Fear of what's coming. Fear of what will happen to Elena. I could lose her. The only thing I have that brings me true happiness. And it could all be gone in a few hours. I left her in my anger, in my fear, and I haven't returned since. Instead, I spent the night up the mountain, back in that clearing we stayed in after the drive. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I opened the front door quietly, in case she's sleeping. It's barely 6 a.m, and I know my girl likes to sleep in. But when I step through to the kitchen, she's sitting at the table, a cup of coffee cradled in her hands. She's dressed in a light blue dress with thin straps, a ray of sunshine streaming through the window, adding a blue hue to her incredibly dark hair. Her stormy eyes lift to mine, shadows beneath them. She hasn't slept either. For a few long seconds, we stand staring at each other, the tension sizzling in the air, electrifying it. Slowly, she places her mug down, her throat working on a tight swallow.
Knox?
Her voice is raspy, and it snaps the tension, forcing my feet to move, closing the gap between us. I'm in front of her in a blink, my knees hitting the floor on the next, and then I grab her chair, spinning it until she's facing me, and my forehead meets her abdomen, arms curling around her, as if I could just hold her tight enough, strong enough. She won't fucking do this. She won't fucking leave me. That we can stay in this bubble we've created. Her fingers thread into the hair at the back of my head, and she pulls, forcing my neck to bend until I'm looking up at her.
You left,
she whispers. I'm sorry. My hands squeeze into the soft flesh at her hips. I'm so fucking sorry, Hellion.
I'm scared too.
She breathes, her voice barely audible, but it's so silent around us you could hear a pin drop. I'm scared of losing you, darling, when I've waited my whole damn life for you. Her face softens.
I'll be okay.
But the lie is right there on her tongue. She won't be okay. None of us will be oh-fucking-K. You're going, aren't you? Her hand drops from my hair, allowing me to press my forehead back to her abdomen, rolling it side to side.
Yes, I'm going.
Fuck. I grumble.
I need it to be over. I can't live looking over my shoulder, and I made you a promise. Knox, I have to fix what was broken.
Not at your expense. I snap.
I don't know how my father did it.
She whispers.
He hid it so well. Or maybe he just didn't care, but I do. I didn't think I did. I didn't want to. But I do give a shit. And I promised to give you what you need. But more than that, this whole town is suffering because of the choices made. And I have a very real shot at fixing that. I can bring this place back. But not when I'm constantly hiding.
If it means losing you, Elena, then I don't want it. Her lips lift to give a soft, barely there smile.
It'll be worth it.
You're not going alone.
There's a reason he told me to come alone, Knox.
Exactly. And that's why you're not. I'll stay out of sight, but I'm not fucking letting you go alone, Elena. It's out of the question.
You're a real bossy one, Cowboy.
She jokes softly. It's all I've got, I reply. And Elena. I love you. My spine hits the floor before I have a chance to catch my balance. Her thighs stretching over my hips as her mouth claims mine. She kisses me, desperately, tongue and teeth, and all I can do is hold the fuck on.
I know,
she says when she finally comes up for air. And all I can fucking do is laugh. It's a quiet Sunday morning. Half the town is either at church or sleeping in, making the main street in town empty. The businesses that run here not opening until around noon. My hat is down low, keeping my face in shadow, but I can see her as she waits by the side of the diner, that dress blowing gently in the breeze that sweeps down the street. I hear the rumble of Cade's engine before I see the car, and he cruises slowly toward her, the car looking out of place in this run-down, dusty town. Elena steps closer to the road as Cade stops, but he doesn't get out immediately. He takes a long drag on his cigarette, his head moving around as if surveying the area. His shaded eyes pass over me, not lingering, but I lower my hat anyway. Not that I think it's a good disguise, but everyone in this town wears a hat, and my spot is somewhat hidden behind an oak tree, so hopefully he doesn't clock me. His mouth is moving, talking, but he presses a few buttons and then cuts off the engine, throwing the door open to greet Elena on the sidewalk. I keep a keen eye on them, never fleeting for even a second. I don't trust this. Not for a minute. My gut is churning, my skin prickling. There's something not quite right about this whole situation. Something about Caden that is not sitting well. They head into the diner, Elena guiding Cade to a window seat in direct view of my position. Good girl, I mutter under my breath, eyes never wavering. 30 minutes pass, and they remain at the table, their cups refilled with coffee. The street empty. I'm so focused on them, I don't notice the men moving in behind me, not until it's too late. A thick arm comes around my throat, tugging, pulling me up and over the back of the bench until my body hits the ground with a thud on the other side. Fuck! I holler, but it's strained with the restriction pressed to my windpipe. I kick my legs out, trying to find purchase. I can manage for a moment without oxygen, if I could just throw the guy off. To my right, a guy moves in, going for my legs. Another one on the left mimicking the move. Elena! But my voice isn't what it needs to be. There's no volume. Nothing but a wet croak. No. Knock him out! One yells. Fuck this. I'm not leaving her. I'm not leaving her. We fight this together. Gathering my strength, pulling it in, I reach behind me and grab the guy holding my throat, throwing him off balance enough to send him flying over me. He hits the dirt and then the back of the bench, and I get to my feet. I count 4 of them, including the man on the floor. Getting into position, I look at each of them. Their position, the guns in their hands, and the knives buckled to straps at the belts in their boots. For a fleeting second, I look to Elena in the diner across the street. I see her eyes, the color of the clouds during a thunderstorm. And I see her fear. I will not die today, not when she has to watch. I see her lurch toward the exit, but Caden captures her, her mouth open on a scream, but she can't escape his grip. One comes at me, and I throw a fist, clocking him in the temple, while another attempts a punch to my ribs. I dodge, but barely, opening myself up for a punch to the lower right side of my face. My jaw snaps up, teeth gnashing together with the impact as a boot connects with my gut, stealing the air from my lungs. I double over, sucking in a breath as a fist connects with my face, making stars burst behind my eyes. I can't win here. A fist connects with the back of my head, forcing my knees to the dirt, and when a boot kicks against the center of my spine, my chest hits the ground. A foot presses into the nape of my neck, keeping me down. We need him alive, one of them says right before a quick, sharp whack connects with my temple. There's no escaping the darkness that creeps in with it. But as it descends, as the fog with shadowy claws grips me, I hear her voice. She screams my name. Screams it like it can hold me here, like it can stop this. But it's too late. It's too fucking late.
Chapter 42. Elena. I can't focus on anything Caden is saying, not when Knox's words are on repeat inside my head. My defenses are up, my instincts on high alert.
You still with me, princess?
Caden speaks from the other side of the table, the shitty cup of coffee in his hand curling steam into the air in front of his face. Stop calling me that, I snap. It's condescending. He shrugs. It fits. Fuck you. In my periphery, I see movement. Too much movement for a quiet Sunday morning, and it steals my attention. I look over in time to see Knox being dragged over the back of the bench, 4 guys surrounding him. Knox! I call out, scrambling up from the table, but Cade is quicker. His palm slaps over my mouth, silencing my scream. Let it happen, he says by my ear. Just let it happen. But I won't just let it happen. Not to him. Not to Knox. I call his name behind the palm, silencing me. I scream and I cry. Fight. But Cade keeps me contained. Trust me, he says. Just trust me. This needs to happen. I watch in horror as Knox fights and loses. He kicks and he punches, but a well-aimed strike knocks him out, leaving him defenseless on the floor. My heart shatters. It feels like a physical blow, as if the organ in my chest is shattering into 1,000,000 tiny pieces, each shard sending a searing pain through me. I scream his name behind Caden's palm, fight to get free. But I am fucking useless. I can't get to him. I can't help him. Watching in horror, he's dragged toward a waiting SUV, his body thrown like a piece of trash into the trunk, and then the car is pulling away, leaving just a cloud of dust in its wake. He set me up. Caden Blackwood set me up. He finally releases me, and I break away, sprinting for the door. I hit it so hard the glass rattles in the frame, but I don't stop, not until I reach his truck and tug on the handle, hoping he left it unlocked, but knowing he didn't. I have to go after him.
Elena.
Caden purrs behind me, voice calm, easy, like he didn't just fucking stab me and Knox in the back. I spin back to him. I am going to fucking kill you. He chuckles lightly.
Easy, princess.
You set us up. I see it now. I see how his head works. He knew Knox would follow, especially after he told me to come alone. He knew, and it's what he wanted. But why Knox? Why not just deliver me to my uncle himself?
I did. He agrees. Now what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to slice your throat, I growl. His eyes lick down me.
And then?
I'm going after him. He nods.
Good.
My head snaps back. What?
You were afraid, Elena.
His arms cross over his wide chest. No matter what I did or how I made it happen, you wouldn't have left this little town.
All I've done is give you some motivation.
They'll kill him, I scream.
They won't. I have your uncle's word.
His word means nothing, Caden. I feel the hot sting of tears at the back of my eyes, fear choking me. They're going to kill him. Why, Caden? Why did you do this to me?
Listen to me.
He closes the gap between us, his voice stern, eyes hard as he grips my chin between his fingers. Hard enough, there's a bite of pain.
I did this to save you.
Save me? I choke. Knox is my salvation, Cade.
He is, he agrees. And now we're going to get him back, and your uncle will never see it coming.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I won't lie. I gave you up, Elena. I told your uncle exactly where you were and what to do to make it hurt. I spun the tale, fed his ego and his thirst for control. I told him exactly what to do to get you to come to him, to end this once and for all.
His words settle in my stomach, feeding the monster I hadn't realized had been slumbering since I fell into Knox's arms and the safety he promises.
I told him I knew you weren't dead, that you had reached out for my help, but I was instead offering my assistance to him, and all he had to do was draw you out. And the only way he could do that was by taking the man you had fallen in love with. He won't kill Knox. He needs him to call for you.
It didn't have to be this way, I whisper.
Yes, Elena, it did. Because you would have stayed in that safe little bubble until the fight came to you, and then you would have lost. Now, it is in your hands.
But he's expecting me.
Yes, but he isn't expecting me.
My heart is in pieces, my stomach in knots. They have the man I love, the only man I have ever loved. They've taken everything from me. Every fucking thing I've ever loved. They've stolen my happiness, my freedom. And I am going to get it back. I am. If they hurt him, Caden. I hiss at him through gritted teeth, leaving the threat open.
I will hand you a loaded gun myself, he promises. You called for my help, and I'm here giving it. You just have to trust me.
Hard to do when you've given me no reason to.
You want to hear the plan or not?
He steps back.
Or are we going to stand and argue for the next hour while Knox waits for you?
This better fucking work, Cade.
It will.
He grins. I drive the Chevy toward the city, toward the house I grew up in but no longer feels like home. I thought that place would be where I lived the rest of my life, where I'd die. But the closer I get, the more I miss the quiet peace of the ranch, the sounds of the cattle and the horses, and Ralph's tantrums. I miss the rattling pipes and the water that takes a few minutes to heat all the way up. The rolling hills and sprawling forests turn to skyscrapers and smog, the mountains growing smaller in the rearview mirror. I bring the Chevy to a stop in standstill traffic on the main road into the city, the sun beginning its descent in the sky. The sounds of horns and irritated, angry shouts surround me in the quiet cab of Knox's truck, but I take a deep breath, grounding myself. I'm trying real hard not to think about how all of this can go wrong, how I could turn up and see him dead. Cade assures me it won't happen, but I fear he is underestimating my uncle. I wish he would have told me, but I also understand I never would have allowed it to happen. I move forward in the traffic, using the time to steady myself, to push back on the fear and trepidation that tells me this is never going to work. It has to work. There is no future without Knox. I cannot live without him, not anymore. Finally, I turn away from the traffic heading into the center of the city, and the road opens up, allowing me to press on the gas of Knox's Chevy. The old truck roars and vibrates beneath me. I'll deal with the tickets when this is done. The city I grew up in, and know like the back of my hand, passes by in a blur of muted grays and blacks. A place I once thought spectacular and awe-inspiring, lacking compared to the rich greens and vibrant yellows, reds, and oranges of the ranch. These buildings, which stretch toward the sky, seeming to touch the clouds, are nothing to the mountain peaks and the reaching evergreens. Finally, the house comes into view. Set atop a hill and gated with tall black iron fences, the white, Mediterranean-inspired mansion stands proud, with its lush and pristinely tended lawns, several expensive cars parked in the courtyard in front of the house, a fountain spraying crystal-clear water toward the sky. As if expecting me, the gates open to allow me through. It's finally here. The end of the war I never started. This is the final battle, and only one of us will come out on top.
Chapter 43. Knox. My ears are buzzing, and there's this thick fog inside my head, leaving my vision blurred and my thoughts jumbled. Ahead of me, there's an orange-tiled floor, the lines where the squares meet wonky and jagged. And there are voices, distorted but angry, panicked even. The skin at my temple feels tight, and there's pain. One I recognize from taking a sharp hit there. It takes a minute, but the whole ordeal on that bench back in town comes back in snippets. Squeezing my eyes, I try to fight the hazy fog that keeps me quiet, keeps me still. I listen to the voices. I feel the hard chair beneath me, the rope that bites into my wrists, securing my hands behind the back of the chair. But there's only one thing I care about. Is she... I croak. Is she alive? He's awake, I hear someone say. What did you just say? Another asks. Is she alive? I repeat. Who? Elena, I reply. A laugh answers me. For now. I feel a grin tug at the side of my mouth. You're fucked. I wet my lips, my tongue feeling too big for my mouth, my throat so damn dry it's like I swallowed sand. You're so fucked. I almost feel bad for you. What the hell are you talking about? I open my eyes, and though my vision is swimming, blurred at the edges, I find the man who spoke. She will kill you all. A chorus of laughter erupts around me. Her and what army?
She doesn't need one. I grin at them. She is the devil, and she will rip you all apart. He's delirious, someone says. Elena DeLuca is nothing but a ghost. And I hope she haunts the fuck out of you, I reply. Listen here. A face swims in front of me. You're alive? Because our boss said it so. But accidents happen. Shut your fucking mouth before I cut out your tongue. Do it, I spit. Fucking do it. Don't test me, he warns. I will, I reply. Because you're nothing but a dog that follows orders from its master. The guy reaches for a knife held at his belt, but his movement halts at the sound of gunfire from beyond the door. A laugh rumbles out of me. Here she comes, I rasp. You ready for her? More shots echo through the house, and a manic kind of laugh erupts from me. I don't need to see her to know she's here. It's what I would do, and I expect nothing fucking less. My reckless, crazy, beautiful little hellion is here. More shots sound, followed by screams, and another laugh tumbles from me. Now or never, I guess. I work my hands, finding the knot in the ropes. They haven't done their research. And really, why should they? They're part of the fucking Mafia. How dare anyone think they could escape them? But this is a fucking knot I learned to undo when I was 9. I could do it with my eyes closed and behind my back. It's fucking nothing. Elena isn't alone. I have her back. Heavy footfall sounds just beyond the door before it slams open, and a man dressed entirely in white rushes in. I see the resemblance to Elena in the color of his eyes and hair, but that's all. And I'll take a wild guess this is Anton DeLuca, the man responsible for the hell Elena has been through. I want to rip out his throat. She's here, he says, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Just like I said she would be. His eyes land on me. Are you ready to meet your maker? I ask him. A grin stretches his mouth wide. Elena has the kind of power to turn men into puppets. You are no different. It was her beauty, no? You simply couldn't resist. However, she is but a woman, and is nothing to me. I'll end her, and then I'll end you. Have you always underestimated her? I ask, fingers still working the knot, the ropes loosening around my wrists. I wonder if you'll think the same when she guts you from cock to throat. A quick, hard fist meets my face, splitting my lip and causing my teeth to bite into my tongue. I spit the blood onto the tile in front of his shiny brown shoes. Temper, temper. My heart lurches as Caden Blackwood saunters into the room. The fucking traitor. I didn't tell you where to get him for you to hurt his pretty face, now did I? He is bait, and bait works best when it's alive. Someone gag him. Anton orders, subtly shaking his hands as if the punch he delivered hurt him more than it did me. That figures. You did your part? Caden flicks his eyes to me, but dismisses me in the next blink. You did your part? Cade flicks his eyes to me, but dismisses me in the next blink. The ones questioning your leadership? They've been sent away for the day. I couldn't very well let them see my lies. Anton huffs. Where is she? Last I saw? Caden wanders to the window. Putting a bullet between the eyes of a couple of your men? She's a real angry one. She'll be here any minute, I'm sure.
Let her come. A series of shots, sounds from beyond the door. Closer than they were only a few minutes ago. I can't let her come in here without fucking backup. I work harder on the knot, finally pulling it free enough that I can slip the rope over my hands. I don't let it drop, keeping it in my palms. It's the only weapon I have, and I'll be damned sure to use it. But when I glance at Caden, his eyes are on my now free hands, and the rope pulled taut between them. A smirk tugs up one side of his mouth, and I brace for him to call me out. But to my fucking shock, he remains quiet. There's 6 men in here, including Cade and Anton. She's outnumbered and outgunned. Here she comes. Cade sounds almost giddy when several shots ring right outside the door. Awareness runs through me, my skin prickling with it. There's something not quite right. Anton raises his hand as he shuffles, coming closer to me. He's a coward. He's a fucking coward. I expect Elena to kick the door in, to come in firing first, asking questions later. But that doesn't happen. The handle depresses slowly and unlatches with a soft click. That may as well be as loud as a gunshot as it settles in the room, and then the door swings open, revealing an empty threshold. There's no Elena. No screams. No nothing. Through the door I see 3 dead bodies, blood pooling beneath their cooling bodies. But that's all. Silence falls like lead. A clock ticks somewhere inside the house, and beyond the window, birds sing from their perches. I could do it now. They're all waiting, staring at the door, anticipating her. I could end it for her now, if I position it right. I can use him as a shield from the others in the room, so they don't shoot me too soon. I know I won't make it out alive, but if it means she will. Shifting on the chair, I calculate my moves, how to get him in the right spot, how quickly I can get that rope around his neck. Caden is behind me, which makes it more difficult, but a single tap on my shoulder draws my attention away, and I snap my head around, finding him already staring. He gives a subtle shake of his head, and then lifts one finger. Wait. Am I reading this wrong? 4 well-aimed shots pop off, one after the other, a bullet finding the mark every time. 4 bodies hit the floor.
Where is she?
Anton roars as his men go down. Behind me, Caden laughs maniacally. And then she's there, in all her bloody glory. Blood is splattered across her face. Her hands and her arms are stained with it. The pretty little summer dress she is still wearing stained red. There's a gun at her hip, tucked into my belt, a blade in her hand, and her plump red lips are pulled up into a smile. And behind her, a group at least 15 strong stand ready to defend her.
I'm right here, Uncle.
She cocks her head toward Anton, the move somewhat primal and inhuman.
Did you miss me?
Chapter 44. Elena. Anton presses a gun into the back of Knox's head, his face paling, hand shaking. A scared man is a lot like a scared animal, reckless, unpredictable, ready to do just about anything to survive. You don't seem too happy to see me. I step a bit closer, and Knox lets out a grunt as Anton shoves the muzzle of the gun harder into the back of his skull. He lifts his blue eyes to me. There's rage there, but as he runs his eyes over me, I know it isn't for the situation he is in. It's because of the one I am in. He appears mostly unhurt, aside from the cut at his temple and a fat and split lip.
It's over, Elena.
Anton's hand trembles, and behind him, Cade closes in. I had no idea what to think when Cade told me the plan. And it worked, of course. But there were so many things that could have gone wrong, and still could. I have his men at my back, ready to fight this war with me. They met me before I stormed the house, making Anton and his men believe I was alone. I've not seen men work the way these guys did. It went beyond simple fighting. It was organized, a dance, and I knew all the steps. Is it? I ask. How about a deal?
I'll kill him, Elena, Anton threatens. You or him. Decide.
Knox shakes his head.
Do not even think about it, Hellion.
He warns, that accent of his a balm on my soul. I hadn't realized just how much I loved the sound of it, like warm honey and a shot of whiskey. It rolls through you, coats your veins, settles into your soul. You want me? I ignore Knox. You let him go.
Elena,
Knox snaps.
You're outnumbered, Anton.
Cade speaks up.
You kill her, we kill you. You hurt him, Elena hurts you. You cannot win. You're a fucking traitor.
Anton spits at him.
No.
Cade chuckles.
I just played a game. It isn't my problem if you can't keep up with the rules.
So, how about that deal, Uncle? I purr, fluttering my lashes. I'll even give you a chance. Your men are dead. You sent all the others away. You really don't have much choice. I see a flicker of pride in Knox, but again, I keep my focus on Anton. I can't risk his life. It's simple. I cannot live without him.
What deal?
Anton spits. I'll give you a 3-minute head start, I tell him. You let him go. Pulling out the cell Cade gave me, I open a timer, finger hovering over the start button.
You'll kill your own uncle, the last of your flesh and blood.
Don't try that bullshit with me. I snap at him. Do we have a deal? 3 minutes is an awfully long time, Anton. You might even have a chance.
Elena.
My uncle's voice shakes.
Let's just...
1. I hold up a finger.
We can sort this out. We're family.
2. Knox chuckles in his chair, and part of me wants to smile at him, because he knows. We've fucking won. I open my mouth to count the final number, but my uncle bolts and I hit the button on the timer. He shoves past me and out the door, slipping on a puddle of blood that stains his obnoxiously pristine white suit. I rush over to Knox, moving to the rope, but his arms come around me, pulling me onto him. His face buries into the side of my neck, and he holds me so tight, I almost can't breathe. Wait, you're free, I rasp.
Got out of these ages ago, darling. Was waiting for the right moment until you showed up. You let him go?
Cade crosses his arms. It takes 7 minutes from here to get out of the house. He isn't going anywhere. I tell him, glancing at the clock, counting down the time. A deal is a deal. Knox's thumb swipes over my cheek, the pad of it coming away red.
So violent,
he muses.
I'm all for putting on a show,
Caden drawls.
But now may not be the time. You don't get to fucking watch.
Knox bites. The alarm begins to blare on my cell, and my heart kicks up. Time to go hunting. I pocket the device and get to my feet. You coming? Or am I going to have to do all the work? Perhaps it's overkill. There's 15 of Cade's men following the 3 of us, every weapon drawn, every door and hall searched. He hasn't made it out. That much I know. He's left bloody footprints all down the halls from where he slipped. He's hiding, like the coward he is. Bodies litter the floor. Blood is sprayed up the walls. It's a massacre of my own creation, and honestly, it enhances the decor. It was all so sterile. Being back in this house has only made me realize how much I didn't miss it. None of it. Not the winding, maze-like halls or the many empty rooms. Not the oversized kitchen or the oversized living rooms with furniture that never got used or bedrooms that never got slept in. I'm not giving up the city. But this house is no longer my home. Carter Cattle Ranch, with the mountains and the forests and the goddamn bull named Ralph. That's my home. Knox is my home.
He's trapped.
Knox rasps at my side.
Reckless. We need to tread carefully.
Kill on sight, I order, making it loud enough for the entire group to hear.
Be careful, Elena.
Knox has since armed himself, and I can feel his anticipation. It vibrates through him. He wants the kill as much as I do. I always am, I reply.
Bullshit.
He snaps back. I roll my eyes. Break up, find him, kill him. I want this over. Without a single word, the group sections off into pairs, taking different rooms and halls in search of my uncle, leaving just me, Knox, and Cade.
No more deals,
Cade grumbles. Don't plan on it. I hit back. We come out a side door into a courtyard garden where a fountain sprays water into the air and a couple of wrought iron benches surround it. The air is hot, heavy, even, but it's silent out here. Too silent. With its secluded and sheltered position, the wind doesn't touch the plants that grow, the leaves not touched by a single breeze. I spot the stark white suit way before the others, see the flash of gunmetal as it catches in the sun. My uncle fires, and I move, not willing to accept any other outcome. I stop in front of Knox, hands grasping his arms on either side, as the bullet hits me on my lower right flank. For just a second, everything ceases. It goes still and silent. There's no water trickling. No shoes tapping or breathing. Wide eyes meet mine as hands grasp me, the pain waiting at the sidelines for time to resume.
Elena!
Knox roars, and sound rushes back in. Several shots are fired, but all I feel is my knees buckling, my heart slowing, warmth blooming against my back with a sticky kind of wetness that makes my skin crawl.
Stay with me.
Knox catches me when my legs can no longer hold me.
Stay with me, Elena.
A scream rips from me as hands press to the spot on my back, the pain a bright burst that rips through me. It sets my blood on fire, turns my bones to dust. When I was shot in the thigh, the pain was bad. But this feels as if everything inside of me has just imploded.
No!
Knox roars.
No! This isn't how it ends!
Call for the medics! Caden's voice sounds as if it's coming from behind a pillow, muffled to the sound of blood thumping inside my ears. Knox lowers me to the floor, keeping me steady, supporting my body. I'm not sure I'd be able to do it myself.
Why did you do that, Hellion?
Knox holds my eyes, his own glistening, the blue of them so bright, electric, turning them neon against the dark lashes and stern brows.
Why?
I can feel my heart slowing inside my chest, the thump of it feeling as if it's pushing against my skin. Because that's what you do, I rasp, when you love someone. I watch a single tear drop from his eye, rolling down his cheek before it catches in the hair around his mouth. And I do. I use whatever strength I have left to lift my hand and wipe away that tear. I love you.
Then you don't fucking leave me.
Knox growls, his hand wrapping around my wrist to hold my hand to his face.
You stay with me, Elena. Stay with me, please. I'll do anything.
I'll try. I lie. I've been close to death a couple of times, towed the line, but I've always known it wasn't quite the right time. But here, right now, the pain is gone. My body is numb, but I feel the blood, my life essence, running from me, pooling beneath. My body isn't working. My heart is slowing down. But just in case, I wheeze, can you tell me again? His eyes bounce between mine, another tear rolling down his cheek. I don't have the strength to wipe this one away, and it seeps beneath my palm, resting there.
I love you,
he whispers.
Chapter 45. Knocks. She closes her eyes, and her chest stops moving. No. The sound that rips from my throat isn't human. It's raw, and it's desperate, and it's fucking broken. Don't leave me. Don't you fucking leave me. Knox. Someone touches my shoulder, but I shove them away. She's not dead. She's not fucking dead. I get to my knees by her side and begin compressions. The sound of her ribs breaking, shattering something even further inside of me. But the violence is necessary. Please. Tears drop onto her pretty dress, joining the splatters of blood covering her. Please, Elena, please. Tilting her head back, I squeeze her nose, tilt her chin, and blow 2 breaths into her before I begin the compressions again. Desperation fuels me. She's too still, too quiet. Her skin is the wrong color, her lips paling too. No. Behind me, I hear more people into the room, and hands grab me, yanking me so hard and heavily, I have no choice but to be dragged back. My spine hits the floor as 2 people I don't recognize swoop in on my woman. They pull out machines and paddles, cut down her dress, and stick things to her skin. Clear? Someone yells, and then her body jolts while hands keep me down and away from her. They do it again and again. A monitor hooked up to Elena, providing a steady, long beep that echoes inside of my skull. I feel my own heart shatter inside my chest. Elena! Her name roars from me, the hands loosening grip, and I lunge forward, right as that monitor stops screaming, and a heartbeat sounds. Let's stabilize and move. We don't have long before we lose her again. Someone says, and all I can do is watch. Hands are back, and I realize it's Caden, holding me up, watching silently as Elena fights for her life. 3 hours of surgery, and an induced coma later, I sit at the side of Elena's bed, elbows on my knees, fists balled beneath my chin to hold the weight of my head as I watch her. I can't stop staring at her chest, and the way it moves, her breath steady, the monitor beeping to match. But all I see is the stillness of it, the way her breath stopped coming. She died. She took a bullet from me, and she fucking died. She's breathing on her own, and the coma is just to help her body heal. The doctors explained they'll wake her up in a few days, and she's stable now, so it's just a waiting game. One I'll play right here at her bedside. Anton is dead. Cade shot him, twice in the chest, once in the head, and the house has been taken back, protected now by Blackwood's men, ready for her when she returns. You and me are gonna have a chat when you wake up, darling. I rasp, voice raw and full of gravel. Because you're never going to do that again, you hear me? There is no life without you in it. You let them take me, never you. The only thing I get in response is the steady beat of her heart monitor. Someone drops me off a bag of clothes, taken from the ranch nonetheless. But I can't tell you who did it, and the nurses allow me use of the showers.
They even brought in one of those recliner seats so I can sleep here with her. Not that I've slept much. Every time I close my eyes, I watch her die. On the 4th day, they withdraw the medication, keeping her in a coma, and tell me it could take a little bit of time before she wakes up. So I settle in, and I wait. The sun has long set on the city, the mountains miles away with the ranch and our home. Exhaustion is weighing on me. The lack of sleep is taking its toll on my body, making me feel heavy. I keep watch for as long as I can, but eventually, sleep takes over. I don't know how much time passes. Enough that the light is completely gone from the room when I wake, leaving only a dim white light to illuminate the room. I groan, stretching out my body in the stiff recliner chair, but freeze at the sound of her voice.
Hey, Cowboy.
Elena rasps, her voice far too small in that hospital bed. I move quickly, at her side in a blink with my hands cradling her face, skin still too pale. You're awake.
Am I?
She teases.
Thought I was still dreaming.
Fuck, Hellion. My forehead presses to hers. I thought I lost you.
You think you could get rid of me that easily?
She continues with the jokes.
Please.
You fucking died. Her brows draw low over her stormy gray eyes.
Exactly. So why are you mad at me?
The way this woman raises my blood pressure. If you ever do that...
Kiss me.
She interrupts me.
Please?
A heavy sigh leaves me, but I can't deny her. I press my mouth to hers, gently, easy, and I feel her body physically relax, even though the monitor speeds up. A reaction to me, a physical, audible thing for us all to witness. I break the kiss. Elena, I thought I lost you.
It was worth it.
She presses her mouth to the corner of mine.
And I would do it again.
Why? I groan.
Because I can't live without you.
She whispers. And I can't live without you.
Chapter 46. Elena. My skin feels too damn tight, the area around my stitches pulling as I move down the hall of the hospital ward. I should be here for a few more days, but if I stay any longer, I fear I may lose my mind. I almost died. I did die. And the last place I want to be is in a damn hospital. It isn't the DeLuca house I want to go back to either. It's the Carter Cattle Ranch. But I know I can't yet. I have shit to clean up, business to settle. Knox wheels the chair he insisted I sat in toward the elevators and presses the button, his face set in a frown. He's been grumpy since I demanded to be discharged this morning, but he'll get over it. I'm alive, have a bag full of meds to take, and I even agreed I'd let him take care of me, so I don't really see what the problem is. How long, exactly, are you going to be mad at me? I grumble to him as the doors close and the cart starts to move. I'm not mad, he snips. I chuckle. Okay, cowboy, whatever you say. He shakes his head. When you learn to rest instead of going 100 miles a minute, then I'll stop being mad. The war is over. Not yet. I shake my head. We still have one more hurdle. Don't worry about the ranch. He wheels me out of the elevator and toward the exit, where I can see his truck parked in the bay out front. I'm always going to worry about our home, Knox. His steps falter for just a minute before resuming at his normal pace.
Then let me fight the battles. You've done enough.
I sigh, but don't reply. At the car, he helps me into the passenger seat and buckles me in, his fingers grasping my chin. He looks fucking tired. There's a bruise on his cheek and a cut in his lip that is almost healed, but my man needs to rest as much as I do. Once this is done, we can. We've fucking earned it. Love you, Cowboy, I murmur, sinking back into the chair. His eyes soften.
Too, Hellion.
He places the bag of meds I've been prescribed on the floor between my feet before he rounds the hood and climbs in behind the wheel, opening both windows to allow a warm breeze to flow through the cab. It's slow-moving since we're in the center of the city, but eventually we come to the DeLuca mansion, the gates opening as Knox pulls toward them. Cade's car is parked out front, along with several large black SUVs, and when Knox pulls to a stop, Blackwood steps onto the porch, his hands in his pockets, face stoic as he watches us. I owe him a lot. I cradle my coffee, scowling at the whiskey in both Caden and Knox's hands. I'd kill for a glass of wine, but thanks to the meds, alcohol is out of the question. It wouldn't usually stop me, but Knox looked about ready to blow a fuse when I'd asked for one. The house is quiet and clean. The bodies have been removed, the blood washed away. My uncle is buried somewhere in the mountains, a far kinder spot than I would have chosen, but it means I don't have to deal with the mess, so I leave it. I don't know if we caught everyone who stepped against me. Time will tell, I suppose. But I have the city back, the home I grew up in back, and everything is almost right.
So, what now, princess?
Caden drawls.
You have your throne. What to next?
Knox stiffens, and a muscle ticks in his jaw. One more thing, and then I'm going back to the ranch, and I'll figure it out from there.
Rossi, I assume.
Cade presses.
Mm-hmm.
I nod.
You should take a look at these.
Caden throws a folder down onto the table ahead of us.
I think you'll find exactly what you need in there.
He downs the last of his whiskey and places his glass on the table, standing before he straightens the lapels of his jacket and checks his watch. Somewhere to be? I ask.
You don't need me anymore.
He begins to walk out, and I move to stand, wincing as the stitches pull. Knox lurches forward, grasping me beneath the arms to steady me. I'm okay. Just give me a minute with him. He lifts his eyes to the crime lord and sighs.
Call me if you need me.
I will, I promise. Once I'm steady, he lets me go, stepping back, but then his brows shoot up to his hairline when Cade offers him his hand.
Keep her out of trouble,
Cade says, shaking Knox's hand.
We both know I can't do that.
I follow Cade to the door. His steps are purposefully slow so I can keep up, but he doesn't open the door to leave. Instead, he turns to me.
Go easy on him, DeLuca.
Sliding his hand into his pocket, he tugs out his car keys.
Never seen life drain from someone's eyes when their heart is still beating, but watching you die killed something inside of him.
I swallow thickly. I did it for him.
Maybe so.
Cade nods.
But that kind of love is rare. Hold on to it.
I plan to. I nod. Thank you for everything.
You still have a bit of cleaning to do, DeLuca, but the city is back where it belongs.
I watch him leave, climbing into his car without ever looking back, and he takes his men with him, a line of cars exiting the estate. He never did tell me what he wanted from me, but I doubt he'll forget. When the dust settles behind the last car, I stay, leaning on the doorframe, watching the sun send streaks of color through the sky as it sets on the city, making the mountains a hazy blur in the background. A gentle hand curls around my middle, and Knox presses his lips to my temple.
You okay?
Yeah. There's a rasp in my voice, Caden's words replaying in my head. Watching you die killed something inside of him. Who thought stumbling onto a ranch in the middle of nowhere would lead to this? I only wanted the city back, but I got so much more. Chapter 47. Elena. I should have known Rossi was in on my uncle's plans to steal the city from me. I've met the snake a few times, and every time he made my skin crawl. But if these papers from Caden are anything to go by, he never stopped paying. He just started paying a different account, my uncle's, knowing I would call him out and demand a meeting. The same meeting that was never going to happen because my uncle planned to murder me instead. But here I am, on fucking top. And now I'm gonna take everything from him. It's a little after 9, and this house is cold. It's silent, and I don't want to fucking be here. Take me home, Knox. I slide everything back into the envelope. We don't belong here.
You want to go back to the ranch?
Yes, I nod. This isn't our home.
Then let's get you home, darling.
The truck lights cut through the darkness, illuminating the wooden signpost that hangs from a post that shows the Carter emblem, and Knox rolls the truck slowly over the gravel drive. Something settles into my soul now we're here, a calm that I can only get here. I'll sell the property in the city, move our operations here, but they're never going to look the same again. He pulls the truck to a stop in front of the house and cuts the engine, climbing out without a word. Fresh mountain air sweeps in through the open door, making my skin prickle, even though it's not cold. He opens my door and helps me out just as the sound of barking breaks the silence. Judge beelines for us from the barn, one of Knox's workers stepping out to see what's going on, but only gives a single wave and gets back to work, leaving the dog to come to us. I stand back and watch, expecting Judge to greet Knox first, but the wolfhound passes him and stops at my legs, a long whine sounding from him. I'm okay. I soothe the animal, stroking between his ears as he bumps his nose against my legs.
That dog is a traitor,
Knox grumbles with a laugh. I chuckle as Judge finally goes to greet Knox, jumping up at him to lick his face before Knox reaches into the cab to grab the meds.
Come on, darling.
He takes my hand.
You need to rest.
It takes me a week and 3 days to get through the contract we have with Rossi and have my lawyer draw up papers to take it all from him. News of Anton's death has reached him if the email I received 2 days ago was anything to go by. It was all lies, of course, about how relieved he was to learn of my survival and that we should see each other to solidify our business relationship. I agreed. Made an arrangement to see him today, in fact.
You in any pain?
Knox asks as he helps me into the truck so we can do just that. No, I tell him, letting him buckle me in.
You lying?
No, I laugh. I promise.
You haven't taken your meds today.
His eyes narrow.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not, I vow. Really, I'm okay, but I have them just in case. He searches my face, but then dips his chin and closes my door, heading around the hood. The drive to Rossi headquarters will only take an hour, but I give myself the time to appreciate everything around me. The rolling hills and forests, the great mountains that seem to go on and on, reaching for the clouds. And to think, this could have all been gone in a matter of years if Rossi had kept going. Knox would have had to sell eventually, and the remaining ranches around here would have had to do the same. It would have been bulldozed for factories and warehouses, slaughterhouses and offices, so Rossi could dominate and take over the entire market. That's what my father founded. and it's what I will end. We pull up to the building that looks severely out of place in front of the mountains, the steel gray building, an eyesore that sticks out and ruins the landscape. According to Knox, one of Wyoming's oldest ranches used to be here, but it was destroyed to make way for this place. Knox helps me from the truck and takes the envelope from me, just as several more blacked-out cars pull in beside us. My backup. My men. Not that I think I'll need it to deal with a man like Rossi. He's a snake, but he is a coward. He fights with money and not with fists. Cool air from the air conditioner greets us as we walk through the automatic doors, the blonde behind the receptionist desk standing to greet us. Her face pales when she sees the group I have at my back. Elena DeLuca, I tell her. For Rossi. I know who you are. Her voice trembles. Good. I don't wait for her to tell me he's ready and head for the bank of elevators to take me to the second floor where his office sits right at the back. The only room in here with a mountain view and natural light. No one stops us. They don't breathe a word. And when I find the door I need, with a giant gold plaque attached to it with his name on it, I don't knock. After all, this isn't his business. He's just the face. He startles from behind his desk, dark eyes growing wide as I stand with Knox at my side. Rossi, I purr. Long time no see.
Miss DeLuca.
He sputters.
You're early.
Am I? I check the watch on my wrist. Well, this won't take long.
Mr. Carter.
He addresses Knox at my side.
I wasn't expecting you.
Why? I speak first. It's important that he be here for this.
I'm sorry, Elena. I'm not following.
Rossi swallows as he stands. I didn't give you permission to use my name. I close the door and turn the lock, leaving just the three of us inside. You picked the wrong side, Rossi. I walk toward the desk, my head cocked as I check the man in front of me out. Graying at the temples, sun-kissed skin, and clean-shaven. A cowboy hat sits on the couch by the window, and framed pictures of all his factories and warehouses line the wall behind him.
Your uncle.
Rossi holds his hands up.
He gave me no choice.
Bullshit, I call. He promised more money, and your greed decided.
What are you going to do?
His voice shakes. From Knox, I take the papers and pull out the last page. You're going to sign here.
What is it?
Rossi asks. You're relinquishing your role as CEO of Rossi Enterprises.
What? You can't do that.
Actually, I laugh. I can. You may sit in that seat, but this is my company. Or did you forget that when you made the deal with my father?
He told me this wouldn't happen.
Well, I'm sorry, Rossi. He shouldn't have made that promise. My father is dead, and this is my company, and you are no longer part of it.
I'm not signing that,
he snaps.
Are you part of this, Carter?
Knox laughs.
I've wanted nothing more than to watch you burn, Rossi. The lady asked you to do something, so I suggest you do it.
You can't do this, Rossi begs. This is my company. I built it. With my money. I shrug and hand him the pen. I took the liberty of marking the spot where you need to sign, just there at the bottom of the page. He lunges for a drawer on his desk, but Knox is quicker, grabbing his wrist and pulling it behind his back, forcing him into a position that has his shoulder jutting up. One move from Knox, and it'll snap.
Wouldn't do that,
Knox warns, taking the pen from me to force into his free hand.
Sign. Please, he begs. Sign the fucking papers.
Knox roars. With a shaking hand, Rossi scribbles his name on the dotted line, dropping the pen onto the desk with a cry. Fucking pathetic. I curl my lip. You can let him go, Cowboy. Help him take a seat. Knox shoves the man into the office chair, the wheels rolling with his weight, and it slams back into the console table, forcing the framed pictures on top to fall off and smash. I level my gun with Rossi's head, and if possible, he pales even further, turning almost translucent. Knox. I catch his attention. There's a box at the bottom there, on the contract. I need you to sign it. A frown tugs down his brows.
What?
Please, I urge him. Sign it. With a sigh, he picks up the pen and signs his name.
What did you do?
It's all yours, I tell him, and pull the trigger.
Chapter 48. Knox. Blood splatters up the wall. The fuck?
Rossi Enterprises.
She tucks her gun away.
It's yours. Completely.
The hell are you talking about, woman?
I've signed it over to you in its entirety, Knox. It's no longer under the DeLuca name or Rossi's. Well, as soon as I hand these to the lawyers.
She plucks up the signed paper and slips it back into the envelope, laying it back down on the corner of the desk. Why?
So you can do whatever you want to it. All the money is yours. The company and the warehouses and the factories. Destroy it, use it. You can do whatever you want.
Elena. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose.
I told you I would make it right. This is how.
I didn't want the fucking company.
Then get rid of it. Give it back. I don't care what you do.
She steps closer, circling her arms around my neck before she presses onto her toes and kisses me.
But you now have enough money to bring your ranch back, and some.
I fall into the kiss, ignoring the cooling dead body slumped in the office chair. It would be too easy to get carried away with her, especially when she slides her tongue between my lips. But it's her who breaks away first, smearing her thumb over my lips to remove the red stain she left behind with her lipstick.
I need to call cleanup. The building should be empty by now.
You sent them all away? I watch her move around the office, tapping on her phone. She dressed casually today, in a pair of oversized jeans and a tight cami that molds to the shape of her.
Mm-hmm.
She nods, seeming not to notice the way I'm devouring her. We're alone.
Well, apart from the guys.
She looks up from the screen.
Why?
I cross the room and stop in front of her, my hands balled into fists to stop myself from hauling her to me. How's the pain? Her eyes heat.
Fine.
Cupping her face, I bend to meet her lips again and begin to walk backwards until I feel the edge of the couch on the backs of my legs, and then I sit, breaking away from her lips. She attempts to follow, but I grasp her hips. If it's too much, you tell me to stop, I rasp. But right now, Hellion, I fucking need you. A flush creeps over her skin.
Okay.
I work the button of her jeans and tug them down her legs, my hand pausing at the C-shaped scar on her thigh. The legs of her pants are wide enough to go over the boots, and for a minute, I take in the side of her. In just that cami, and those lace panties that drive me wild. Her long, toned legs in those small, heeled boots. A goddamn dream. Her raven hair tumbles down her back, a blush on her cheeks, with stormy eyes to rival a hurricane. Leaning forward, I swipe a finger over the center of her above the lace, and her body trembles, a sigh leaving her parted lips. You make me fucking crazy, I growl as I lean forward, pressing my lips to the material, right above her clit and that piercing. You know that.
Yes.
She breathes, hooking my fingers into the side of her panties. I finally lay my lips to her hot pussy. The taste of her, like ecstasy. But those moans, that whimper, fuck, it's the only sound I want to hear. Put your foot next to me. I pat the couch. Open yourself up for me, darling. Her eyes flare, and with one hand on my shoulder to keep her balance, she lifts her leg and settles it on the cushion, exposing herself. And I am fucking starved. Keeping her panties hooked to the side, I tease a finger at her entrance and flick the tip of my tongue against her clit. Her hips roll into my mouth, and a long moan slips out of her, so I give her the whole flat edge of my tongue, letting her take as I slide that finger deeper into her. A hand threads into my hair, holding my face to her as she rides it, taking herself to the peak. Let her fucking use me. Let her fucking destroy me. I pump a finger into her at a steady pace, fucking her while she seeks her pleasure on my tongue. And when she shatters for me, feeding me, I work her through it, listening to her cries like they're damn music to my ears. Gently, I lower her leg, lifting my eyes to meet her hooded ones as I reach for my belt and tug my pants down, freeing my aching and leaking cock. She looks at it hungrily and moves to straddle me without a word, reaching between her legs to keep her panties to the side. I guide my cock to her entrance, holding the base as she sinks onto it. My head hits the back of the couch on a groan. The feel of her stretching around me, squeezing me, is almost more than I can fucking take. It's never enough with this woman. Not enough seconds or minutes or hours, not enough kisses or touches. Not enough words. I want it all. She rolls her hips, my cock slipping from her just a bit before she rolls back, allowing me to thrust into her. The pace is torturously slow, and I am a desperate man. Please, I groan, more like fucking whimper. Elena. She tilts forward, lifting her hips to allow room and whispers, "Then take, Cowboy. I'm already yours." Fuck. I groan, hands grasping her as I thrust my hips up. She latches her mouth onto my neck, refreshing the fading bruise on the side of my throat while I use her body to find my pleasure. And she takes it so fucking well. Her hot, wet cunt sucking me in, her arousal soaking me. She lets go of my skin and moans against my neck, nails biting as my thrust turns slower. But I go harder. Our skin slaps together. Sweat runs down the nape of my neck, and a tingle rushes down my spine. I'm so damn close. Just like that, she moans. Don't stop. Her body shivers as her pussy clamps around the length of my cock, pulsing with her climax, and I can't stop it. It has my own barreling forward. I spill into her with a loud groan, rutting into her as I empty myself, fill her up and mark her as mine from the inside. Falling still beneath her, she settles down onto my lap, cock still buried between her legs as we both breathe for a minute, skin slick, hearts racing. Eventually she climbs off me, reaching for her pants to pull them back up her legs, and I tuck myself away, wincing when I notice the dead body in the room. Elena doesn't seem to care, though. She saunters back over to that desk and plucks the envelope from the top, along with her pen, and then smooths out her hair and pats her lips, as if that can remove the red stain my mouth caused. A knock on the door steals my attention for a moment, but it's Elena who opens it, allowing a crew in hazmat suits in. Clean up. Take me home, Cowboy. She looks at me, waiting, and a chuckle rasps from my throat. This damn woman.
Chapter 49. Elena. 4 months later. I didn't sell the DeLuca estate. As much as I didn't want it anymore, I didn't want men turning up here all hours of the day either, so it's become a base of sorts. Money still needs to be made, and men still need to be put in their place. Even if the world doesn't see it, a DeLuca has always controlled the city, and it will always be that way, even if it doesn't look the same anymore. The men still loyal to Anton have been dealt with, and what remains is now mine. It feels fucking good to win. Look at you. I coo to the bowl and lean forward to press my lips to his cheek, leaving a faded lipstick mark, and then admire my work. The blue bow is cute. Such a pretty boy.
Get that fucking bow off my bowl, Elena! Knox yells from behind the fence, his thighs stretched over the back of Honey with Apollo led by reins at his side. He's not yours, I holler back. Like fuck he isn't. I raised him.
He likes me more. I scratch said bull between the eyes, and his rough tongue lunges out to lick at my wrist. The weather has cooled considerably since I first found this ranch, the trees now turning as we head into fall.
Get your ass here, Hellion, Knox demands. We need to run checks on the fence line before this storm arrives.
So bossy. I whisper to Ralph, but begin to walk to the fence line, hopping over it to take the reins from Knox and mount my horse. He can pretend all he likes that Ralph isn't mine. He may have raised him, but it's me who is the only one able to deal with him. Knox can, but Ralph is cranky with him. Knox shakes his head.
The fuck am I going to do with you, woman?
I have some ideas. I drop my eyes to the fresh bruise on the side of his neck. He shakes his head.
Let's go before it gets dark.
His words say he's exasperated with me, but the smirk on his mouth and the heat in his eyes tells me a different story. I guide Apollo around and begin to follow him and Honey down a thin path to begin the check around the perimeter. We only have the north to do, since he now has over 30 guys working for him in the ranch, picking up on a lot of the duties he had been forced to do himself. The livestock count has grown, and restoration has begun on the house, as well as on the many cabins around the ranch that used to be used for tourists looking to experience ranch life. His debts are paid, the work is being done, and life is somewhat returning to what it should be. Knox closed Rossi Enterprises in the first week of him having it, offering to sell back the land to the ranchers who lost it when Rossi bulldozed through these parts at a fraction of the cost. He lost millions of dollars doing it. But I understood, and he had plenty of money not to worry about his own land. Not all of them took him up on the offer, but a good few did, and I know that eased some of his guilt. Instead of destroying Rossi headquarters, he's building on it, turning it into a training facility and riding school, and he's closed down the factories and warehouses that had destroyed so many livelihoods. While the effect of their dominance over the last several years won't be swept away overnight, this is a step in the right direction. It takes us a few hours to ride the northern fence line, but it's all intact, and by the time we turn back, the sun has started to set, turning the land around us dim and almost washed out, and without the sun, the temperature plummets. We ride back in silence, side by side, and when we return, the workers are in the mess hall, the sound of their laughter echoing through the ranch. But we don't turn to eat with them. Instead, we get the horses away and head to the house where Judge is waiting for us with a wagging tail and a tongue lolling out the side of his mouth. The warmth of the house works to remove the chill from my bones as I slide my boots off at the door and hang up my jacket, placing my hat beside his on the hook. We've fallen into a somewhat domestic routine. Knox cooks while I set the table or make drinks or do some work, and then we eat together. It's calm, gentle. It's what I've needed after being at war my whole life. I watch Knox prepare a fire in the fireplace, positioning the kindling and wood before he sets it alight and waits for it to take and warm the room. A blanket is over my legs, and a glass of wine is in my hand. When he's happy with the fire, he places the guard in front and heads over to me on the couch. Judge immediately finds his spot on the rug in front of the flames. He settles in beside me and releases a heavy sigh, his hand over the C-shaped scar on my thigh, thumb working circles over the mark. He may have had to put that there to save my life, but the scar has a whole new meaning now. I don't look at it and think of the time I almost died. I see it and recognize home in the curve of the letter. I never thought I'd make it here again, darling. He speaks to the ceiling. Where? I settle into him, taking a small sip of my wine. Happy. He sighs, but it isn't heavy, it's content, and he rolls his head toward me, a softness in him that contradicts every hard part of him. You make me fucking happy. And you saved me, I whisper. I'll always be at your back, Hellion. You'll never do anything alone. Always? Always.
Epilogue. Knox. 4 years later. Elena? I call her from the base of the stairs. Are you ever going to be ready?
Fuck off!
She hisses back, and then a door slams and a frustrated groan travels down the stairs. Here we go. My boots are heavy as I take the steps up to the master suite, finding her sitting on the bed with her arms crossed beneath her perfect tits. But she's glowering toward the closed closet. What's wrong, Hellion?
Nothing fits.
She pouts. My eyes drop to her growing stomach, and warmth overcomes me. She's only 5 months, and her body has been changing so rapidly it's hard to keep up. Crossing the room, I kneel down between her parted legs, letting my palms run over her smooth tan skin until they stop on either side of the small bump, and I lean forward to press a kiss to her stomach. My baby. It was unexpected. We had planned for this, and yet, when it came to the positive test, I'm pretty sure my heart dropped into my gut. I've raised baby animals numerous times, delivered foals and calves and hand-reared goats, but not sure anything will prepare me for my son or daughter. But it's hope and happiness. 2 things I had been lacking before she stumbled onto our ranch. You're beautiful, Hellion, I whisper against her skin.
Nothing fits,
she repeats with a sigh. We'll go shopping, I promise her. Tessa promised to bring in more maternity clothes for you.
Okay, but what about now? Do I show up in my underwear?
You want to get someone killed? I growl. She glares at me.
I can't go if nothing fits, Knox.
I huff a sigh and head to the closet, moving through the dresses until I find something stretchy that should go over the bump. It'll mold to the shape, just the way I like. And with her boots, every cowboy's dream. Try this. I hand it to her. With a grumble, she takes it from me and slips it over her head, pulling at the stretchy material until she's able to get it down over her bump. It sits just above the knees and clings to her body like a second skin. And I'm about to rip the damn thing right back off. Fuck me, I groan. A smile brightens her face, and she moves to pull on her boots. It's only a town fair to welcome tourists for the summer. It started back up 3 years ago, and Elena loved it so much she has gone back every year since. The town pretends not to know who she is and what she does. And she doesn't bring business here. This is home, not work.
You ready?
She asks, now she's dressed. But my hard cock says otherwise. Give me a minute. I sit on the edge of the bed and shake my head. Here I thought it would get easier. But every minute with Elena is like the very first time. She chuckles as she wanders back toward me, pushing on my shoulders to shove me down onto the bed before she climbs on top, widening her thighs to straddle me.
Do you need help, Cowboy?
You offering, darling? My hands fall to her thighs as I push the dress she only just put on back up, revealing the triangle of her lace underwear right above my cock.
It's yours,
she purrs, rolling over my length. I groan, tipping my head back, reveling in the feel of her before I flip us, my body falling into the cradle of her thighs and keep my weight off her. Rolling my hips forward, I grind against her, the moan slipping from her lips only turning my blood hotter. Never enough. Getting to my knees, I hook my fingers into her panties and pull them down her legs, tugging them over her boots to throw them onto the floor before I go for my belt and tug down my pants. As I grasp my aching cock, I reach for her pussy with the other hand, pressing my thumb to her pierced clit, rolling it softly before I scissor my fingers through her and spread her open. So fucking pretty, I praise, leaning in to notch the head into her. Her spine arches, hips bearing down, and I thrust forward, impaling her. It doesn't matter if she is very obviously pregnant with my child. It doesn't matter that I put a ring on her finger and made her mine. I want to mark her in every single way, all the time. She cries my name as I pull out and do it again, fucking her hard into the mattress, giving us both what we want. Her heels press into my ass, attempting to keep me closer. But I need hard. I want to feel her in my bones.
Knox.
My name is a plea on her pretty mouth.
Fuck.
Say it again, I demand.
Knox.
She obeys immediately, the sound of my name like a prayer. That's fucking right, darling. I growl and piston my hips, drawing all the way out before I thrust back in. Play with that pretty pussy, Elena. Make yourself come all over my cock. Her fingers toy with her clit, rolling it as I thrust purposefully, building us up. She trembles beneath me, her whimpering spurring me on until I feel her begin to pulse around me, her orgasm coming on quick and violently. She falls apart, squeezing my cock, and I drop down onto my elbows, burying my face into her neck as I now chase my own release. It comes soon after, and I fill her up, my cock jerking, my groan muffled by her body. I catch my breath before I lift and kiss her, stealing her breath to fill my own lungs, and then wince as I pull from her, immediately reaching for her panties. I help them up her legs and secure them into place, and when she stands, I tug her dress back down. You're going to keep me there. I grip the nape of her neck. Walk around with me spilling from you. Every part of you is mine.
Putting a baby in me wasn't enough, Cowboy?
She teases breathlessly. When that one is here, I plan to put another one in you, I admit. A laugh bursts from her.
I don't think so. We're having one.
3, I argue.
1.
She hits back. 2, I compromise.
1.
She doesn't relent. I concede. Whatever you want, Hellion. She grins.
I know.
Elena. Knox's hand is in mine as we walk down Main Street in Sierra Valley, several tents and stalls set up selling farm-fresh produce, from fruits and vegetables to fresh meats and specially produced jams, spreads, and milk. When it started up a few years ago, I only came to make sure the town was coming back and getting everything it deserved. But now it's been 3 years, and I keep returning. The community isn't anything I've ever experienced before, and though they've welcomed me like I'm one of their own, I like to watch the way this town comes together and fights for each other. And I quietly cheer all of them on as they get back everything they've lost. I don't pretend to believe they don't know my part in their downfall, but they don't hold it against me. It's taken time to rebuild, to get back what was taken from them. Knox has worked tirelessly over the last 4 years, pouring money into the community and into his own ranch. No one missed Rossi after we destroyed him. And now, here we are, 4 years later, with the town thriving and both new and old ranches working hard all year round. Sierra Valley isn't just back. It's better and stronger than it was before. And it was all because of Knox. I'm so fucking proud of him. Proud to be his wife, proud to be the mother of his child. But I'm also proud of myself. The ranch is my home, but I still run the DeLuca Mafia. I still own the city. We are two sides of a coin, but we work. We will always work. I never thought this kind of love, this kind of happiness would ever find me. But it did anyway, and I will continue to fight every day for it, because we both deserve this. I love you, Cowboy. I press myself further into his side. He leans down and presses a kiss to the top of my head.
I love you, Hellion.
This recording of Steel and Sin was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Savannah Thomas and Gabriel Spires. Published by arrangement with Ria Wilde, care of SBR Media. Copyright 2025 by Ria Wilde. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.